Till now, only Chinese players were eligible for it. Should they win the championship, for potential Europe champions, there remained a much smaller monetary prize.
在2017年炉石传说中欧对抗赛上，不论是欧洲选手还是中国选手获得了比赛冠军，都将获得由丁老板私人提供的全新法拉利一辆。
任何比赛想要赢得冠军，就要有体力，最好的体力，因为冠军要打到最后一刻。你们这群弱鸡，难道你们想让法拉利被欧洲人开走吗？快点
！European Hearthstone is the best, but this is a Chinese team code.
And it'd be great if they made the actual players in the tournament do
So
this.
you have to adapt and make the right choice.
Although, judging from the muscles on their guy's arm, these are not Hearthstone players.
Well,
伤害38点，
I
疲
mean,
劳
you're a
3
Hearthstone
点，可以
player.
斩
You're
杀
pretty。ripped. Wouldn't it be weird if 6-0 was just jacked?
Dude, that could happen, you know?
通过
He's
这次
skinny,
集训，
maybe he
虽
just
然
gets
说你们的
motivated
主
one
砍
day.
能力都达到一个可以媲美欧洲选手的水
So
平
it，turns out
但是
Hearthstone
由
is
于我
just
国
not
在
getting
此
me
次
laid.
参加比赛，所以说你们的颜值处于一个非常大的劣势。
Don't
Yeah,
use
I
your
mean, that's why
eyes.
we go to the gym,
Try
right?
to use your heart
Yeah,
to
that's
feel,
better.
to contact with them. It will appear when you need it.
Wish I could make cards appear in my hand.
Gombody.
Yeah, that'd be a pretty good skill.
Just a random baby. I wonder if he's in the tournament. Hello, everybody. Welcome to EU versus CN, day number 2. I am Firebat. Joining me here for the cast is Zalay. How are you doing today?
Doing awesome, Firebat. I'm pretty hyped to cast some more Hearthstone.
Yeah, it seemed like you couldn't wait. I woke up this morning, my alarm goes off. I look on my phone, 5 missed calls from Zalay, 7 Skype messages, 100 emails, and a Twitter. It's ridiculous. He just really wanted to get involved and get the stream going.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's good. Is that new posters? Pyros is up there.
Yeah, those were not there yesterday.
That's pretty cool. Changing the posters
Nice
around.
packs.
Yeah.
Some Hearthstone casks. Drink a bottle of Hearthstone.
Drink a
Barrel of Hearthstone, I guess.
Yesterday we had that one game with the Pyros, the Paladin game.
Oh, yeah, the N'Zoth Pyros interaction.
N'Zoth.
Just get like
Pyros.
5 Pyros.
Yeah, that was pretty ridiculous. He had a large number of 10-10s in his hand. Not enough to win. That was the Hamster v Stanudachi. He played a 10-10 Pyro. He played a 2-2 Pyros, a 6-6 Pyros, another 6-6 Pyros, another 6-6 Pyros, and a 10-10 Pyros. And
And in the end, he got smorched down because he didn't have a Spike Ridge Steed.
yeah, turns out Pyros a little slow.
Yeah.
So 10 mana 10-10 confirmed. Not the greatest card in the world.
But also, Tyrion, and more particularly Ashbringer, kind of turns the game into a more racy than it is at the start of the game, you know? All of a sudden you're on a clock, you're taking a lot of damage.
Yeah, Ashbringer does tend to heat things up pretty quickly. So, what is the first match of the day today? I believe it was Omega Zero versus somebody, right?
Yeah, versus Super JJ.
Okay. We saw Super JJ yesterday. Super JJ was one of the players with the most interesting lineups because a lot of players played the anti-control lineup, and we're doing a lot of controlling control. The cast yesterday was estimated to be 4 hours long. It took about 8.5. So that's how our day went the other day.
Good day of Hearthstone.
Yeah, lots of great action.
Didn't run out of Hearthstone anytime soon.
Oh, no, it just kept going. I was surprised it was still happening. I thought game 3 was the last set, and I thought, wow, we're going really overtime with this final game. There was a whole nother one after that. But anyway, Super JJ's lineup. He was one of the players that had the most intriguing shaman builds. He had an elemental shaman, but the only elemental synergy in the entire deck, like the only thing that it's all coming together, that everything's trying to support.
The payoff card.
Yeah, the payoff card is only Calamos. There's no servant of Calamos, just the Primal Lord himself, and that's it. And so it's like pretty light on threats and very mid-rangey, and could probably do pretty well against aggro. And that's kind of the theme of his whole lineup. He's got pretty light amount of threats in his entire set of decks. And that really hurt him with his Priest. His Priest, even with fantastic draws, just didn't have enough gas to get there against Orange. It was unable to close out the game. So that could be a repeating trend in his lineup as he goes against even more control-y lineups than Orange had.
Yeah, so I've got Omega Zero's lineup in front of me, and the deck that stands out as potentially a weakness that might give JJ some wins is Omega Zero's Hunter. Not because Omega Zero's Hunter is a weak deck, but because it sort of falls in the kind of aggressive deck that JJ's Priest and Shaman are kind of teched towards beating. Shaman does tend to beat aggressive decks like Hunter. It really board controls and defends its health total well. But the Priest, Potion of Madness can be really sick against something like Kindly Grandma. You kill it off and keep the 3/2 for yourself instead of giving it to the opponent. So Omega Zero's lineup is one of those anti-control lineups. He's got the Quest Rogue, he's got the Jade Druid, he's got the, I'm going to call it Gunther Mage, even though it's a bit different. Is it?
Yeah, look at that. He's got
Cabal Crystal Runner.
Cabal Crystal Runner, 2 of. He's got...
I was just playing some Secret Mage on stream yesterday. I was kind of hyped about that deck. Yeah. I've got some thoughts about things to do. I don't know if I want to talk about that just yet, but it's kind of interesting what's going on there.
So, Omega Zero's lineup is similar to Orange's, right? It's a bunch of mid-rangey decks that'll do pretty good against control, pretty good against aggro, but a lot better against control. So he's countering control with mid-range instead of trying to counter control with control. So everybody in this tournament almost is trying to counter control in some fashion or another, and their different ways of doing it are all kind of lining up against each other. But
crucially, Omega Zero's Hunter, there's no Black Knight in there, so we won't see that turn 6 Black Knight on curve killing your Primordial Drake. Instead, he'll just get wrecked by the Drake.
Yeah, only 1 deadly shot in there as well, and instead he's got like a Hungry Crab and some more early game minions compared to Orange. So it's a lot less threat dense than even Orange's Hunter deck, so it's more aggressive. And you're right, that's going to struggle against the Priest really hard. As long as JJ can find a way to answer Savannah Highmane, he's going to be able to slaughter that Hunter deck, and that could be Omega Zero's undoing. But, yeah.
So it's interesting, Omega Zero actually has Fireflies in his Hunter, not just 1, but 2, and he cut the Jeweled Macaws, so...
Yeah,
kind of seems
a common trend in Hunter right now on the ladder anyway. If you're expecting to go up against aggressive decks or decks that are in the ladder metagame, that is something that you do. We are doing that for global games. Amnesiac just said, yeah, this is how you do Hunter. And I said, all right, you the boss. And as you typically do in those situations, it's Amnesiac, right? Yeah, so, but, Firefly, I guess it's been picking up a lot of popularity. Just double 1/2s is pretty good.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. I like playing 1 or 2 Fireflies in Hunter because, it's just a really solid card. Any deck that's looking for 1-drops, you can consider a Firefly for sure.
And you got Direwolf Alpha to buff them. Like, you can roll Leok and buff them. It's just not a bad little guy to have kicking out there. And there's Super JJ, giving the bring it on pose with a smile.
Ready to go.
Yeah.
Nice dude. I like hanging out with him.
Oh, yeah, JJ's a great guy. Great guy. Oh, he loves coffee. That is one thing I know about JJ. He absolutely loves coffee. He hates American coffee. Absolutely hates it. Well, who doesn't? It's way worse than European coffee, to be honest with you. But, wow, Omega Zero, only 21 years old. Same age as me.
Yeah, looks young. He's got a gun. Watch out.
He's got a gun.
He's holding it sideways, too, like a gangster. He doesn't seem to know how to hold a gun properly.
Well, that is the proper way to do it if you're gonna...
That is not.
Yeah, you put one hand on your balls, you hold the gun sideways and shoot it. That's just standard gangster.
Okay.
He's got the whole thing down.
Standard gangsta. So, going back to talking about these decks, Omega Zero's Jade Druid cut the second Earth and Scales for, I guess, a Doomsayer, and he's got a Druid of the Claw in there over maybe something like a Weapon Destruction card, and he does have Yogg-Saron, so in the Jade Druid mirror, Yogg-Saron's that key card that gives you comeback potential. I really kind of like Yogg-Saron and Jade Druid just as the deck naturally has enough spells to power it up, and it's a reset mechanic. Like, Druid can very much get in trouble with not having any board clear for any kind of big board. Like, all they have is swipe that AoEs for 1. And so, if things go wrong, Yogg-Saron gives you a chance to get back in the game, and crucially, Druid, ramps up its mana so you can actually play the Yogg before you die. Other decks, a lot of times you die before you get to 10 mana, but Druid can actually do it.
Oh yeah, and after a reset button, you may reset the board, but you still have advantages that are locked and stored away, and by that I mean the Jade count is ridiculous, so every card you play is better than your opponent's. So if everything dies for everybody, you're in a better state than your opponent is, so it causes Yogg to have more positive outcomes for you than negative. Because killing everything and giving tempo to your opponent is still positive for you.
And I really like what Omega Zero did with his Quest Rogue. It's very interesting. Quest Rogue is a deck that's built to beat slower decks, or that does a very good job of beating slower decks, but the way he built it is teched very hard to beat aggro. He teched in a backstab, he teched in 2 Hungry Crabs, and 2 Galactic Crawlers, so he's got the full 4 crab package. And I think the reasoning there by Omega Zero is, if my opponent's playing one of those slower lineups where Quest Rogue is good, they're still going to ban it a lot of the time, so it doesn't matter that I have these bad cards in my deck. And the lineups that are trying to not ban Quest Rogue are going to be really weak to these tech cards, the Galactic Crawler, the Hungry Crab, the Backstab.
Yeah, it makes sense on paper, but if I was going up against Omega Zero, or honestly, some of the matches from yesterday even, I'm banning the Jade Druid. Jade Druid's got a 100% win rate against non-Jade Druid in the control mirrors thus far. And these people, everyone keeps getting weirder and weirder with these Quest Rogues and these techs, and it's like, maybe these crabs will cost them and they won't get the quest off consistently enough. I'll just ban Jade Druid and just give the Quest Rogue a try. Like, I want to see that happen eventually, because I think that could get somebody.
I completely agree with you there, Firebat. I was actually on the same line of thinking. I was like, well, it makes a lot of sense to build a lineup this way if you're queuing as somebody aggressive, but you can't actually just ban the Jade Druid like you were saying, and maybe the Quest Rogue falls a little bit more often. I don't think it loses consistency in the quest necessarily. It loses a little bit of speed, but it does lose kind of some power in that it doesn't have, I don't think it has Bilefin Tidehunter in there.
Okay, yeah.
For instance.
That's a powerful card.
Yeah, so instead of getting 2 bodies for a card, it's getting 1 body for a card, and also you lose a bunch of bounce value. When you bounce that Bilefin Tidehunter, you get an extra body out of it. When you bounce these Galactic Crawlers, you feel stupid.
Well, unless you bounce them on pirates, but
on pirates, that's nice. I did that
great.
Once. Yeah, you killed pirates. You killed like 3 pirates in the first 4 turns. I've done that before. That was nice.
Yeah.
Turn 2 crawler, turn 3 bouncy crawler, turn 4 bouncy crawler.
Turn 5 concede.
Yeah, they're out of there.
So, all right. So Omega Zero's lineup, a lot of anti-aggro tech in mid-range decks is what I'm seeing. So I think he's maybe missed the meta call of the general tournament here, where everyone just brought the greediest control things they possibly could. But still, mid-range, typically speaking, mid-range without any techs at all, just vanilla mid-range versus vanilla control, mid-range wins. So he's got mid-range decks that'll do pretty good against control, techs him towards aggro, tries to be as well-rounded as he possibly can instead of specifically targeting anything. So I imagine he'll do all right in the tournament, but these aren't one of the lineups that usually win a tournament.
Okay.
It's more of a top 8 kind of lineup,
A top 8?
It's not a Ferrari kind of lineup, is what I'm saying. It's not flashy enough.
You hate to hear that.
Yeah, you gotta... Usually the lineups that take first place in a tournament have a very specific plan, and then their side of the bracket, they hit everyone that works with their plan. Especially in Conquest. But,
gotta get there. So you think this line's a little bit too balanced to high roll its way to victory?
I do. I think that's a real thing. But I also think that Omega Zero is a player that might just be, fine with getting like a top 8 or a top 4. He's got some of the highest amount of top 8s and top 4s out of anyone in Hearthstone. So like his goal maybe isn't first place, but his goal is always to be able to do well consistently. He doesn't want to go potentially 0-2 or potentially first place. I'm the kind of player that when the prize pool is 200,000 for first and 10,000 for second, I'm saying screw top 8. We're doing something ballsy as hell and hoping to get there. Like, but everyone has their own goals and motivations when they go into a tournament, and a lot of people do it just for the prestige of getting top 4 or top 8, and they don't really care about the prize pool in general.
I'm thinking he probably cares about a Ferrari.
Oh yeah, I mean everybody kind of does.
I'm thinking Omega Zero will tell you this is his best chance to win a Ferrari.
You think that he'll tell you it's the best chance for first place?
Yeah, and we see a rogue band here. Hunter Mage Druid still up.
Okay.
So I think that means
Priest
JJ banned the
for
quest.
JJ. Okay. Doesn't want to deal with the Miracle Priest. It makes sense. It's pretty good versus the Hunter, but...
And the Mage, I think.
And the Mage, it's got to do all right. Secret Mage, it has tons of cheap spells they can utilize to plow its way through the secrets. Druid probably destroys the Priest.
Just crushes it right
And
into the
Quest
dust.
as well, but... so it's
But he's kind of
Priest-
counting on Druid and Rogue to win games anyways. It's more the Hunter and Mage that are hard the part, so I can see banning Priest making sense.
Yeah. We'll be able to see Quest Rogue, and or not Quest Rogue, we'll be able to see the Shaman again. Fancy Shaman.
Alright, Omega Zero with that Tectin Galaka Crawler.
And the Fireflies.
I like the Fireflies. Firefly into Direwolf Alpha is just kind of a nice curve in this metagame because there's a lot of Fireflies out there. So the Direwolf Alpha lets your Firefly eat their Firefly and survive to eat another Firefly. Or I guess whatever the Fire Elemental after is called.
Man, the lack of pirates in this tournament makes a lot of sad Galactic Crawlers.
Yeah, it does.
Almost no one in the tournament has Pirate Warrior.
I would have loved to have brought Pirate Warrior to this
Oh
tournament.
yeah, if you had Pirate
Solid.
Warrior in this tournament, I'd say you were very likely to do quite well.
Get a new ride.
Yeah, you could Pirate Warrior your way turn 5 a few games into a brand new Ferrari.
Heck yeah.
Just happened to be in the medical. It's so hard to predict what people are going to bring, especially from the European side of things. You're traveling all the way to China. From the Chinese side of things, you got people traveling all the way from Europe. Total server disconnect.
There's some language barriers there. It makes it a little bit harder to scout things.
Oh yeah, definitely harder to scout things. It's usually pretty hard to find information on the Chinese Hearthstone scene coming from the United States. I don't know about coming from Europe, but
Probably the same.
probably the same. Yeah, it can't be that easy.
I feel like the American and European scene are very merged in terms of, how we
Well,
connect and communicate.
Yeah, Europe's all about Taunt Warrior. America's all about Pirate Warrior. It's a little disconnects here and there.
Sure.
A mid-range Murloc Paladin. This is a deck that a lot of people were praising to be the best deck in the game a few weeks ago. And most players are playing Control Paladin this tournament instead of mid-range Murloc Paladin.
Yeah, I mean, you'll see there are some Hungry Crabs here and there.
Okay.
We see 3 in Omega Zero's lineup, so that's kind of a lot of respect for the Murloc Paladin. Because other decks aren't really playing Murlocs, except for Token Druid sometimes. A lot of times Token Druid plays Murlocs, but it's mostly the Paladin that's getting all those Hungry Crabs in decks.
Yeah. And Omega has a Hungry Crab in this deck, not in the hand currently, but finding that's definitely going to be a big swing that helps him. Already has a really solid curve going forward, but he's going to choose to point out the Galactic Crawler instead of going with the Firefly, instead of
Works
saving
really
the
well.
timing, which is
Because it lines up against that Hydrologist on 2 from Super JJ very well, which the Firefly would be the opposite result.
exactly. We see Super JJ kept 1 card. You can assume that it's not a Vilephin Inquisitor because he didn't play it on 1. So then what are the other potentials for that card? It's either Hydrologist or Rockpool Hunter. And if it's Hydrologist, your opponent can't even play it.
Yeah, and if it's Rockpool Hunter, you're still glad that you played the Galactic Crawler instead of the Firefly.
Yeah, because the Firefly just gets eaten for free just on stats there. So good play by Omega Zero, just identifying, he kept a card. Let's, do the appropriate thing here.
So Mega Zero goes to the aggressive line. The Scavenging Hyena, potentially, he could unleash the Hounds next turn, trade those in, buffing up the Scavenging Hyena. If Muster for Battle were a card, for instance, in the format, that would be quite a blowout, but I guess it's not that likely with how Paladin hands look these days.
I've been playing a lot of Wild lately, and let me tell you, Muster for Battle is good.
Yeah, it's a nice little card there.
Yeah, you get that with the, what's the 3/3 that gives Divine Shields?
Oh yeah, Steward of whatever. Northshire, Darkshire.
Steward of Darkshire, coin Steward of Darkshire into Muster for Battle. Whew.
Mm-hmm.
Now, JJ's
So what's JJ supposed to do here?
He's just setting up the Consecrate. It's only turn 3 for Omega Zero, so he cannot land a Houndmaster yet. So just Hero Power Pass, hold on to everything, and try and Consecrate down this Hyena before it gets out of control.
The Crackling Razor Maw can let Omega Zero protect his board, or he can just roll the Companion. But if he rolls Huffer, it's a complete disaster. He gets annihilated by Consecration.
Well, if he doesn't roll any defensive buffs for the Hyena, he gets annihilated by Consecration as well, and had to play off curve to do it. So it's a risk either way.
So the defensive buffs to play around Consecration, there's +1/+1, +3 health, and Death Rattle, and Divine Shields. That's 4. Mm-hmm. So the odds are probably like 90% that he can protect the Hyena, but he goes for the Companion instead. And Misha's pretty solid here. It's also very good against True Silver. Protecting the Hyena.
This is still not looking great for JJ. He has to let the Consecrate rip here and get rid of this Hyena. He tries to develop into it, he's just vulnerable to too many things. Start growing.
And you gotta think the Adapt's coming out here.
Just goes for plants, tries to get a sticky board. He had Wind Fury available to him, and it looked like Membrane. So
I think it was Death Rattle Poison. He took the Death Rattle over Poison and Wind Fury.
Poison.
Was it Wind Fury? I thought it might have been Taunt. I can't really tell.
There's some Chinese characters, that's for sure.
Mm-hmm. That's what it was. Well, Aldor is pretty appealing on a 4/2 Death Rattle.
Yeah, typically speaking, as the Paladin player, you get ahead on board early by abusing Murloc synergies. That didn't happen. And then you try and buff your Murlocs to stay ahead on board.
That's not happening either.
And that's not happening either. So JJ's got to try and figure out a way to recover here. One of the Consecrates is already gone. His deck is a little wonky. He runs double Equality, double Wild Pyromancer. Wild Pyromancer not standard in the mid-range Murloc Paladin. So he does have more board comeback mechanisms than a standard mid-range deck. And he's looking
Look at this pickup. Omega Zero gets the Scavenging Hyena here, and that can get huge this turn. You play the Hyena, you trade a 1/1 in to make board space, you unleash the Hounds, trade a bunch more little things in.
Does it need to get bigger?
Well, it's fun.
It is fun.
Okay, it doesn't need to. Yeah, you're boring. I want a big Hyena. I mean, it's pretty big. This is a 2-mana 8/5 with upside.
Mm-hmm.
There are worse cards.
That's for sure. Sunkeeper Tarim can shut down the Hyena while also buffing the rest of the board. That's not good.
Yeah, it doesn't even shut down the Hyena. It just slows it down a little bit. Still taking some hits.
You just kind of like, I don't know, like chop one of its legs off and then it just grows it back. It doesn't care.
Mm-hmm.
Thing's a monster. JJ really needed that Wild Pyromancer, a second Consecrate. He's got 3 outs, trying to find him. He maybe has like another turn before it's too late. He's gonna just use the Sunkeeper Tarim. I guess it slows down the damage a little bit, and he's just playing towards trying to find this equality activator.
Yeah, it's more about the 3/7 taunt than the battle cry on that Tarim. He just needs something to slow Omega Zero down a bit.
Mm-hmm. So,
I mean, on 6.
Yeah, I mean you could use the Misha to break your way through here too. Like the Misha buffs the Hyena, and then you trade the Hyena in, and then you push 6 to the face, play a high main.
You could trade the Misha and the Firefly tokens, and you push 5 to the face instead of 6. Mm-hmm. Is that better? I can't tell. Basically, what's better, a 5/4 Hyena or 2 3/3s? The Hyena's pretty appealing because you still have that Unleash in hand.
Well, it's going to be a 5/1 Hyena. It sticks around. Gains health.
Okay.
Yeah, so
that's probably just better.
You push more damage, you have more stuff on board, but the Hyena's a little bit more vulnerable to AoE. But it's like,
Who cares?
yeah, he doesn't have the AOE, but
Even if he does, you got the high mate.
yeah, but Omega Zero is gonna value the health on his hyena.
Yeah. I mean, I
He
think
sets
both
up
plays are
lethal
pretty
this
winning.
way. Yeah, I could.
He's setting up lethal no matter what he does. That's hard to not do.
Yeah, and your hunter, you have board and a high main and a hyena that's been out of control.
Yeah. Well, Murloc Warrior doesn't seem like the best defensive tool that JJ could top deck.
No, probably not. He's got the Curator, which could keep him alive for
Not very long.
yeah, like maybe half a turn,
Yeah.
depending on what Omega Zero draws. But it's a taunt. He puts it in the way, hopes to find Wild Pyromancer, hopes to find Consecrate.
Yeah, so if JJ plays Curator, Omega Zero could top deck something like Kill Command for lethal. Or Deadly Shot.
He could also get out of lethal range potentially by playing like Redemption True Silver, swinging at the 5/4, then next turn swinging with True Silver again at the face to heal out of hero power range and playing Tyrion. That's what he's
Okay.
going for. And any burn damage kills him.
Yeah, there's not much you can do about that.
You can't really put a read on Omega Zero's hand if it's burn or not. Oh, he's going with the War Leader to try and just fight for board that way. I kind of like just setting up for the double Tyrion there.
Oh, that's lethal. Omega Zero is going to take this game. One interaction I should mention is that the Death Rattle from Adapt, those are not beasts, so those would not buff the Scavenging Hyena or anything like that.
Yeah, they're just plants.
They kind of look beasty to me, and they're green. Just artwork based, you know?
Artwork based, sure. But I mean, beasts
That's
are
not how it
brown,
works.
dude. They're not green.
Well, they got the green border, and I'm not real picky about things.
Hunter takes down Paladin, doesn't even need to land a Hungry Crab. Galaka Crawler just shutting down JJ's early game was enough to take it there. That's the play that decided that entire game, by the way. He goes turn 1 Firefly, JJ gets to play the 2-drop Murloc into War Leader, snowball the board, and win. If he goes Coin Galaka Crawler, JJ cannot play the 2-drop Hydrologist, and JJ can't snowball the board with Murlocs, JJ loses. That turn 1 is the most influential play in that game that decided it. And a lot of people would just play the 1-drop without thinking. And really, that's all it came down to. That entire game was just based around that turn 1.
Yeah, that's a really cool point you're making there. You got to think a lot of ladder players would have lost that game and never realized why that they made that mistake. They would have just been like, oh, got unlucky.
Yeah.
Snowballed the Murlocs, what can you do?
Turns out, you could have played a 2-3.
That's what you can do. And that's why you play Galaka Crawler. Kind of.
Kind of.
Yeah, a little bit. I really like this deck from Omega Zero. He's got 4 secrets in there. There's a Mirror Entity, a Counterspell, an Ice Block, and a Spellbender. So even when you know his deck list, it's tough to play around the secrets effectively. And even with only 4 secrets, it's enough to make Cabal Crystal Runner a pretty good card because you also have the 2 Arcanologists, which you're actively mulliganing for. So almost every game you're going to have at least 1 secret, so it's a 4-mana 5/5, and a lot of times you'll get 2 to 3 secrets for a much cheaper 5/5.
And you got Cabal's Tome to generate more secrets, Cabal Courier to find more secrets. You'll
Babbling
have no
Book.
shortage.
Primordial Glyph. Please, no secrets off Primordial Glyph. You hate to see those. And Omega Zero with a pretty nice starting hand. Arcanologist into Kirin Tormage is that's some good synergy. You like to see that. He's happy to coin the Arcanologist on 1 because he knows worst case he has Primordial Glyph to play on turn 2.
Seems good. JJ does not have any 2-drops in his deck, so the Arcanologist is going to contest like all of his potential developmental plays on turn 2.
And Hero Power on the 1/1 protects his 2/1 to eat up the rest of JJ's Jade Claws.
He's got to swing. He's got to try and start building something on the board here. Rolling the 1/1's quite favorable, so now he can Flame Tongue up into the 4th minion from Omega Zero.
Yeah, that looks small, but that's actually just a huge moment in the game right there. That Searing Totem roll. Normally not what you want. That tends to be the worst totem, but in this case, it's by far the best.
Yeah.
And Mirror Entity on a Flame Tongue's Also not going to be very helpful to a Mega Zero.
Yeah, not a lot of chargers coming out of your secret mage. But yeah, it's game-breakingly huge that you rolled Searing Totem there. Hit that 25%er.
Boop. That's a lot of value in that attack. Trading a totem for a 3-mana minion. Sorcerer's Apprentice plus Primordial Glyph is some 6 synergy. You get the double glyph on the girl.
Ouch.
And those are some pretty bad ones. 2 secrets and a Forbidden Flame.
Forbidden Flame, you hate to see that. It gets
Yeah.
absolutely no discount from the Primordial Glyph.
Yeah, and when you take a secret, it's kind of missing out on the whole Kirin Tormage thing. Like, you're not getting a discount from the Primordial Glyph no matter what you pick. Is one way of looking at it.
I guess you take Ice
Removal.
Barrier, Ice Block. You want to go with Forbidden Flame?
Yeah, I don't want to play Ice Block against a Shaman. If the Shaman's popping my block, I don't see myself winning.
That's true. The Shaman is never trying to kill you, so Ice Block and Barrier both kind of do nothing.
Yeah.
Like, Super JJ's Shaman is really slow, but he's going to take the Barrier just to have a secret active. There is some value in having some secret up, because Secret Mage does, you know, run Medivh's Valet, and he has no secrets in hand currently.
Okay. J-Claw's pretty nice pickup for JJ here. Lets him eat the girl. Going to 19 could seem dangerous, but he's actually quite safe with Jinyu and Calamos in hand for heal. You thought he was going to Jade Lightning?
I was thinking about it for curve purposes.
The Jade Lightning has... I mean, if JJ wasn't paying enough attention to realize that secret is from Primordial Glyph, he could be scared of the Counterspell and Spellbender in a Mega Zero's list. Right? So the Jade Lightning would be quite risky in that case.
Sure, that makes sense because of the secret.
And even if he was paying attention, he's still kind of scared of Counterspell and Spellbender off Primordial Glyph.
Yep.
So a nice vanilla 4-3? No. Yeah, the 2-2 makes more sense to me as well. Oh, he can go infinite with Couriers, but Volcanic Potion might be what he needs to swing tempo back in his favor. He could curve into Volcanic Potion, Kirin Tormage next turn. It's not very exciting. Maybe he just goes for the high roll with another Courier.
He already has a little bit of value in hand with Fireland's Portal. Huh.
Well, he's getting pretty badly outvalued by a Shaman deck looking at his hand and the Shaman's hand size.
That's true. That's true. But Volcanic Potion's so good. Cleans up so
Yeah,
much.
it really is. I agree. Yeah, when you're not sure, take something that you know is good, right?
Mm-hmm. Wow, that is a
You
lot
don't-
of Jade cards.
Yeah, JJ's draw seems really good this game. I don't know about the Devolve. That's not really what you want to do to a Cabal Courier.
I mean, this Shaman deck the other day it looked really good at the games he played it as well. Like,
Yeah.
this, it really bullied Orange's Psygunther Mage, like, right into the ground. And I thought, anyway, the Psygunther Mage was going to do crazy good versus it, because it doesn't seem like there's a lot of value in this Shaman, but it just keeps going the distance.
And maybe that's why he cut Servant of Calamos. He knew there's just enough value even without it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I mean, typically these kinds of Shaman decks are good against aggressive decks. They're really strong defensive tools, but if they run into something like Quest Warrior or Quest Rogue, they don't have enough offensive tools to punch through, and they get outvalued in the late game by Sulfur, whatever the quest is.
Yeah, Sulfurous. 13 damage in hand for Omega Zero. Not enough to start going face, especially when you know that there's likely to be additional
More heal.
healing in Super JJ's deck.
Yeah. And 3 mana 4/3. It's not the worst thing. It's not a good card by any means when it's not getting the free secret, but a 3 mana 4/3, there are worse tech cards you could play.
So, Super JJ has yet to identify if this is Counterspell or Spellbender. Still kind of a risk to utilize a Jade Lightning here. He's going
It's
to
gotta
test
be
with
very
Devolve
tempting.
first.
It doesn't test Spellbender. Ooh. Matt the Darkfisher could get some extra cards by leaving that alive.
Yeah.
Maybe just goes to the Stonehill now.
Stonehill stops everything.
Yeah.
Kind of
Keep it 2/4. I'll take the cards. Pick up a Tar Creeper. It enables the Calamos.
Sure. He's gonna go with the 6-drop just to get additional draw. Feels like he
Yeah,
doesn't
he
need
wants
Calamos
value.
for a long time. Stonehill Defender and Shaman's actually pretty good because Hot Spring Guardian, it's a Shaman class card, Elemental, and it's just really good. 2/4 taunt, heal for 3. And you can also get Alakir, not too bad.
White Eyes can be relevant in some matchups.
Sure, it gets control, get White Eyes off both Stonehill Defenders, and you're doing pretty good. That's a surprisingly super powerful card.
So Omega Zero picks up Arcane Intellect, which is a pretty nice draw. It gets some value. Medivh's Valet, not bad either. So your Valet pings the taunt. Probably, I don't know if he trades the totem or not. It might go off phase. I guess trading the totem is pretty relevant because the totem's going to be healing Jinyu after it value trades.
Looks like in Group B under there we have Kalento with a 2-0 lead over Stanudachi happening off stream. Some score updates on the right for you.
Kalento's on fire in this tournament. I don't think he's dropped a game yet, right? Or no, wait, no.
Kalento got bullied
He
in
lost.
his first round. On day 1, Kalento versus Jason Zhao. Jason Zhao had a target Taunt Warrior lineup. Kalento had Taunt Warrior, and that Taunt Warrior didn't take a game. It got really close, but was unable to take a game.
Yeah, Taunt Warrior's in trouble this tournament.
Oh yeah, there's most players in the tournament are targeting Taunt Warrior, so Kalento's going to have to do some pretty crazy things with Taunt Warrior to get wins with it. And I mean, if there's a guy to do it, it's Kalento. So
Omega Zero not drawing particularly well with his mage deck here. The opener was pretty strong, but it fizzled out kind of fast.
yeah, no tempo, Crystal Runner, or anything like that happening. So
It's just drawing the secrets. That's not the part of the deck you want to be drawing.
Crystal Runners are free now, right?
Yeah, I think he's played 3 secrets.
He's got 2 0-mana 5/5s in the deck he needs to try and find, and
I mean, he needs to find anything that he can spend mana on. Kabbalist Tome might be one of the better draws. Probably Medivh's the best draw for him.
yeah, he needs the value. Like, he's not gonna be able to kill JJ is the biggest issue. JJ has, well, he just
No,
used
JJ's
three
like
points
got
of
this
healing,
locked
but,
up.
yeah. He has
This is gonna be one.
12 points of healing with Calamos. It's just ridiculously powerful.
Yeah, if you look at JJ's hand, he's got answers to a million threats, plenty of healing. He's not running out of value or answers or life anytime soon. There's no angle of attack Omega Zero can take. He's not going to outvalue him. He's not going to smork him. He's not going to stick a threat. It's just not going to work. Oh, Lyra. He doesn't have anything to do with it, though.
Yeah, if only he had some spells to go with it.
Can't protect it on board either.
This is exactly kind of how the Shaman deck ended up working against Orange in JJ's previous series, too. It was just he had all the healing, all the value.
Yeah, if you don't have some kind of super late game value engine, that Shaman deck's just going to stomp your aggression. It's very tough to play aggro against that kind of Shaman deck. But on the flip side, that kind of Shaman deck suffers against the Quest Rogue, the Jade Druid, the Quest Warrior. We've seen a lot of that stuff in this tournament. Well, both players are playing 0-mana 5/5s.
A pretty good thing to play in Hearthstone, for sure.
Yeah.
There is
Well,
no Flame Strike in the deck list for Omega Zero, so JJ can kind of overextend here if he wants to. There's potential to get the Flame Strike with Primordial Glyph or Kabbalist Tome, but no Primordial Glyph or Kabbalist Tome cards in the hand for Omega Zero currently.
and JJ, like you said, extending onto the board, knowing Omega Zero is pretty weak to him going wide.
总有一天，我也会像你这么强。
Mega Zero just doing what he can, killing some stuff. But he doesn't look too happy about the situation. You can see kind of a defeated look on his face there.
Yeah, it seems to be a tough position to win from. You gotta imagine Calamos just comes out here and clears the board.
JJ would be winning if he had 0 cards in hand here.
Yep.
But instead he has 4 cards in hand. And Calamos is a pretty good one.
Definitely not a bad one.
And here goes all of Omega Zero's stuff. Alright, so for Omega Zero to win here, he goes Medivh into Kabbalist Tome into the nuts. Oh, that's step 1. Okay. Doing it. You got 1-1. Yeah. Next turn you just Kabbalist Tome, and that hits like Frost Nova, Kabbalist Tome, and Frostbolt or something like that.
And then you just keep Kabbalist Toming.
Yeah. Had a nice game yesterday where I had 2 Sorcerer's Apprentice in play, and I drew the Kabbalist Tome. Or no, I discovered off of a Primordial Glyph. And then that was just pretty nice. A lot of discounts going on there.
How many Kabbalist Tomes did you get?
Just 1.
Just the one.
But the Kabbalist Tome hit another Primordial Glyph.
Okay.
And then that bricked.
Oh,
So
that's...
done. It was good enough. I won.
Okay.
I won easily.
Oh, man.
Nice little sequence of things there.
I've played some Quest Mage before. I know how you complete the quest by going like Sorcerer's Apprentice, and then you copy the Sorcerer's Apprentice, then copy the other one, then play the Kabbalist Tome, and then play the random spells for 0 to finish the quest, and then play the quest. Well, I've had one of those Kabbalist Tomes get like 2 Kabbalist Tomes, and just like,
Boom.
instead of completing the quest, I obviously just played a bunch of tomes for the memes.
It can be hard to complete the quest. Your hand's too full.
Yeah, you can run into a lot of issues with that. Arcane Intellect, not a bad draw off the top. Can he get something off the courier? A Frost Nova, something to slow down this board.
He needs AoE because he's going to get bloodlusted.
He's got an ice block still, so he's got a little bit of time.
It's not AoE.
No, it's not.
No explosive sheep to get off the Atiesh.
No, that can't happen.
Yep. I mean, yeah,
Just
he's
looking
taking that.
for what Wild Pyromancer off of it. Could have been cool. Because Wild Pyromancer.
Well, there's no way to proc.
Oh,
It procs automatically.
I don't know.
Well,
'cause the
Pyro's is sweet.
interaction with Etiesh, I'm not sure exactly, but Darkshire Councilman's not bad either.
Yeah. It's not good enough, but it's good.
So JJ can pop with the Bloodlust. He's got to worry a little bit potentially about dying, maybe. Omega Zero has 1 card in hand. He's used 1 Fireball. His max burn is 6, which is not actually that impressive.
Spell damage for Maelstrom Portal's really nice here. So he's looking to pop with Bloodlust in such a way that ideally he can kill him. No, Omega Zero doesn't even run Alexstrasza.
No Alexstrasza. He just needs to pop so that there's around 4 life left, you know.
And he can do that. He can trade totems into the minions and put the opponent to 3 before popping him. That way it's in range of that Jade Lightning is what you're about to say.
And that's exactly what he's going to do here. And we're going to need to see Kabbalist Tome into Ice Block Kabbalist Tome for 7 turns in a row.
It's going to be quite a game if Omega Zero wins it. Ooh, unlucky.
Not going to get there. Kaleno, meanwhile, on the other stage, defeats Stanudachi 3-0. That was a quick series on the other side of things. They must have been playing quick, because both of those players have Control Paladin, Taunt Warrior, and they finished their entire series before we're done with 2 games here.
They remember how day 1 went, and they were tired.
Okay, sure, yeah.
Stanadachi plays very quickly in general, I would say. And I think Kaleno can as well when he wants to.
It's kind of interesting, though, that he got the Taunt Warrior through easily enough, it seems. Because Stanudachi's kind of targeting Taunt Warrior as well. Him and Zixo have the exact same lineup card for card. And what was in their lineup? They had really greedy decks. The Standard Dachi has the N'Zoth Paladin, which you imagine beats Control Warrior. They have the Dragon Priest, which I didn't think was going to be as good as it was, but the Dragon Priest the other day for Standard Dachi and Zixu was just killing it. And then they have the Jade Druid and the Quest Rogue. So I am curious how Taunt Warrior got a win there. Coleno, I guess, he's figured it out. He's already... Day 1, his Taunt Warrior gets 3-0'd against a very similar lineup. Day 2, boom, easy 3-0, gets the Taunt Warrior out, no problem.
Maybe he banned the Jade Druid and just smorked down the Quest Warrior Hungry Crab, not doing what it needs to do.
I think
no,
that
nor
might
does
be
Tolver
it.
Stone Shaper.
Yeah, I am very curious about some of these Quest Rogue decks people are doing. I think that's one of the weaknesses in a lot of these players' lineups is they overtech the Quest Rogue, and when that stops getting banned, they're going to start to feel it.
Oh, Omega Zero has turn 2 lethal. The Mana Worm sticks and he just spams a chain of Primordial Glyphs. You only need to hit about 26 in a row, and then you can Frostbolt him.
Not going to get there. You bump.
That's unlucky.
Right?
Yeah, Fireland's Portal's not bad.
So, bumping the Murloc here plays around the Coin War Leader.
Okay.
Not
It plays into the Rock Pool Hunter.
Yeah, it does play into the Rock Pool Hunter. Are you that afraid of Rock Pool Hunter?
They're kind of... It's slightly more likely to be a Rock Pool Hunter, assuming JJ kept any cards.
But the issue is, like, Rock Pool
Yeah,
Hunter
it's-
comes down, and it's still not good for you. And if Coin War Leader comes out, you're just kind of dead.
Right. Yeah, it's not that bad against Rock Pool Hunter to do this, and it's really important that he does that to prevent the War Leader from completely ruining his chances.
Mm-hmm. Alright. Secret is up. He's hoping it's Mirror Entity, so he gets the value trade. Not going to happen there, though.
This Valet is going to be pretty nice, killing a War Leader. Oh, and Frostbolt's a nice draw for Omega Zero. Get that full clear, denying Super JJ any turn 4 Megasaur value.
Yeah, and Omega next turn has Fireland's Portal if he wants it, or a 4-mana 5/5. He's got the curve this game.
Yep. Although True Silver deals with the board and doesn't put up a target for the discounted Fireland's Portal.
Oh, bummer. I guess Omega has to play a 4-mana 5/5.
Yeah, unlucky. And it's kind of a 5-mana 5/5 because he doesn't have anything to do with the rest of his mana for the turn.
Yeah. Stranglethorn Tiger without stealth. Not really too impressed by the Cabal Crystal Runner.
Not this time.
Not this time.
Last game it would have been great. It would have been 0-mana 5/5 in a lot of spots, or even 2-mana 5/5 is really all you need. It kind of curves naturally. You go turn 2 Archaeologist, turn 3 Kieran Tormage, plus the Secret from the Archaeologist, turn 4 Cabal Crystal Runner.
That would be a really good curve, yeah. That's the
All you need to do is, draw 2, 3, 4. That's not like that unlikely.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So Girl Portal seems pretty appealing here. You dunk 5 to the face with your Cabal Crystal Runner. Maybe another 5 with Doomguard.
4/6.
Not quite as good. Not bad at all. Yeah. So
Well,
Hero Power Megasaur is an option. No, Quality Con.
Yeah. There's one thing I've noticed about mage decks in general. They run very few amounts of minions, and there are 3 on the board. When you kill all 3 of those, your opponent's going to be left with burn, usually. And when you're at 23 as a paladin, it's pretty tough to get burned out.
Yeah, that's a very easy equality conk.
And last turn, JJ checked for Counterspell with the coin, so he knew that there was no Counterspell out there for Omega Zero, so very easy to make his board clear play.
All right. Smart setup there. JJ does play 2 equality.
Yeah, he's like hybrid control mid-range. He's does not play the extra 1-drop that a lot of players play in the mid-range paladin lists. I can never remember the name of the Murloc cards. They're just...
I know the one you're talking about. It's the 1/2 that grows every time you summon a Murloc.
It's like Tide Caller or Tide Hunter. I think there's something to do
Caller.
with tides. Yeah, there's so many. They all have the same name, basically. It's just...
It's Murloc Tide Caller. You nailed it.
Yeah, okay, cool.
Yeah, good job.
We should hire a guy that just types us card names the entire cast, so we know we don't we know what we're talking about. You know, we don't sound ridiculous up here.
Well, maybe Blizzard should just get rid of card names. That way it's easier for us, you know? Just cards just be what they are. There's no name.
Everything's just all about numbers.
Stats. Yeah. God, that'd be hilarious. A game where the cards just have no names.
That'd be perfect.
Yeah, that'd be great at casting that game.
No one would know what was going on, but...
You hate to see the secret draw, and that is kind of the weakness of Secret Mage. Sometimes you draw the secrets, then you just feel bad. Especially Emir Entity right after the Tyrion comes down, too. Just pretty awkward. Well, this is a blowout in Super JJ's favor. Not much to say here.
Yeah, this Secret Mage, it's looking like a liability for Omega Zero. He seemed to have pretty good starts both games, and he seemed to have no chance in hell at winning these games. So, something is not working out with this deck list. Super JJ's lineup of decks that are pretty good versus aggro ended up being pretty good versus aggro.
Imagine that.
But
Discover a Sunkeeper Tarim, not bad.
the one thing Omega Zero does have going for him is that Super JJ has Jade Druid remaining, which is a
Suffles.
deck
So, yeah.
that could potentially suffer against some of the secrets, like getting your...
Just trust another secret.
This has been a long-standing problem in Secret Mage. I've tried to play Secret Mage a lot because I do this little thing called Deck Doctor sometimes. And one of the most popular decks that people submit are really bad variations of Secret Mage. And so they tell me to try and help them make their Secret Mage work. And it's a struggle, man.
Yeah.
It is rough.
One idea I've come across lately to make Secret Mage better is cutting some of the secrets and cutting the Cabal Lackey. The secret package is pretty good without as much of the bad stuff, you know? If you just go Archaeologist into Kirin Tormage with Cabal Crystal Runner and Medivh's Valet, call that your secret package. You only need like 3 secrets to make that happen.
Okay.
That way you just minimize the bad draws. You still have a bunch of powerful synergy there. It really only takes 3 secrets in the deck to potentially get a 0-mana Cabal Crystal Runner, and it's consistently 4 mana or less because you have the Archaeologists.
Yeah. I mean, Omega Zero doesn't have that many secrets. I think the deck is kind of low. He has 4 secrets in his deck.
Yeah.
And so he's a little low rolling right now with the deck.
Oh, he's definitely low rolling. He's not getting lucky at all. He's getting the wrong matchups for his mage, and he's drawing poorly.
It's not going well for him.
It starts like kind of good, but I don't know, those are definitely on average kind of bad draws.
Yeah. A lot of fizzling happening.
But yeah, I think Archaeologist really changes how good old cards are, like Kirin Tormage and Cabal Crystal Runner. I think it just kind of makes those pretty good.
Jade Druid with the Burgly Bully.
Oof.
This is the one deck in Super JJ's lineup that is the least focused at doing the same thing as the other ones. All of his other decks seem to be teched to do pretty well against aggro. He's got the Miracle Priest, he's got the Shaman with all the heal, he's got the Paladin with the Wild Pyromancers squeezed in there, and then Druid, the tech is Burgly Bully.
Well, he does have 2 Tark Reapers, 2 Earthen Scales, 2 Feral Rages, 2 Primordial Drakes, so it's not like the deck's terrible against aggro, but you're right, if the Burgly Bully were Druid of the Claw, it would seem more consistent with the rest of his lineup.
Yeah. Curious about that.
I guess he just really likes that Bully Auctioneer interactions. It's very powerful.
It is real good. That is for sure.
And, you know, Burgly Bully against Secret Mage, you could see that being pretty good. A lot of times they do need spells to remove your minions. If you're getting a coin off the Burgly Bully, it did its job.
Okay.
Unless you're getting smorked down so fast, but most of the time,
yeah.
If you get a coin, it did good.
I mean, most of the cards in Secret Mage are indeed spells, and most of the minions generate spells, so...
Alright, I'm going to say Omega Zero drew pretty well this game. If he doesn't win this game with a pretty good draw and a pretty good matchup, then we've got an issue for the Secret Mage. Double mana over Archaeologist, you could draw worse than that, for sure.
That is for sure. And JJ, no Innervate start makes Mana Worm really tough to deal with.
Gonna coin this Jade Blossom and Believe. Yes, you are. I mean, worst case, you can Feral Rage next turn, so there's no real disaster scenario. You're curving Feral Rage into Burgly Bully. And there's a lot of upside. You could draw better.
1, 2, 3 curve.
Yeah, I'd do that. And then next turn you play Mana Worm plus something that costs 3 mana spell. So let's see, what does Cabal Shadow Priest deal against Jade Druid? It steals
2/2 Jades.
and the 2/3 Jade Spirit, so.
Yep.
Shadow Flame?
Nah.
Mana Bind?
Nah. It's gotta be the Cabal, man.
Yeah, dudes are good against Jade Druid.
He's gonna go with the Secret. He loves secrets, man. I mean, it's you get a swipe out of it. It's a pretty good deal.
Yeah. It can be tough to do. You can get some Earth and Scales off of that one.
Get a Feral Rage.
Okay.
Next turn.
Is this time? No, this is the Mirror Entity turn.
Yeah.
Jade Druid turn 6. You really want to put up a Mirror Entity. There's Aya, there's Jade Behemoth, there's Vate Primordial Drake.
Yep. I agree with you there. I like Mana Worm, Mirror Entity, and then do
you trade the
not
2/2?
trade the 2/3.
Yeah, because you don't want to entice him into swiping this turn. You want to entice him into playing into Mirror Entities. You trade the 2/2. You could trade nothing and just push the damage, but I'm inclined to play for board against Druid, protect the Mana Worm.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Try and make swipe as unappealing as possible so they play into Mirror Entity. And then punish them. Just get there.
Yeah, you might get a Burgly Bully.
That's
pretty nice.
He's going to be a little greedy with it.
Okay.
I mean, the swipe's not that great from Super JJ. It's just better than nothing. Super JJ, wicked top right
Swipe's
there.
pretty great. Alright, so that the Mirror Entity is turning into a 3 mana 3/6 taunt that buffed his Mana Worms. I'd play that.
Oh, yeah, that's a good card.
Yeah. And that's why you play Mirror Entity going into Jade Druid's turn 6. Draw first.
Well, do we even want to draw? Don't we want to just push the tempo? Just develop another secret? I like Mana Binding, I think.
Well, that's also sort of just drawing.
I mean, yeah, but you draw a spell from your opponent's deck, I guess. Yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe Mana Bind just sucks. It's no counter spell, that's for sure.
I just really like the thought of drawing something I can play off Arcane Intellect this turn. I don't want to be pinging at all. Alright, Spellbenders to protect his board. It's pretty reasonable. Like, when you're this far ahead, that's kind of the safest play.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I hate playing safe against Druid. I want to kill him. Druid can do some nonsense if you give him too much time by playing safe.
It's pushing the tempo, though. Pushing the tempo. Protecting the board. Plays against Wrath really well, I guess.
Yeah.
It's going to be sad against this. This is not going to be happy for him. There's going to be a look of disappointment go over his face as Primordial Drake into Primordial Drake shuts down all of his hopes and dreams.
Well, he's got some medieval hopes and dreams still. But yeah, this is Jade Druid doing its thing where it looks bad, but then all of a sudden they fade a Primordial Drake and oh, hey, things changed.
Okay, Mana Bind comes out for free.
Kieran Tormage into Fireball were two of the best possible draws, I think.
Yeah, that's not bad. The Mana Bind pick ends up working out for him. So, I guess he did need more secrets.
Okay.
Alright, we got player A versus player B down there. Player A up 1-0.
Just crushing it. Good job.
I think one of those guys is Trunks, and the other is Lovely Chook. I think
Player B's Shaman looks to be a liability against Warrior Paladin.
Okay.
Burgly Bully coming down. Avoids playing a spell into that Mana Bind. Notably, if you get a 0-mana spell for Mana Bind and you use it with your Atiash from Medivh, you're going to get a Wisp. Not something more expensive.
Sorcerer's Apprentice, not too bad in a tempo-oriented mage deck with a lot of spells.
Or you can just jam a Shifting Shade. You got 4 mana here, and you could go for some more value. You could always go for some more value.
Sure, yeah. I guess there's no reason to Fireball that Burgly Bully.
Smork. So JJ's been trying to play around this mana bind for a few turns here. May stick with that, just play a Primordial Drake. It's not super efficient, but it's okay.
I like the Primordial Drake for sure.
Yeah, put it on the way, right?
Yeah, just slow
Kill
him
a
down.
guy.
He hasn't went face yet, so it could still be Vaporize. Something to think about.
Primordial Glyph, always exciting. So probably trade the Shifting Shade so that it's not there as a vulnerability, see what you get, and then play Medivh. Set up for some hype stuff. It's gonna be tough to use Fandral with a mage. It's a bit of a vanilla card. So Omega Zero's secrets, it's Spellbind, and what was the other one?
Spellbender.
Yeah, it's Spellbind. Oh, okay. Both spells. So this rat's not quite gonna do.
Well, it works with Fandral. It's
Oh,
great
that's a sick
synergy.
combo.
Yeah. Able to get a lot of work done there.
Yeah, that actually worked out great. It's tough to see Omega Zero being able to smork down JJ. I mean, I guess if this Medivh is sticking, no, it's not, right? It's dying to Burgly Bully and a Wrath.
Oh, it's definitely dying 100% of the time. And JJ still has Earthen Scales remaining. He's got 2 copies of Earthen Scales. This is the first Feral Rage in his hand. He has a lot of life if he's able to draw cards. And he's under 0 pressure with Gadgets and Auctioneer and Nourish in hand, so he's going to be able to draw cards. But the thing is, ATS with the Firelands portal, that is going to put on some pressure.
So JJ valuing keeping the Burgly Bully around. He knows that those coins are super good because of the gadget in his hand.
He's giving him 2 coins on accident with the sequencing here.
Whoops.
Unless he's planning to not Frostbolt it. Slight mistake there with the Burgly Bully. It's not a card you see every day. Some players very easily make the mistake to not realize what's going on with it.
Huge tempo swing for Omega Zero, but that coin's actually a really big mistake. It's a card and a mana that he gave away to Super JJ.
Oh yeah, that's gonna cost him a little bit here. And
JJ's tech choice paying off for sure.
Yeah. Bring in the punish.
He could start with shuffling Jade Idol, just maximize his odds of hitting more Jade Idols.
Does he need to hit Jade? He doesn't need to hit Earthen Scales.
Okay, yeah, he's dying too fast, huh?
Yeah, his Jades will be fine. He's got enough value in the deck without shuffling, I think.
Okay.
It's just more about not
Feels
dying.
good sequencing then, yeah, for sure. Yeah, it is tough for Druid to recover when they're behind on board like this. Tar Creeper is efficient, but not nearly efficient enough in a position like this.
Well, Tar Creeper will keep him alive through all the potential burnouts for Omega Zero, right? Because his max damage, he's got 8, 9, 10 on board if he swings face with the Etiesh, and then he can double Fireball ping, right? Or no,
If
that's
I'm
the
JJ,
second Fireball.
I'm less worried about getting burned out this turn. I'm more worried about just being behind on board in a way where I'm not going to recover.
Okay.
JJ does not have Yogg-Saron on his Druid. And he's used, I believe, both Primordial Drakes, so his board recovery tools are pretty limited.
Yeah, and there's more minions coming out of this Etiesh.
So he has 10 cards in hand, so he's going to burn one next turn.
It's not looking pretty. Hey, the Shaman got a win. Look at that.
All right.
Apparently it's not a problem versus Warrior and Paladin.
Worked out good.
Yeah. Sneaks it by there. We have a Druid ban down there, too, which is interesting. One of the players maybe, listened to us talk about nonsense. Gave trying out banning Druid a try.
Those are some pretty embarrassing spells to discover. None of those apply any pressure to the opponent, which is what he needs.
I guess you take. Well, the Shatter's not even good either because the Primordial Drakes are gone. So what are you really gonna shatter?
How are you going to activate the Shatter?
Well, you got a Frostbolt in the deck, and a Drain.
You just take Vaporize.
Yeah, I think so as well. He's gonna take the Shatter. He's gonna try and find that one Frostbolt.
Okay.
It's hidden in there somewhere.
Yeah, sure. Vandal Wrath, let's go. That's a hell of a play for a mage to make.
Ooh, 0 mana. 5/5. Whew.
That's a good one. That's exactly what he wanted to draw.
The mage is looking like it's gonna get there. That Etiash.
Oh, he's gonna smash for sure. It's like I was saying last turn. Jade Druid has all this value, but they don't have tempo. They don't have removal. There's no way to deal with the board.
Yeah, he can heal forever, but it's effectively like, against in the old days when you're versus an aggro shaman and you're a Reno lock, and they have 2 Flame Reed Facelesses on the field, and you play Reno Jackson. That's
Yeah, they just
kind
hit
of
you
what's
14.
happening. Yeah, they just knock you right back down. Like JJ can effectively Reno Jackson, but he then proceeds to get jammed in the face really, really hard. He's got to develop the taunt minions here, I guess, and try and slow down this board enough. So 1 Feral Rage for armor, and then 2 Tar Creepers, maybe? Whatever puts him outside of range while also developing the most pressure on the board is the line he should take.
Yeah, so 2 Tar Creepers, and then hopefully you don't have to Feral Rage. Let's do some math here. Boop, boop. If you don't Feral Rage, you're only taking 10 on board. It should be 16 with the Fireball.
And he
So you can just 2 Tar Creepers and the Jade Idol, but...
He's not going to Jade Idol, he's going to Hero Power instead. Is that like play around a Fireball out for lethal? No, he's dead.
So this is 1 off lethal, I think. Oh, now it's
a Shatter. Yeah.
Got him.
Got him. The pick of the Shatter. Definitely more influential than Vaporize. Able to find the Fireball, connect the Shatter combo. Omega Zero had a lot of really garbage discovers in these past few games, and he's made the best of all of them. Like, he's always picked the card that we were like, we couldn't figure out exactly what's going to be the most useful, Shatter or 2 useless secrets. He had the mana bind thing going on, and he always ends up picking a card that somehow sees a bit of use in some really niche situation. So, good on him.
That was impressive. He definitely outplayed both of us on that Shatter pick.
Yeah. Well, I wanted to take Shatter.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, I outplayed you, man. I was on
Yeah,
the Shatter train all the way.
I wasn't feeling it.
I hard run Shatter in mage decks for fun sometimes. I think the card's not as bad as people say.
Oh, it recently got better now that there's that 1 mana 2/1 Glacial Shard.
Yeah. There's someone like about a month ago hit #1 legend with a Shatter deck. With the Glacial Shards in there, yeah. Glacial Shard, Shatter, Tempo Mage was that #1 legend. It's not a good
I saw that
deck,
list.
but
yeah.
Yeah.
I saw that list. I didn't realize they hit #1.
Yeah.
Keep play, replay, giving him an extra coin. Whoops.
Not happy about that for sure. A little sloppy, but he's in it. Jade Druid Mirror is what it comes down to. Who's favored?
The guy with Yogg-Saron, so that is Omega Zero.
He started out a little rocky in the series, behind a little bit against Super JJ's anti-aggro decks, and it comes full circle down to Omega Zero having, I would say, maybe a 3%, 4% advantage in the final game.
Yeah, that's a good point. He has the advantage because of Yogg-Saron, but it's not a big advantage. More so it comes down to draws, particularly in the early game, than anything else. Hit that Wild Growth, that Jade Blossom.
Yeah, and we have to... Do you think mulliganing Innervate in this matchup is correct?
I think in a lot of spots it's correct. I think it's definitely something you should strongly consider.
It's the thing I'd say a lot of people do not strongly consider. So I want to see it happen again. I want to see it happen.
Yeah,
I want to see that become a trend and just be a thing. Because, like, I don't know, you talk to any, like, average Legend player and you're like, yeah, just mulligan Innervate in this matchup. I guarantee you there's just a stunned look on their face and they just have no words for you. So
yeah,
I've mulliganed Innervate before in a Druid Mirror in 2014. Back in Chill and Yeti meta.
Just against slow decks, it can be correct to mulligan innervate. You're not looking to get ahead early. You're looking to do specific things. Also, I remember times when combo druids would sometimes mulligan innervate, thinking of it as like a late game combo piece.
Yeah, against like Control Warriors, you get the full 22 burst going.
Yeah.
Before Emperor Thorsan was a thing in combo druid. But yeah, when I mulligan innervate, it was just strictly wrong. But
Okay.
I was trying to be too creative with it, you know?
Creativity's good, only in certain specific ways. It's really tough to be effectively creative.
Well, yeah, you get the fancy play syndrome, right? That's a good hand to keep Innervate with. Innervate Aya is what you want to be doing. So we do see him keep the Innervate there.
Druid doesn't do very well behind on board, so...
Both players kept Innervate.
Okay. It's looking a lot better with the Aya.
Well, JJ had the Nourish to go with it. It's not bad either. Wow, that is a lot of ramp.
Wow.
Yeah. Into Innervate Aya, into Draw 3. Other side of things.
That's a pretty good curve.
He's going for mana out of the gate. A little risky.
For sure. Doesn't save the Jade Idol for use with Gadgetzan Auctioneer.
Yeah, mana this early is super risky. He's going to have a lot less cards than Omega Zero going forward. But he's able to get more tempo out of it in the immediate.
I like taking the mana. There's a little bit of payoff in cards from Gadgetzan Auctioneer off of it, but mainly it's just it's so powerful to go for mana early.
I don't know. You could run out of steam, though. Jade Druid
is
a super easy deck to run out of steam with. But JJ, if he is ahead and slams down a Burgly Bully, maybe that's what that's teched in here for, is this matchup in particular.
Okay.
It does seem like it could be pretty
Evade
good.
out a Burgly Bully and go to work.
Yeah, that seems really strong.
Trading Eye into a Tar Creeper, drawing 3 turn cards, that seems really strong too.
That's the play I would make.
If you didn't have Nourish in hand, Feral Raging down the Tar Creeper would be okay as well.
Well, you can just pass. You don't need to trade into this Star Creeper. Just Feral Rage the next turn.
Yeah, it kind of gets good value out of the Feral Rage, considering what Feral Rage does in this matchup. Like, gaining life is horrible in this matchup. It's all about board control.
He's going to end up... He thought about it. Ends up taking the trade. I wonder why... Why do you think he decided to go with the trade in the end?
Because he didn't want to spend mana on Feral Rage next turn. He wanted to play Druid of the Claw.
Okay.
Or a top deck. Or in this case, he wants... You know, he has to spend mana on removing the Gadgetzan Auctioneer.
JJ able to hit an Innervate for the Gadget cycle. Able to cycle a few cards there, but still dramatic hand size difference. But JJ has the tempo lead and mana lead.
And Omega Zero has a card lead. But a lot of Omega Zero's cards are crappy removal. It's not what you want. You want stuff that says Jade on it. It's only got one of those. So if he Feral Rages the Gadget down, he's got 4 mana to work with. Not too much you can do with that. Still, he preferred to use the Feral Rage and save the swipe for a later day. It's kind of an interesting decision. I guess the AoE effect from swipe can be relevant for cleaning up after trades get a little bit awkward.
Sure. Just thinking about whether or not he wants to utilize the Wild Growth. Cycling it now. Or, I mean, saving it
Ramping
right
now?
for cycle, yeah.
Ramping looks pretty reasonable, considering he has a Wrath to cycle and a Druid of the Claw to play proactively.
And just looking at the difference in hand size already. You're already winning on cards. Might as well catch up on tempo.
Sure. And Burgly Bully looking pretty strong here. Much better than a Druid of the Claw would have been. Mega Zero drawing another removal card, just the opposite of what he wants. The silver lining is there's very few left of those that he can draw. He's going to start drawing good cards eventually.
And he's at the point almost. He's almost got enough removal to just remove the face. You know, you hit that break point. Like, drawing damage is bad until they're dead.
Right. Then it's good.
It's real good.
So, making a bear here.
Looks like he's cycling and hero powering maybe,
Okay.
and then trading.
And then coin the bear at the end.
Mm-hmm.
It gives up 1 coin to the Burgley Bully. It's already seen 1 gadget, so that makes the coin a little bit less dangerous.
It's a gnarly little 5/5 there.
I think he just J Blossom instead of coining out the Druid Claw. Save the coin for his own gadget.
You can cycle the Wild Growth this turn after utilizing the Jade Blossom. If he wants
Yeah,
it,
that
he's
seems
just gonna
good.
clear off the 5/5 here.
Not the most exciting swipe, but do what needs to be done.
Both players
JJ
running
really...
out of cards.
Oh, and Omega Zero draws the first gadget. It's a huge advantage. I'm looking at JJ, he just has no answer to this. He's got a top deck and a Wild Growth cycle to find an answer. Although I do think JJ has a lot of answers left in his deck since he hasn't been drawing that part of his deck, the removal spells, the Feral Rages, the swipes.
Mm-hmm.
So, you already did both Wild Growths.
He's gonna try and kill him. It's gonna develop minions instead of trying to draw cards here.
Prioritizing tempo over value.
Mm-hmm.
Makes sense.
Got 12 burst in his hand.
He stopped the Feral Rage from killing his gadgets and Auctioneer by taunting up. It needs to be a swipe for JJ.
Doesn't hit it. He knows
He's out
dead.
of there.
Yeah.
He's had enough.
Omega Zero takes it 3-2 over Super JJ. All coming down to the back of that Jade Druid mirror.
Yeah, it was a nice tense match. Well played. The coin Galaka Crawler with his Hunter on turn 1 was a key play.
Mm-hmm.
Discovering Shatter was not key to the outcome of that game, but it was a nice decision. It panned out well for him.
Yeah, definitely did. And the lineup ended up working, and he had Tex in there to make the Jade Druid mirror more favorable. Things such as Doomsayer are pretty good versus Druid, as well as the Yogg-Saron.
Yep.
But we didn't see any of those tech cards really land. It was more just the fact that he went Wild Growth Innervate Aya. That was pretty good.
It had something to do with JJ choosing to nourish for mana crystals early and just kind of running out of things to do.
Mm-hmm.
You were kind of upset with that decision when you saw it. It did work out badly. The risk to nourishing for crystals, obviously, run out of things to do. That's how it went.
I mean, Jade Druid runs out of things to do sometimes when you nourish for draw. Like, it's a deck that, when it lost Azure Drake, that was actually a pretty big kicker to the Jade Druid deck, and it lowered the consistency of it a lot. Just, it's a deck that really needs cycle.
That's true.
But, you don't go for mana there, then maybe you fall behind on tempo too much. You got no Yogg in your deck, you have no recovery. So, I understand his logic, right? But it's a tough spot to be in.
Right, so the next match should be Pavel versus Hope.
Pavel versus Hope. Hope is the resident Smorker. I remember looking at his lineup. He's the guy that makes our job way easier.
Yeah,
he speeds
bless
up
Hope.
the day. Yeah, he gives us hope.
You think he's a tournament favorite too, just because Smork is just not what people are ready for.
Yeah, I would definitely say he's in a great position as far as the meta's been panning out this tournament.
You can just kill Quest Rogues all day.
All day. Most of the players in the tournament have Quest Rogue. It is a lot of the time geared to be anti-aggro though, but you have to imagine.
Still loses the matchup.
Yeah.
Still die.
Hope's lineup consists of a regular, standard generic Quest Rogue, no fancy techs, none of that. And then he's got a aggressive Hunter with Spellbreaker and a very aggressive Murloc Paladin with Divine Favor, Double Blessing of Kings, and a Pirate Warrior. So
that's a good lineup.
He has all the face decks, and he's looking to try and rush down some of the people that are adapting to this control metagame by trying to build slower control decks to beat their opponent's control decks. and capitalizing on the fact that there's not a lot of Taunt Warrior as many players are targeting it.
OK，我们欢迎这个。
And it's an unlucky matchup for him because Pavel does not have Quest
OK， 我
Rope,
们现在欢迎一下我们那
No,
个
Pavel-
so he does not have that weakness.
I would
Instead,
say
he has a bunch of decks that are pretty decent against Smork. J Druid's maybe a little unfavored, but it's alright. The 2 Primordial Drakes, Gluttonous Ooze, Tar Creeper, 2 Pharaoh Rages, 2 Earthen Scales.
特别的心情。
yeah.
那我们
If there's anyone in the bracket Hope wouldn't want to play, it would be like Pavel and Kalento, because they're just kind of bringing
是我满意的。
the standard control decks. They're not really.
前面
They're what everyone is targeting with their lineups. So they're not teching to beat control with their control lineups. They just have control decks. And the control decks do pretty good against aggro when they're not made extremely greedy and taking the anti-aggro tech out. So even Pavel even has Taunt Warrior. And
Yeah, Taunt Warrior is probably a pretty good ban for the Smork lineup. But the remaining 3 decks just don't seem very weak to Smork. The Mage has Ice Barrier, Double Ice Block, Flame Strike, all the standard Mage stuff that's just pretty good. There aren't any Volcanic Potions, crucially, in this Mage deck. You have to discover them off of Glyph.
okay, yeah, that could be kind of
That's a
bummer.
weakness.
Yeah.
And the Kabbalist Tome is a very slow card against Smork decks, so is the Medivh, so is the Pyroblast.
保留那个精灵更好一点。
Yeah.
这个地方我们讨
The
论
Druid,
，And then-
though, it's got the weapon removal, it's got the taunt, it's got double Earthen Scales and double Primordial Drake, so the Druid should most likely be able to pick up a
这
win
个点
pretty
的话
easily.
选择挂一个
Yeah,
形象
the Paladin's
有时候
looking
会选择
pretty
拿一
good
个
against Smork as
2-3
well.
四
It's
号
got
因为你已经读出来
Primordial
这个
Drake in there
应该
alongside
是
Raglite Lord of Tyrion, so the top end's all very good against Smork. Curator,
假设我这里用那个
Stampeding Kodo, Finja, Wicker Flame Elder. Just a lot of cards in there that are just tough for aggro to deal with.
如果用23去吃它的话，它少完我还是剩个21，我觉得21和22区别不大，而且它还
Smork can still
它还
get
有
there.
可能性是没有。
Yeah, there's always hope.
说的很不错，我们觉得也
That's
是
his
这样
name.
的。就是可能唯一的有一点缺陷就是，
Got it,
如果万一
clever.
激活这个十
What
成
player
六
they
可能
talk
会有
about
点
right
糟
now?
糕，但
What's
是
going on here?
毕竟是两个
是
选
一样的，就是
Megazero's
这种打法是
They
保
talk
留
about the
了
turn
Blaze.
6 mirror entity.
对。
Oh yeah, we talked about how good that was.
接下
Oh
来有
yeah,
一个地方
fantastic play.
是
But
这一
we
个
were complaining about his trades there, about how
Yeah,
he
we didn't like enticing swipe.
这个
No,
远古
yeah.
雕纹如果开到一个火球，就是可以斩杀了，对吧
uses？the shatter
是
pick.
开到基本上开到一个伤害就赢了。
对，开到一个伤害差不多。
Glyph into Glyph,
这个时候
which might have been into Shatter.
开出来
I
了
don't
一个
remember.
冰雹，
I
以及
think
一个寒
it's-
冰护体，一个蒸发。你是选择了这个看似没有什么用的一个冰雹，你是怎么想的？
当时我想
Oh yeah, and the payoff
其他
for
两张牌
picking
对
the
我来说是
Shatter.
完全没有用的，只要我就是
Dude, these replays are actually so good. Like whoever picks these key spots is doing a good job. I like this guy.
但是我选
Yeah, they've been nailing it
冰雹的话
all
后面
tournament
还有
long.
一个寒冰剑，或者我还有一些可以开出一些冰
I
系
hate
法术
sometimes when we
所以
watch
就
a
是
tournament or
背后
whatever
我
and the
对
key
对，之
plays
后我们也
just
发
some
现
like
了，如果
irrelevant.
Lethal
play.
attack.
Yeah, they're just like this is the
And he went
lethal
face.
attack. Yeah, play the
这个
game.
冰雹也是顺利帮助小七
Like,
完成这个
okay.
斩杀。
He had won the game 7 turns ago, but here's when he attacked him in the
对，反正
face.
但是拿冰雹这一个
But
That was
角
yeah,
色已经是
great
很好
about
了，
it.
可以快
Yeah,
问
they're
我
doing a
为
good
什么
job.
拿冰雹了，对不对？现在那个有请这个主持人问小七。
And there's a dinosaur down there and a skull. Nice set. What do you think? Should we take a break and return in a bit?
yeah. Well, everybody can enjoy the lip reading of the Chinese casters while we take a break. Stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. Next
针
match
对任务点就要打任务
is
点
coming to you
高
soon.
就
It's
那
going to be
个
Pavel, the current world
3-4-3
champion. You're not going to want to miss
就
that.
打任务得抢节奏，然后还有那个55，就是他打任务节的话，后面可以减掉零费，就消失的话对他也是毫无作用的。我觉得这种情况只是少数，就是我那把打骑士是因为我那个雕纹还有打萨满的时候，就是雕纹和那些322找的东西都质量很低，就一般情况下可以找出高质量的东西的话，后劲是可以的。 因为我知道他肯定会帮我任务贼，那么我只考虑的是其他3套。就我试试这套法师打那个牧师不是很好打，因为他带了一个软，然后那个猎人打他那个牧师的话，基本是19开吧，就基本上赢不了的。所以我更担心的是我的猎人跑不掉，所以我搬了一个猎人最难打的对局。大概率不会搬，看其他职业吧。我觉得我德可以从其他2个跑掉。不是，今天我是觉得我法师打他其他2个也可以打，就打愚人旗的话，可能就4成或4.5成，然后打萨满的话，我觉得是优势。不会，我也有可能会反击到先上的，这种可能性也有。
So yeah, they've just been really going in about the shatter play and analyzing that extensively. While they're getting the next players ready, it's going to be Pavel versus Umex Hope. The Smork lineup against the Control lineup. Stay tuned. 1 minute, and we'll be going in with it. Your friend Tyler Uda just started watching. Shout out to Tyler. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully you're excited for this next upcoming match between Pavel and Hope. I am Firebat, and joined with me for the cast is Zalay.
Yeah, I just got back. What's up?
Hey, how's it going? We just started, so you didn't miss anything
Nice.
yet. There,
Nailed it.
Yeah, perfect timing. You're a true professional. Way to get in there. I'm excited for this match because there's a Pirate Warrior. If you don't know me, that is my favorite deck in the game.
Smork. Me no stupid. Me no trade.
Dude.
Yeah, I'm excited for this match because I can breathe through my nose right now. I just blew my nose. I have a bit of a cold. This is really exciting. It's good stuff.
What? You don't need to tell everybody that.
No, but that's what's going on.
Okay.
I feel really good.
Wow, I mean, as long as you feel good, it's
Yeah.
You got like allergies or something, like a.
No, it's just a bit of a cold or something. I don't know.
Oh, okay, yeah. The no sleeping thing, because we work at 4 a.m, is.
Yeah.
It gets you with the cold. I usually get the cold around day 6 or 7. Day 1, 2, 3, you power through it. Day 4 is really tough, and then you get sick, right? Like that's how it works out. Right?
No, I'm ahead of the curve. I was sick going into it, so I'm just gonna try and.
Day 10 is gonna be brutal for you, buddy.
Now I'm gonna get better as it goes on. I'm looking forward to it.
Really?
I'm actually a little bit sad about this matchup. I was really looking like, I'm so excited for Hope. He's the guy representing NA. I feel with the Smork lineup, and queuing into Pavel is just a bummer.
Yeah.
He's gonna need the high roll.
Why is one of the casters just reading a book?
Books are pretty interesting
they're
sometimes.
Just having a conversation. This guy's on the desk like, I could be talking about the game, but screw it, we got a book.
Well, maybe the book's about the game.
Oh, okay.
Maybe somebody just wrote it up real quick.
Just wrote up a nice quick book for the game.
Maybe he's got an interactive matchup chart in there, and he's just referencing it.
Oh, okay, that would make sense, I guess. Because that seems really weird to stream a read-along, Like, he's pointing to it and talking about the book. So, it's deck lists. It's deck lists in the book. The deck list book.
Yeah, no, I just have a browser for that browser page.
The 19-year-old Pavel, current Hearthstone 2016 World Champion.
Yeah, with the handgun. Holding it like a gangsta.
I mean, so far, all of the players that had a gangster handgun have won. That's a trend.
Well, what do you think about the awkward spellcasting hand? Is that what he's doing with it?
Spellcast? It looks like he's trying to grab something.
It really does.
Like the cameraman's about to toss him a Gatorade or something, you know? He's just like, yeah, let me catch that.
Okay.
If I saw that happen in real life, the first thing that jumps into my mind would not be spellcasting, for sure.
Well, I was trying to tie it back into Hearthstone.
Sure,
the first place my mind went was kind of inappropriate. I'm just not going to say it.
It looks like he's grabbing a titty. Yeah, I know. That's what I went to as well. Yeah. I don't know if we're allowed to say that, but we
did now.
People definitely are registering with that first, right?
That's what's going on.
Yeah. Well, what are you going to do?
That's an awkward picture.
Okay, I love these. These are the best.
Yeah, these are the best part.
为了解决这个问题，今天我一定要研究出自己的信。
Sign of something.
Okay. Science a really advanced mathematical
得
concept.
出结论了，
Look at this, he's graphing stuff out, all the equations.
Slopes, that's a lot.
进攻就是最大的方
He
式。
knows what's up.
He took calculus.
Yeah.
I don't think you need any of this for Hearthstone. Not even
No.
a little bit.
这
No,
个
if you multiply, you're really advanced for Hearthstone. Just remember to multiply for Savage Roar and Bloodlust. Don't add.
Dude, I count on my fingers. Works fine.
Yeah, I know.
I got
love making.
I got a couple tournament wins. I don't even multiply.
Yeah, adding's good enough.
Oof.
No, but in all seriousness, being good at math tends to be a big advantage in Hearthstone. I would bet that almost every accomplished Hearthstone pro found math to be a pretty easy course.
I loved math. I just took up to like Calc 4 in high school.
Yeah, you don't need Calc 4, but you do need to be good with numbers.
唉，护甲都是纸啊，看来还是不行。哎，难道就没有办法了
I don't know if that graph
有了
really has anything to do with Hearthstone, though, to be honest.
Time to start over.
You did it wrong.
We figured it out.
这样就对了，我该去比赛了。
I don't know, he gave a confident smile last time, too, and
周
saw
末
how
对
that
抗
worked
赛
out.
我来了。
That's the answer. 42.
Oh. Missed the subtitle that explained what was going on there.
What did it say?
I missed it.
Oh, I missed it too. I was focusing on what the picture was.
Yeah, great picture. Power and strength.
Yeah, not just luck, power and strength as well.
Yeah.
To win the championship. Pansy is the first placement in 2017 Hearthstone Winter Championship. Pavel took the #1 world ranking in Gosu Gamer Rankings in 2017. He is the
Oh, yeah,
first
number
Hearthstone
one.
player at the present moment.
I'm Pavel. I'm the winner.
I am the winner.
Woo!
Strong words from Pavel.
Showing his power and strength. You can see a bit of a flex there. I saw his bicep. Nice bit of definition there.
I mean, Pavel constantly has wrestling matches against some of the players in the scene. You'll see him
Yeah, I've
oftentimes
noticed that.
wrestle against Mr. Yagud.
Very physical player.
Very physical player. He gets in there. I've seen him in the what's that? Seed Story Cup basement. He destroyed Mr. Yagud in a solid wrestling match. So
That
definitely.
went on over a longer period of time than you might expect.
Oh, it was like an hour and a half long bout for sure. Yeah.
Good battle.
Power and strength for sure, not just Hearthstone skills.
Power, strength, and endurance.
And
Trifecta right there.
And they recently had a rematch at DreamHack Austin, I believe.
Oh, really? How'd that one go?
Well, they started wrestling, and then I think Pavel just stole his backpack and ran around for a few hours. So he's also a runner, you know, he's got the whole complete package. But yeah.
Unstoppable.
Those two guys are hilarious at events, man.
Yeah. Alright. Hope with the Smork lineup, Pavel with the balanced, control-y lineup.
Balanced, control-y lineup. Pavel loves
I mean, they're definitely slower, control-y decks, right? But it's not particularly targeting control like a lot of people.
Yeah. Not particularly targeting control. The mage is a little greedier than most, for sure, but other than that...
That's kind of interesting.
And what's Pavel's current score in the tournament? Did he win his first game?
Well, he either won it or lost it. I can't say for sure at this moment.
Well, if you had to guess.
I'm going to say he lost it. Looking at his lineup, I'm not a big fan.
I'd say you're probably right 65-70% of the time.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's the Taunt Warrior, man. The Taunt Warrior. It's heavily targeted this tournament. Almost every player in the tournament attempts to target Taunt Warrior. Hope's lineup tries to capitalize on the fact that people are disencouraged to bring Taunt Warrior because he's hoping people target it enough. And,
this is a classic Hearthstone unlucky scenario where Hope, read the metagame beautifully, was way ahead of what everyone else was doing, and just queued into the bad matchup.
Yep, and you can see Pavel's quite happy about the matchup. Pavel's
He's having
smiling
a
there
giggle.
pre-game. Yeah, he feels like he is at a very strong advantage in the series, and he is.
Yeah. You can see his Warrior got banned there. That is the expected result. The Smork lineup is going to be banning Quest Warrior very often.
Some awkward smiles back and forth.
We're both having a good time.
He's saying something to him. Does Pavel speak Chinese?
I'm going to say yes.
Cool.
I don't know. I'm making stuff up here.
Okay.
And the Rogue ban.
Speaking English with Pavel is really funny. He knows a lot of really complicated words, like how traditionally native English speakers, they always know very elegant English words, but for some reason miss out on some of the more common English words. So it's always funny to talk to him. He's a really good sport about it. Yeah. There's been some things that we've had to show him on Google that have been hilarious.
You want to tell us about those?
Well, I don't know if any of them are really quite that appropriate. I'm cycling through, my head right now to try and find one that's, PG-13.
Right.
But it's usually drunk at a party and some non-stream appropriate stuff. And
yeah,
I like this gig,
Yeah, it's good. It's good. So there's Pavel's J-Druid, the Gluttonous, the Tar Creeple, Primordial Drake, all key cards for beating aggressive decks such as Hope's. And on the flip side, he's got the Jade Blossom, Gadgetzan Auctioneer, and Aya, which just crush slower decks.
And the Aggro Murloc Paladin with Divine Favor, double Blessing of Kings coming out for Hope.
Stampeding Kodo in that one too.
Yeah, just a one-of though. Just a one-of. No Curator though.
It's nice as a one-of. No, of course not. You don't play Curator with Divine Favor. It's one or the other. There are rules about this kind of thing. You gotta have a certain amount of self-respect. You can't play those two cards together in a deck.
I think the Stampeding Kodo then is most likely in there for Doomsayer, right? He has Spellbreaker in the Hunter because there's already 2 5-drops there. He didn't want to throw another Kodo in there. So it's just like cover his bases, make sure he can beat Freeze Mage still.
Yeah, and it's not just for Doomsayer. It's a 5-drop in general, curving into Spike Ridge Steed. It really helps you, have a minion in play to get Spike Ridge Steed on 6. And it kills a lot of stuff. It's a pretty good board control play. You just kill an Arcanologist, you kill a Radiant Elemental, you kill... there's so many 2 or less attack minions. There's a lot of things in Hunter. Just every class, you're probably going to be able to kill something with Kodo. It's not like a spectacular card, but...
Sure.
Consistently does something. He's playing it even without the Aldor synergy. And we're getting into the game. We see Finja for Hope. I think we're on the right track here.
Yeah. And Hope has his lucky hat. Curve.
He's turning Murloc into Murloc into Murloc Warrior Leader into Coin Finja. That's a game-winning hand.
Dude, he's going to Coin War Leader into War Leader.
Oh, yeah. Let's go.
That's a game-winning hand right there. And he's going to
take
it a little bit
I might
slower.
still go Hydrologist. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, you get a little bit more value off of the War Leader if you have, more Murlocs in play to start. And, get the Finja in play sooner.
Sure, makes sense.
The 1, 2, 3 Finja War Leader curve is just absurd. Like, following up Finja with a War Leader is really where you want to be.
Yeah, it's pretty good,
This is a super tough call for Hope. Noble Sacrifice and Redemption both kind of protect his board. Redemption does a little bit better because it works against spells, but Getaway Kodo's higher value, but less tempo. Goes for the value pick.
I'm going to say it's going to work out for him.
Well, I think any pick would work out for him. I don't know which pick was the best or why.
So how does Pavel win?
Not feeling it.
What's the combination that needs to happen?
He's gonna need removal for these war leaders.
He's gonna need
that's a starting point.
Wrath into Primordial Drake.
Yeah, that sounds pretty smart.
Yeah, that Innervate needs to hit a Primordial Drake. Something's gonna happen with Primordial Drake if Pavel wins this game for sure.
Trading the Hydrologist really helps against the swipe here.
Okay.
The idea is if you kill the war leader, you have +1 health on your Hydrologist still here. And also you're helping protect your war leader from an Earth and Scales plus hero power, which is in fact what Pavel had. Now he's stuck leaving the war leader up, which you can imagine that goes poorly.
Yeah, it's gonna cause some tension on the board, I'd say. Is not going to be holding out for the Primordial Drake, just immediately gets the elephant out there, the behemoth.
Interesting. Figures the Earth and Scales plus the elephant's enough. Well, it's the best chance anyways, not enough. So, how's War Leader here? You can trade your Hydrologist into the elephant. You could value trade the 3/3.
I do like War Leader here.
Yeah, it seems much better than coining Finja and losing this very valuable board.
Yeah. You could also go with the...
I think you War Leader Getaway Kodo.
Yeah, I think that's the play as well. The
You're going to trade your Hydrologist with the elephant.
A little bit of potential, but this is just better.
You can trade your 5/3 into the 3/3 so that you're getting Getaway Kodo on a War Leader. Or you can trade the War Leader in. I mean, because either way it's going to work.
You could just go face for 5.
You can do it a lot of different ways. They all probably win.
I really like punching him in the face for 5. I don't see too many ways he gets punished.
I don't like trading here. It's kind of asking for a swipe.
Yeah, exactly. But
no swipe, so no worries. Hope you got this.
Yeah, now he's gonna be able to play War Leader, Coined Seer, create the ultimate Murloc board.
Yeah.
If you're a Pavel fan out there, you hate to see that.
He's not even playing Finj on 5. That's how good this play is.
Yeah, his hand is so good that he saved coin for Finja, and it's like, well, my plays are better, yeah.
Yeah.
The Murloc synergy is too strong. I mean, at this point, what does Finja even pull? He's pretty much... all of the Murlocs are there already.
Let's see. Looking at Hope's Paladin, there's plenty of Murlocs in this deck. He will never run out.
Okay.
There's the Chums, the Tide Callers, the Rockpool Hunters. There's Bluegills. That's the one you really want to hit because of charge.
You gotta get them Bluegills in there.
There's another Cold Light Seer in there. But none of that matters. Pavel knows he's dead.
So, Hope needs to win this series too. For as much as we've been praising the Smork lineup and how well it lines up in the groups here, or just in the tournament in general, because so many people have so many greedy control decks, Hope is 0-1 in the tournament, so he did not find success in his first game, and Pavel found success in his first game when most players are targeting Pavel's lineup.
Yeah, a little bit sad to see. Unlucky for Hope. But you know what? Never give up, buddy. There's still a chance. Is that the word choice you're expecting?
I was expecting Hope, but it did seem a
why?
little repetitive as you'd used Hope twice in the previous sentence.
Yeah. Wanted to switch it up.
Sure. Nice use of your words there.
Pavel looking pensive.
Now you're trying too hard. You're trying way too hard. Oh, the alliteration though. The pensive Pavel. Pensive Pavel plays perfectly.
There you go. That's really good, Firebat. Nice extension on that one.
Well, we can almost just write poetry here. What a beautiful game.
Great. Excellent.
Hey, see, Pavel got the joke.
All right, so Hope won with Paladin, his Rogue's banned, so he's got Hunter and Warrior to find wins with. That seems very doable.
I have never seen two players smile at each other so much.
Yeah, you sensing a connection between the two of them?
There's something going on there, right?
They're just gazing deep into each other's eyes. Do you think the producers are just cutting that together? They're like smiling about random different stuff, not looking at each other at all.
That'd be funny. They're building this love story thing going on.
Interesting decision from Hope to include Patches in his Pirate Warrior. Everybody knows you don't want to draw that card, but for some reason he just put the card in his deck anyways.
Very interesting. Pavel's got a little bit of extra top end in his Psygunther Mage with a Cabalist Tome. One of the things to note about Hope's Pirate Warrior, it's pretty standard, but it's actually a little heavy as far as Pirate Warrior is concerned. He runs double Mortal Strike, and on top of that, the
Naga Corsair,
yeah, the double Naga Corsair thing. I'm glad you're catching when I just have no idea what the card's name is, because that's a reoccurring thing.
Yeah, it's tough.
It's tough. He's going into the game here.
Whew. It's a nice, easy mulligan for Hope. He's hoping to pick up something better.
Double Mana Worm in the coin.
Did he pitch a Mana Worm and get it back?
No.
No, right. That's
You
just a bug.
can't do that, yeah.
Yeah.
It's just a bug. No weapon yet for Hope. He's going to want to pick that up. War X, if he draws War X, I'd say that's the game. That's just... War X will beat
that
all
handles
the early
this
game
very
for
often.
Pavel. And, yeah. No War X, then Pavel's going to be extremely favored here. He has a few options, but the best one is playing many Mana Worms.
Yeah. Like at least 2.
At least 2, yeah.
Try for 3.
You go for it. If you can make it happen, great. If not,
Let's see
2
if
is
you
probably
can get
good
3
enough.
Mana Worms out.
Ugh. Lack of APM.
No. Yeah. Pass the turn with just 2. Deckhand's not the best, not the worst. It's something you can play. So that's nice, but it's also pretty horrible.
Well, you don't
So
play
that's
it
not
here.
nice. Well, you don't even play it. It's that bad.
It's that bad. You gotta save it to upgrade your weapon later on. With
Okay, you're thinking he's going to draw a weapon and an upgrade pirate, and that's what the deckhand does.
Yeah, either that or you charge it into something. But like you play it now, it's gonna get pinged most often, or just trade it into by a 1/3, which then becomes a 1/1, and you don't have a weapon to remove the 1/1. So you're not really setting up a whole lot. I guess you set up the frothing to be able to trade with the Mana Worm, but that's not pretty.
Okay, so if you're not playing the deckhand, that's probably just the actual worst draw in the deck.
Yeah, it's real bad. It's not good at all.
Well, Ice Block's not a great draw for Pavel, is it? Do you think he's going to try and find a way to race? I think he's more looking to kill everything Hope plays, and Hope's looking to stick a board, which he needs a weapon, a cheaper weapon, to stick a board.
Well, he's got a lot of time against this mage deck. So sometimes getting the Reaper first, not too bad. String a few upgrade effects together. Just hit him with that 8 or 9 times, and you usually get the job done.
8 or 9 Reaper swings, huh? That's the game plan.
And
well,
Pavel on the previous turn decided to be a little greedy with the Valet and developed the book instead. A little bit punished by it because now he cannot deal with the frothing, but he can set up to deal with it. And it's all fine going forward for sure.
Yeah, he's not going to get it frothed too hard this game. A War Axe, nice pickup. Late, but better late than never. So if he goes War Axe deckhand, he can protect his frothing on board. The deckhand into the Mana Worm, the War Axe into the Babbling Book. That way he can't just ping down the frothing Berserker. It's kind of an expensive way to protect the frothing Berserker, since having seen Pavel develop a secret on 3, you're a bit scared if the Medivh's Valet follow up. Still, I think you got to do it. Just believe in the frothing.
Yeah, frothing will carry you to victory sometimes. You kind of hope. You're not losing a lot of damage while trading, which is the great part.
The deckhand loses 0 damage while trading.
Yeah, so you're really only missing out on 2 damage to clear your opponent's entire board and punch him in the face. So that's the great part about frothing, is it allows you to trade while also still going face, and that's just beautiful.
Yeah. Frothing Berserker was like it's one of the cards I was kind of best known for early in my career.
Yeah, you played it.
It's nice to see it doing well. Yeah, when it was bad.
Warrior, yeah.
Wasn't a Control Warrior. It's a Tempo Warrior. It's mid-range.
You put it in Control Warrior too.
I did actually. Now that you mentioned.
Yeah.
That was bad.
That wasn't good. No.
I don't think I've played that deck in any tournaments. I hope.
ESL Legendary Series.
No, that was not. That was Tempo. That was mid.
That was the Tempo.
All right, let's get back to the game.
Frothy
Good
Berserker.
discussion. Yeah. Well, you play a 4-drop, a 4-drop, or a 3-drop. What do you think's the best here? I guess you could play a weapon.
Not Frothy Berserker.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah. You kill the Arcanologist or the Medivh's Valet?
Medivh's Valet.
Yeah, you're more scared of him bouncing that one than replaying it?
Sure. I mean, what are the odds he's going to bounce anything? But yeah, I think we want the removal gone. He's already drawn off the... He's got a secret in play, and he drew a secret. So there's one secret left in his deck. Evidently, Hope more afraid of the Arcanologist bounce.
Maybe he just doesn't like the color purple. He's more okay with red.
Okay.
I mean, his deck's way more red than purple.
Could be a factor. Pretty good missiles.
Oh, almost. Yeah, I mean, if he nailed all 3, he could just ping it down and save the Valet.
There we go. If you're a Pirate Warrior fan, that's what you need to see.
Mm-hmm.
That's 18, 22, 23, 24, 25 damage in weapon swings and Korkron damage. But
this turn is free for him.
Yeah, it seems fine.
I counted 24 because you are swinging. So you're only getting 2 off the Naughty Corsair.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Tome off the top.
Yeah, it's not even that bad here.
All garbage.
Whew.
Well, 14.
Speaking of garbage.
Actually, you play the Corsair, not the...
Yeah,
but do you play the Corsair? You lose the ability for the upgrade pirate then.
Worth. You'll probably draw into some other pirate before you draw the upgrade pirate.
I mean, if you draw the upgrade pirate next turn, that's an out to set up lethal. So you've increased your outs to set up lethal. So you got 8 damage in your hand, 12 on the Reaper, that's 20. And you're looking to find 4 additional damage beyond that, right? So your outs then become Mortal Strike, Cultist, Heroic Strike. So you're effectively doubling your ult and Leroy. So you're effectively doubling your outs by playing the Korkron here instead of the pirate.
Okay. And I guess the 1 extra damage from the Corsair is not relevant because the deck hands are already used.
Yeah, exactly. So I think Korkron 100% here, and Hope agrees. Sometimes skill-based Pirate Warrior plays.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was not obvious at all.
I would have missed that one.
You gotta be a Pirate Warrior main, man.
Mm-hmm. Now, if Pavel's a good player, I'm thinking he's going to roll Earth Elemental. Not that good.
Popping him at 10. A little ugly.
Yeah, you might want to just put him to 3 this turn. Play the dude. Popping him at 10, you need multiple cards to kill him. It's a lot better to pop him at a lower life total or just play the Non-Corsair.
Yeah.
Try and rip the War Axe next turn. Or a Reaper, just anything like that.
Yep. Pavel's got another ice block after this. He has an Alexstrasza in his deck that he could try and find, and he also has the most ridiculous amount of missile damage. Like, look at that. It's
you almost never see this just deliberately not popping, not because you're busy doing other things, but because it's just better to put him at a lower life total.
Yeah. So can Pavel set up any sort of lethal here? You could use Flame Strike to be able to push his guy through, and then, like, Arcane Missiles. So that would be 4, 7, and then on the following turn, there's another 9 and another 4, so it's 20. He's like 10 off that way. So there's no way to set up any sort of lethal anytime soon.
Yeah, I like the Courier a lot here. You could find all sorts of awesome defensive tools.
I like Sorcerer's Apprentice Flame Strike Missiles.
Okay. Or tempo play.
We set up lethal on Fireball. We have 2 Fireballs in the deck. There's like 15 cards left. You got an actually decent chance of just killing their opponent.
Hangs on to the missiles. Prefers to have removal or something like that. Alright, so Hope has Fiery War Axe, Arcanite Reaper, Korkron.
The armor up just totally screws all that up. Never mind. Yeah, it's just nice to have a Sorcerer's Apprentice out, right?
Sure. She's a good girl. Oh, the glyph. Do you glyph first or courier first?
Courier Greater Healing Potion, just end it.
Get this thing over with.
Taunt's not bad. Eliminates a lot of the lethal outs from Hope.
Yeah, there's no reason to go with anything else.
Yeah, changes it from being Reaper number 2, double War X, and double Mortal Strike Leroy into just Mortal Strikes.
But the thing is, there's an ice block for Pavel, so it's got to be like Mortal Strike into Mortal Strike. With Pavel not hitting anything defensive to stop it, like another ice block off of this, or drawing an Alexstrasza.
Or this barrier.
Well, the barrier doesn't do anything about the
Counterspell.
Counterspell actually cuts off the outs more effectively.
Yeah, if you go Counterspell plus the
Felguard.
Yeah, the Felguard, there is nothing that can kill you. Your opponent would need to draw like back-to-back Mortal Strikes.
Pavel takes the barrier, and back-to-back Mortal Strikes is an out, right? He's not getting raced by that. He's not getting raced too quickly, I don't think. Maybe he is. What's the math on this?
12 plus 9 plus the ping for 1. So if Pavel,
it's 1 off.
Yeah. If Hope drew Mortal Strike into Mortal Strike, he could have won the game there because of the secret selection from Pavel. Counterspell would have been a superior choice there. Because the way the taunt interaction works.
That was an interesting little endgame there.
Yeah, he lost like 0.5% maybe. You know, if that, but like still, I mean, that's a thing.
Yeah, the Mortal Strike into Mortal Strike, if he's got 20 cards in deck, he probably has a bit less than 20 cards in deck. But with 20, it's easier math, right? It's like 1 in 400 roughly.
you gotta watch out for those 1 in 400s. I mean, it's professional here, man. We're playing at the highest level.
It's more than 1 in 400, honestly. That was lazy math. Probably more like 1 in 200 or 300.
Okay. But yeah, convincing win for Pavel there. The opening hand's a little bit different. One side, Mana Worm, coin, Mana Worm. The other side, deckhand, pass, frothing. You know, like one's a little better than the other, and the aggressive deck there, you know, they want to win the board. They run a bunch of extra early game to win the board. The mage deck relies on only Mana Worm as the solo 1-drop. So when it does actually win the board, it curves out into bigger and better things, and Pirate Warrior continues drawing its early game that's supposed to help it win the board, and when does nothing if it doesn't have the board. So, a little rough.
Yeah, Pirate Warrior without a weapon in the first 2 turns is much weaker.
Mm-hmm.
And Mana Worm, what can you say? Hell of a card. Red Tunnel Trog's gone.
Holy smokes, yeah. I think it's a good direction of just getting less 1/3 minions in the game. 1/3 1-drops are... Whew.
I think they're okay when they're not growing, but they all seem to be growing right now.
Well, I mean, even in Paladin, they have the 1/3...
It's growing. There's Rockwool Hunter and Warlock War Leader. It's not really okay.
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty annoying. Ooh, you hate to see the Bloodsail Cultist. That was supposed to be a Mortal Strike.
Yeah.
The Mortal Strike into Mortal Strike, living at 1 life for lethal, would have been so sick. That would have been such extreme justice.
I think that was the first replay where the replay guy just whiffed.
Yeah, wasn't a very relevant moment.
No. Replay guy's falling asleep.
Some vicious Fledgling and Hunter. If it sticks, it is brutal.
Oh yeah, you buff that guy with Houndmaster or whatever. Late game, it's pretty sweet too, because you turn 7, you play it, and then buff it. And then it usually sticks when it's a 5/5, if you're ahead by, any amount of margin there.
Or on 8, you get him with the Rhino Fledgling.
Ooh, charge it in. Give it...
Yeah.
Wow.
Wind Fury and then Stealth.
That's super gross.
Yeah.
Yeah, that could do some work.
It's such a nice set.
The Unguru set, you're happy with it?
Oh, no, I was talking about the tournament set.
Oh, yeah, the set is nice on the stage as well.
Yeah.
Alright. Jade
Kind of
Druid
interesting
versus
multi.
Hunter.
Like Hunter's chances.
Yeah, we've seen this go in favor of the Hunter twice so far. 0 times in favor of the Jade Druid. Obviously, that's kind of a small sample size. And
It's definitely winnable for Jade Druid.
Yeah, it's definitely winnable. We saw Orange earlier on in the tournament pilot the Hunter to great success, and Black Knight, one of the primordial drakes, and that was a tempo swing that was just unrecoverable for the Druid.
This turn one was actually a big decision for Hope. He's risking if he gets his minion cleared here, he doesn't get the Razor Maw on 2. He could have coined Grandma into Razor Maw into Animal Companion. Pretty solid curve. He instead leads with the Macaw. It lines up better against Wild Growth, which would be Pavel's stronger hands, and saving the coin for High Main.
Yeah, coin for High Main is a big deal. I like it, honestly. I don't think there's any reason to just start letting things out there so early with the curve as strong as this when you have 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, Companion on 3 into double Razor Maw on 4 into High Main on 5 is just sickeningly powerful.
Yeah, these are the kind of Hunter hands that I verse when I'm playing ladder.
Oh, that's a good draw for Pavel. He can go Fandral, Innervate, Wrath, killing the Misha, drawing a card. Or he could save the Innervate for Primordial Drake. No, goes for it now.
Yeah, I like going for it. That seems
I do
like
too.
a thing to do. He's going to go with
If the
Feral
Fandral
Rage
sticks.
instead of the Wrath.
Huh.
What do you think about that?
It leaves him with a more mana-efficient hand for future turns.
I guess he doesn't really value a card that highly because he's assuming
It's because he's expecting
next turn.
Houndmaster on 4, and you want to cycle Wrath on the 5-1 that value trade your Fandral.
Okay, that's a fair point as well.
So that's Wind Fury, Poison, and something in the middle that I never pick.
Yeah, what is that? That's really purple.
You don't want it, whatever it is.
Poison's pretty good.
Well, you could gamble on the Wind Fury because he has their other Razor mod. But yeah, Poison's a much safer pick. Now you want to hit +3 health on the second one.
Well, you just trade and Razor Maw the Razor Maw.
Okay, that's much safer. Yeah, that way. Because if you don't hit +3 health exactly on the adapt on the 3-2, it's
Divine
attacking.
Shield.
Okay, so there's 2. So the odds with 2 is just over 50%. But then you have like a 47% chance of bricking. You can just have a 100% chance of doing something more relevant if you pick the guy that's not attacking.
Oh, we went for the gamble. Not rewarded.
Actually, no, he could also hit Death Rattle, right? So he's up to like 70% to hit something relevant there. Yeah, I kind of like the gamble.
I mean, how good is Death Rattle really, though?
Pretty good if he doesn't have Swipe.
Even with Swipe here, I think Pavel's going to just drop the Aya. He's at 34. This is only 8 pressure, and you need to get Aya out sometime. You can always swipe and clean up the plants later.
I like the Swipe. If you play Aya, he can trade stuff in, make himself less vulnerable.
Okay.
Cycling Wrath and playing Swipe here into Aya on 7, into Primordial Drake on 8. I like that a lot. I don't think Aya is a losing play. Maybe you're right. I don't know. This is a complicated decision.
He's going to go with your line. I was leaning towards the Aya. That's tough.
I just feel like the Swipe's so efficient here, and if you play minions instead of using the Swipe, he can play around it.
Sure. Makes sense.
But then would he play around it? Because you just didn't do it when it would have been so efficient.
I mean, he'd probably
just make a read.
Stuff. I don't think he's just going to go all face when you're at 34.
Right.
But,
yeah, no, he's probably just going to trade.
Yeah, he's probably going to trade.
Yeah, Jade Blossom was a pretty ideal draw there. Or Jade Idol, rather.
Yeah, it's definitely worked out a lot better.
Well, High Main's not bad on 6. This game is a little ridiculous. Both players are kind of doing what they want.
Crazy.
So Hope is thinking about how to trade because if he plays High Main and goes face, which is kind of the natural play, he's worried about Pavel's board just trades into his 2 High Mains. He plays the Primordial Drake on curve, and it's a full clear. He's just dead.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was just about to say. If he played the second High Main, he just lost the game. Like, everything would have been cleared, and there would be a 4-8 left for Pavel. So, good on him, playing around the Primordial Drake, getting his taunt in the way. Now, how's the best way to set up against Primordial Drake? There's not a lot of terrific ways.
I think this is just going face. The attacks don't seem very good against Drake.
Yeah, exactly. It doesn't really stop anything to take any sort of trades, so why trade?
Pavel's probably going to want to save the Primordial Drake for when it's more effective against that high main. So this turn would be Behemoth.
Jades are freaking huge.
Face tanks some damage for board control here. Good choice. Got a good life total. He just needs to get the board under control and he'll win. And Green Elephant's a good way to do that. So, if he plays high main, again, he gets destroyed by Primordial Drake.
Yeah. Other plays include, like, you could Spellbreaker Bow, maybe? That is not as bad against Primordial Drake.
Really doesn't have great options against Primordial Drake. It might be time to pray. Like, if you're looking at Hope's position, he's so far behind on board. It might be time to stop playing around the worst case scenario. Might not be able to beat it.
Yeah, that's going to be really tough to come back from.
And a 4-2 going for Hayes. Well, Unleash with Direwolf Alpha will be really good next turn, potentially. So this turn is probably just, you could silence the 4-8 and play Grandma and Steady Shot. You don't really want to bow the 4-2 because it's so weak against your Direwolf Alpha Unleash turn.
It's probably going to get a sick value trade into your Spellbreaker, though.
Okay. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah. Well, he goes with the line I suggested. I was starting to come around to your line of thinking. Just bow that 4-2 to protect your 4-3.
So, that's the kicker card right there. Hope's game plan was kind of just hinging around him being able to hero power a lot and Pavel not having any card draw, running out of steam, and doing nothing. Pavel's now... He hit the Nourish, so he's going to have the draw. He's going to be able to find additional Jade cards like this. His Jades are already at a 6-6. He's going to be able to draw into Earthen Scales later on, which is going to completely shut down the over-the-top plan that Hope kind of has to resort to because there's no way he can win out board because the Jades are just too large at this point.
Yeah, so Hope doesn't really have any hope left here.
No. Unleash, Leok, Direwolf.
He's definitely looking at Smork lines with this hand. Every card in his hand can push face damage, and he's not winning the board. Alright, well, offers just as much damage as Leok. Let's see. Does he have time for the Steady Shot, or do you have to just bow face?
If you bow face, you would have 6, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 damage. And then you can go... kill command hero power next turn and be 1 off.
Delightful.
So, that's not going to work. We need to come up with something better. Which means you kind of got to trade.
Oh god.
Alright, he's hoping to maybe be able to pull out more damage next turn. Oh no, he's taking the trade with the...
Well, right.
He's hoping some of the minions connect again. You can't just go all face because there's no top deck that gives him lethal. So he's got to do some sort of trade and hope that some of the minions push additional damage. And he's going to be upset when this swipe comes out and just shuts down his dreams.
Upset but not surprised.
I mean, he knows it's an all-in play. It's a last-ditch effort here.
Pavel doing things as efficiently as possible here. Pretty good swipe.
Just thinking about whether or not he wants to commit more into Unleash the Hounds. And realizing, yeah, why not?
Unleash does not kill him, yeah.
I'm at 14. I got a taunt. Things are looking up. Man. 1 mana, 7/7.
Draw.
Hope was on 9 mana, and his opponent was playing a 1 mana 7/7.
Yeah, this is a pretty good Jade draw.
That's rough.
Hope actually had such a good draw that game, but Hunter's best draws just aren't that nuts, right?
Yeah.
I think one of the key moments of that game is when he did the double adapt turn, and he only got Death Rattle off the second one. If he had hit Divine Shield or +3 health instead, it would have been quite a bit stronger.
Agree with you there. The adapt's not optimal. Optimal.
Well, I think it would have died the same way to Swipe Wrath. You'd have a 3-2 either way at the end of that. Or would it be 3-3-2s instead of 2-3-2s and 2-1-1s? And so it would not die the same way as Swipe Wrath. Yeah, it actually would have survived. It would have been key if he had hit Divine Shield or +3 health. It would have mattered.
Yeah. Get that poisonous minion out there for sure. No replay on that game, huh?
They're a little bit embarrassed about the one before.
That's true. They did mess up the previous replay, so maybe they fired the replay guy.
No, they shouldn't fire him. He's doing good.
He did really good so far. They're at the
I'd give him a raise, not fire him.
Oh yeah, replay guy's been killing it. He just missed one. You know, guys, come on, be easy on replay guy.
I mean, maybe he was making a really interesting point about that position that we missed. Probably not.
Alright, the Paladin for Pavel. Pavel Paladin. He's got the Blessing of Kings in there, which, as much as it's an offensive card, can be super good as a defensive card with Wicker Flame. You know, turn 3 Wicker Flame into turn 4 Blessing of Kings. That'll get you some healing.
You know what else is nice with Wicker Flame is the Hydrologist picking Redemption.
Oh.
That just that's a nice hard roadblock for aggro. They have to put 4 attacks into that thing, most of which are going to be gaining life.
Yeah, I would say that Paladin versus Hunter is quite Paladin favored. Paladin's early game of the Murlocs snowballs better, and they just have lots of great healing and board control tools. And Spike Ridge Steed's extremely strong. The Sunkeeper Terran, the late game of Ragnaros Lightlord Primordial Drake is just disgusting.
They've got Aldor for high main.
Yeah. So, I would say most of the time here, Pavel's going to get a 3-1 victory, but Hunter's off to the races. Good start. Able to put out maximum pressure by turn 2.
Yeah, Pavel's might need to coin Consecration to try and recover the board, but that still won't even clear. So Hydrologist trading with half of a 1-drop. Noble Sacrifice is kind of a defensive option here. And that's what he goes with.
It makes sense. I mean, defense seems good right now. But the Direwolf Alpha buffing up the Rat Pack here. If Consecrate comes out, Hope is going to be left with 3 rats. So you're really not even slowing down the board that much at all.
Optimal positioning from Hope there. He puts the rat on the left because something like Animal Companion or Unleash comes out on the right, and he wants the Direwolf Alpha in the middle to be buffing everything.
Pavel's going to go with the True Silver Champion to try and set up the Consecrate for a later turn. Removes most of the power to play. That Direwolf Alpha is representing 4 attack.
Yeah. It's good to kill 4/2s. They attack hard. But this Houndmaster on Rat Pack is some nice synergy. You ever Houndmaster on the cute one, and that way you're like safer against some kind of clear? It's pretty tough for Paladin to clear here.
Yeah, I have no idea what kind of clear you're thinking of, but...
Like Pyro quality, I don't know. Is that in the deck?
Pyro quality
no,
is not in the deck, yeah. JJ is running Pyros in his mid-range Paladin, but Pavel is running the more traditional 1 equality, no Pyros.
Now this is very dangerous. Oh, he's going to Thunder Rhino and just get Kodo'd so hard.
Well, if
but
he
might just,
he wins the game. So there's no risk here in the Tundra Rhino because the kill command just finishes him off. Very quick, perfect curve from Hunter. I was saying it's Paladin favored, and...
It is, but not this time.
Not this time. Definitely not this time. Just a disgusting amount of pressure coming out from Hope, and Pavel, you know, a bunch of 8-drops stuck in his hand. Missed the 1-drop, yeah.
That is the key thing. If he had a 1-mana 1/3, that would have been a very different game.
Well, that was fast.
Yeah,
I bet you there's a few people watching the stream that just missed that game entirely. You know, you get up, use the bathroom or whatever, get some nachos, and boom, just gone.
I can go for some nachos.
Yeah, me too.
That's a good idea, Firebat. I should get some nachos today.
Yeah, I didn't have time for breakfast. I only had, you know, like fruit snacks. That was my...
Oh, you had snacks? Nice life. I woke up and had a cup of coffee.
Okay, well, you gotta get some snack. Get some Rice Krispie treats or something. You need Or an apple, you know, get something flowing. It's gonna be.
I do have an apple. I just didn't find time to eat it. You know, I just got back from the break.
Okay, sure. What kind of
That's
apple?
a nuts over here.
Golden Delicious?
Honeycrisp. No, Honeycrisp is by far the best apple I've ever tasted. Like Golden Delicious, Fuji, that stuff is nonsense. What you want is the Honeycrisp.
The Honeycrisp.
Trust me.
I like Granny Smith, man.
No, not even close. Not even close.
It's pretty good.
Have you tried a Honeycrisp? I'm gonna say no.
I've tried a Honeycrisp.
Talking about Granny Smith.
I have Honeycrisp actually in my refrigerator.
It's sweet like honey and it's crisp. It's the best.
I'm more of a sour kind of apple guy, you know?
I'm trying not to judge you, Firebat, but it's really hard for me right now.
Warax start to deny the Murloc stacking.
Oh, wow. This Fire Warax is so crucial.
Oh, yeah, that's a good
Stop
card.
it. Oh, my God. Yeah, as long as Hope doesn't draw patches. This looks really good for him. He doesn't have the greatest of turn 2s. He might just develop another Fiery Warax, huh? Set up the Captain on 3, Naga Corsair on 4. Deckhand's gonna have to wait.
No, you just deckhand him in the face and then Captain on 3.
Okay.
You deckhand him in the face twice.
That's definitely the plan.
That's a lot of haha.
As long as you hit face of the deckhands before you swing your weapon into his Hydrologist, you're good.
Yep.
Pew. And Noel Sacrifice is going to be awkwardly trading with the patches. Rockpool Noble Sacrifice does look like the play here.
Pavel's in trouble.
He had a good draw, but Pirate Warrior's good draws are even better. Howl's not running any Glocka crawlers in that deck. He figures his Pirate Warrior matchup's just fine without it.
Yeah, and it's not
If
bad.
it is, he's right.
Yeah.
And El Capitan? You ever Warax here? Maybe. It's pretty reasonable. Curves into Naga Corsair.
Warax plays around Consecrate. It plays around True Silver Champion better.
Consecrate's not actually good because of how the trades are going.
Yeah, but you have to trade.
Yeah, I mean, trading kind of sucks.
Yeah, you hate to see that.
It's like, the patches is trading with a 2 regardless. The question is, do you want to run a Warax into his 2-3, or do you want to run a Deckhand into his 2-3? And I kind of like the Warax because it better sets up for the turn 4 Naga Corsair.
Yeah. I agree with you there. I think Warax was a better play.
And now it's getting clunky because the Warax and the Arcanite Reaper are kind of stepping on each other's toes a little bit. Looks like he really wants the Warax this turn.
Yeah, Naga Corsair's not landing a buff.
You could just Corsair, trade the Deckhand, curve into Arcanite Reaper on 5, and let the Warax rot. I don't like it as much. I like the Warax.
Yeah, but I don't think you can play the Warax. We committed to this.
I could just Warax into Naga Corsair. I could float a lot of mana and still win. Got minions hit him in the face, it'd be fine.
The natural turn 5 from Pavel is Kodo. You gotta be aware of that.
How many Kodos does he run, though?
I guess it's either Kodo or Finja. He runs 1 Kodo, 1 Finja.
Well, you're just hoping neither of those things happen.
Okay. That's the cutoff point. When there's 3 of them, maybe you worry about it. I guess when it's 2, you just say screw it.
Well, you didn't really have a good line against those cards, you know?
Yeah, I guess that's
just
true.
rough.
Yeah, he's missing a lot of damage by the way he played these turns.
Yeah. Yeah, that sucks.
Pavel could be getting Reapered in the face right now.
Looks like Pavel's going to live to Tyrion and win the game.
That's ridiculous.
It's not over. There's definitely game to be played in the next. There's a lot of game to be played, but it's.
Well, he's got 16 in hand right now. If he had done the plays a little bit differently, he could have
the Warax instead of Captain on 3.
Yeah, he would have been able to squeeze out enough damage to have enough damage in hand just to kill him right now, like over the next 2 turns. And he would kill Pavel on 7, but he has no clock for 7 right now unless he top decks. So I think you have to control the board.
Yeah.
Like when you don't have enough damage to go all face, usually you have to control the board. So I like Naga Corsair trade, as much as it pains me to say.
Oof.
And this is gonna
Trading
play.
is for traders, Firebat.
This is gonna play right into this Aldor, But I mean, it's the
Yeah.
second Aldor, so you're not expecting it, but it's gonna hurt.
Hydrologist first, good sequencing. See what you get off the secret. Maybe you don't Aldor. You still Aldor. Getaway Kodo is not the most defensive option. Redemption's a stronger defensive play. Getaway Kodo's higher value. Redemption on Tyrion's a nice life.
Yeah, I do believe Redemption is the pick here. It's your opponent's looking to try and not really trade with anything that doesn't have taunt. And if you redeem something with taunt, it's pretty good.
Yeah. The Getaway Kodo on a taunt sounds nice, but it's kind of like you're gonna have enough value, you just need the time.
Mm-hmm. Hope has enough damage now over the next 3 turns to make it there if there's no taunt in the way.
Well, I mean, he could just draw damage and kill him next turn.
He could do that.
He has 9, he just needs to draw 3, so Heroic Strike can do it. Oh!
Now he cannot.
Yeah. And this is the Wicker Flame Redemption that we talked about during the deck tech portion.
Mm-hmm. And
that ends it. There's no
I
way to do that.
believe... I'm not sure if I think Hope may have had lethal if he had done it a little bit differently on this turn. Just Mortal Strike over the top. He missed a lot of damage this game.
Now the Captain on 3 instead of Fiery War Axe. That's what we're hoping for the replay.
Yeah, a replay guy if you're listening. That's the turn. That's where everything just went wrong. Hope dominated the early game. He had a great curve at the start and just weapons got stuck in the hand. Minions traded weird instead of weapons to play around things.
It's sort of a general principles thing. He kind of valued curving out, playing the Captain on 3 over the War Axe on 3, when it was more important to prioritize using your weapons to clear minions instead of using your minions to clear minions.
Mm-hmm. Hey man, sometimes Pirate Warrior has some complicated turns, and if you mess up once, you're dead.
We've seen it multiple times in this tournament, and we've only seen one Pirate Warrior.
Yeah.
Well, I'd probably play Tyrion with 8 mana here.
Would you?
Yeah.
Happy little
I think
Tyrion.
so. Yeah.
But are you really gonna play? Are you sure?
Yep.
He's thinking about playing the War Leader so he can take some trades.
Well,
like
you
a
can do whatever you
true
want,
paladin player. I mean, it's more pressure, right? It is technically just more pressure. It's more stats on the board than Tyrion. It's a 4-2 and a 3-3, right?
I'm gonna be honest. I stopped thinking when I saw Tyrion because I know that's just lethal.
Tyrion does win him the game. This also wins him the game.
Yes, both lines win him the game every time, so neither line is incorrect. Both lines are correct. There's no wrong answer.
He's giving Hope some hope. It's kind of funny.
Is he?
A little bit. Hope's like, I got a chance. I can...
Yeah, we just get through this.
Yeah. Oh. What are we doing at this Mortal Strike?
Interesting. We're redeeming the Murloc War Leader so we don't have to go through a Defiant Shield Wicker Flame.
That makes sense. I like it.
Good play, Hope.
He's got
really played around it intelligently. I like it.
Yeah. Now if he draws 12 damage.
And there's no Tyrion involved.
And there's no Tyrion. Or Light Lord. You know.
Or just getting raced. It's pretty close to that.
Yeah, that's true. The War Leader does allow for a lot of Murloc pressure to happen here, setting up lethal on the back end of this.
And that's it for Hope.
I feel like
the one smart guy is just 0-2 out of the tournament.
Yeah, 0-2 out of the tournament. I think his lineup was very favored compared to the other, like the decks in the current metagame for China, with all of the greedy control decks there. It's a shame for him that he lines up against Pavel, who is got a great lineup against him, ready for the Smork. But I think that was a very winnable series for Hope.
It was. It did seem winnable.
Yeah.
Game 5 was rough. One turn, that's all it takes.
That's all it takes.
A little slip out. You curve out and get punished for it. Nice cap, though.
Hey, it's his signature hat. It's his lucky hat. He brings it to every tournament, and he chews on it the first game, and then sets it down on the desk.
Okay, well, it's good to have your ritual. Whatever works for you. Stay comfortable.
Replay guy is just gone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, enough.
We said one bad thing about one replay, and then he was like, all right, screw these guys. I'm out of here.
I love you, replay guy. Come back. You did so good this tournament.
Yeah, day one replay guy was on fire. I miss him.
Okay.
Next up, we will be seeing Dog versus RDU.
I didn't know dogs in this tournament. I thought it was EU versus China.
Yeah, this is Chinese Dog. Guy.
Okay.
It's AHQ Dog. I believe that's the correct pronunciation there. Up against RDU. So we can start maybe breaking down those lineups. Take a look there.
I've got RDU's lineup pulled up. He's got a Jade Druid, 2 Earthen Scales, Gluttonous Ooze, Tark Reaper. This looks like exactly like the net deck just saying Jade Druid. And you can't argue with that. It's a pretty solid list.
Mm-hmm.
His Paladin is, I'm going to say, mid-rangey. It's got Murloc Tidecaller, Vilephin Inquisitor as 2 ups on 1. There's 1 equality. Normal Murloc package in the Finja Stampeding Code on 5. Double Spike Ridge Steed on 6 with Sunkeeper Tarim. Then there's a Curator package with 1 Primordial Drake as well at the top.
I like the Paladin deck, man. A lot of people cutting the Tidecaller this tournament, and we've seen a lot of games where the mid-range Murloc Paladin didn't have a 1-drop on 1. They had, like, the Rockpool Tidehauler and the Hydrologist, but without the 1-drop on 1, they just started falling behind right at the gate and had to recover, and usually ended up not recovering. So I'm a big fan of the extra 1-drops in there, so I like his Paladin list.
Yeah, I completely agree. The extra 1-drop because of Rockpool Hunter and because of Murloc War Leader is just so important.
Mm-hmm.
And then he's got a Shaman list, which is, it's a Jade deck, the full Jade package, and a bunch of anti-aggro tools, such as 2 Devolve, 2 Maelstrom Portal, 2 Hot Spring Guardian, 2 Lightning Storm, 2 Jinyu Water Speaker, 2 Volcano. Wow, you just never beat this deck with aggro. 2 Thing from Below.
2 Spirit
and
Echo.
Then, well, the Spirit Echo is to try and give himself a chance against control decks, right? He's got the Jade package with Spirit Echoes to try, and Mana Tides to try and beat control.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting, no Flame Tongues.
Oh, wow, yeah, I didn't even notice
Because
that.
he thinks he's behind on board too often to use Flame Tongue. There's 0 1-drops in the deck.
Sure.
And just like a very slow curve. So he's got Spirit Echo and the Jade package to beat control and just everything in there to beat aggro. You'd hate to be Hope against RDU's Shaman.
That'd be kind of funny to watch. I wonder if they actually played each other. They might have played each other the first round.
Now this is very interesting. RDU's Shaman has 1 Hex. 2 Devolve, 1 Hex. That's his rule. So he thinks Devolve is better than Hex for this deck.
It is interesting. I mean, it's really good against aggro because of all the synergy packages, and it just messes them up.
Yeah, it gets adapt, gets buffs cards.
Yeah. And then RDU is playing Miracle Rogue instead of Quest Rogue, one of the very few players in the tournament with this rogue selection.
Yeah, it's a pretty normal looking Miracle Rogue, not too much to say. 2 Arcane Giants. I guess the 2 questing adventures has been interesting. I gotta say, I'm surprised that Mimic Pod is a good card in Miracle Rogue. That's not something I was expecting. But it seems to be very popular to run 2 Mimic Pods in Miracle Rogue these days.
That was a hell of a game day 1. 6-0 versus Lovely Chook.
Oh yeah. Oh my god, that game.
Yeah.
Wow.
The Unguarded Pact, Fatigue, Paladin Mirror.
And if he Glimmerroot first, he's just not going to be able to play that Holy Light to win. So even there, even with that good RNG, he could have lost with different sequencing.
Yeah.
That was insane.
Game 2 of yesterday, Kalento was Jason's out.
The quad 1-4 board.
Yeah. Kalento went all in there, got super blown out by Pyro Equality. Harrison Jones. This series is the 2 Harrison Jones per game.
And the HPG.
Yeah, the HPG stat. The most Harrison Jones played on average per game of any series of Hearthstone I've ever watched.
Yep, same here. He played 3 in one game and 2 in another.
Yeah.
Same. Alright, so we talked about RDU's decks. We need to look at HQ Dog's decks. Let me just find him real quick. Oh, that might be difficult. Oh, no, here it is. Got him. So he has a deck named Murloc Paladin, which is in fact a Quest Rogue deck. Okay, he went very troll with all of his deck names. His Quest Rogue is named Murloc Paladin. His Gunther Mage is named Aggro Druid. His Jade Druid is named Face Hunter. And his Nizoth Paladin is named Pirate Warrior.
Good titles.
Yes, excellent. I like it. So, talking about the deck lists, let's see. The lineup as a whole is anti-control.
The Mislead. We gotta talk about
this was... You had the trade with Tyrion.
Yeah.
To get the Divine Shield off so you can kill it with Pyromancer Forbidden Healing so that the Ashbringer can go face.
Yeah.
Problem with the Pyro quality is the quality kills the Pyro so that then the Forbidden Healing does not actually proc Pyro to kill Tyrion for the Ashbringer face.
There's so much justice when your opponent misses lethal and you're able to come back and win the game because of it.
This game was insane. This was kind of my favorite game of the day, honestly.
This just feels good. Punished for missing lethal.
It also feels bad at the same time. Like, my heart goes out to Hamster. I've been there before, you know. But it's nice to see some justice. It's nice to see skill mattering, decisions mattering. Well, complicated, difficult game. And I think this is the game where I don't remember if he just ran the mage out of stuff, or did the mage find Vine Cleaver and burn him out?
This is
what happened.
Yeah, this is the one where the mage discovers Vine Cleaver and just weapons him to death. Yeah, look at this. Absolutely ridiculous. Freeze mage with Vine Cleaver is beautiful.
Hell of a deck. Yeah, it's just tough to play a fatigue-based strategy like JJ's Priest when people are playing Elise.
Yeah.
5 extra random cards, it's tough to play around, it's a lot of value. When I say tough to play around, I mean impossible, you can't really.
Yeah, exactly.
好的，那么总体来说，我们今天的比赛还是非常的精彩的，也是让我们可以期待一下明天的一个比赛。
Alright, now we could go into Dog's decks.
Okay, so Dog's decks. He's got a... First of all, it's an anti-control lineup, right? Because he's got the Jade Druid and the Quest Rogue. Those are very anti-control decks. His other decks are Gunther Mage and Nizoth Paladin. Those are fairly anti-control. They're reasonable against control anyways. First, we'll talk about his Quest Rogue, which is... I think it's exactly the same as a Quest Rogue we saw previously, in that it has the quad crab package, 2 Galactic Crawlers, 2 Hungry Crabs, and it has 1 Backstab, 1 Vanish. The Backstab is like replacing a Vanish as anti-aggro tech.
His decks are very similar to Omega Zero's decks. It's the same exact Quest Rogue as Omega Zero, and similar Jade Druid with the 1 Druid of the Claw, Harrison, and the Yogg-Saron. No damn.
Yeah, the Druid interestingly has only 1 Primordial Drake, which I don't know about that. Primordial Drake seems like such a good card.
Yeah, Primordial Drake is a hell of a card.
So ADQ Dog is running triple Harrison with his Quest Rogue. Like, the Quest Rogue obviously isn't running Harrison. All 3 other decks are running Harrison. He thinks it's going to be consistent with your tech choice to try and bully the same thing over and over again. Bully those Quest Warriors in particular, I think he's going for. But to an extent, Paladin and Harrison's really nice against Tyrion and such in True Silver.
Makes sense to me. He's got the Nizoth Control Paladin instead of the mid-range Murloc Paladin, and it is the Chinese variant of the Nizoth Paladin. There's a big difference between the Chinese Nizoth Paladins and the European Nizoth Paladins. The Chinese ones are a little bit less threat dense, not nearly as greedy. They run like the Hydrologist package still, and like Stonehill Defender, and we've been seeing from many of the European players no Stonehill Defender, no Hydrologist, and just extra big stuff on top.
Yep. And his Gunther Mage, there's only 1 Firelands Portal. That's kind of an interesting decision. He has 1 Volcanic Potion, 1 Ice Barrier, so some anti-aggro tech cards there. That's pretty normal looking apart from that.
Yeah,
Not too much to say there.
His control decks are a little greedy. He's like taken control decks and teched them for control mirrors, but he did not tech them nearly as hard as some of the other players are teching them for control mirrors, right? Like he's just sprinkled in Harrison Jones into fairly standard control variants. He didn't like add Karens in there or anything that some of the other players have been doing. So I have to imagine he's going to find himself struggling against some of the slower control group players. But, you know, fortunate enough for him, he lined up in, this is Group B, right? All the matches today?
I'll just say yes. No one will know if I'm wrong.
That's true. But, yeah, so he's lined up against the players that we've seen today, right? So the players we've seen today have been the more aggressive players. So, you know, sometimes you just nail the group, man.
Yeah. All right, let's take a short break. Come back in like a minute for this match.
Let's do it.
European Hearthstone is the best, but this is a Chinese team home. They have overwhelming advantage, so you have to adapt and make the right choice. And such great pledge.
伤害38点，疲劳3点，可以斩杀。伤害17点，不能斩杀。
经过这次集训，虽然说你们的主牌能力都达到一个可以媲美欧洲选手的水平，但是由于我不能代替你们参加比赛，所以说你们的颜值处于一个非常大的劣势。
Don't use your eyes. Try to use your heart to feel, to contact wisdom. It will appear when you need it. Company.
Welcome back. We are here for the next match. This is EU versus CN. I am Firebat. Joining with me today is Soleil. How was that Honeycrisp apple?
Oh, it's delicious. It's crisp. It's sweet. Couldn't ask for more. Really enjoyed it.
Good.
Got about halfway through. Gonna need another break, after this match.
Oh, that's actually pretty good. That was like 45 seconds. That's good apple time.
Oh yeah, it's really. I appreciated it.
Yeah.
Got to watch those sweet commercials.
Cool. So RDU, 0-1 currently, up against ADQ Dog. Who do you think's favored based on lineups? We kind of covered it a little bit, went over a brief overview of lineups, but we never actually said who's gonna win. Can you predict?
Yeah. It's tough for me to say without looking at both sets of deck lists on the same page, and I don't have that set up right now. Let's see. So RDU, neither play has Quest Warrior to kind of get targeted down.
Mm-hmm.
So that complicates things. RDU has this Shaman, which I really don't know how it's going to do against control decks. I know it's great against aggressive decks, so you would imagine it does poorly against control decks because it's not like it's some super broken deck that nobody's figured out yet, right? I kind of doubt that. So maybe RDU's Shaman is going to struggle against ADQ's lineup.
Yeah, I could see the Shaman running into issues for sure. But it has the Paladin as its out, right? The Shaman's gonna.
I think it'd also be the Mage. Actually, it might be just good against the lineup.
Yeah.
It might just heal through the Mage's damage.
I can see that.
Kind of be done with that.
It's kind of similar to Super JJ's Shaman, right? With all the healing, except instead of the Elemental package, he has Spirit Echo and Jade package. But, same concept. They're totally different cards, so, when I say similar. But, yeah, healing and such.
Different cards, but similar outcome.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
Similar
Same sort of strategy or general principles at work, if you will.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, so I think the Shaman's going to do fantastic. I've been really impressed with Shaman this tournament in general. Like, Super JJ's Shaman was his best performing deck. It didn't look like it was slowing down at all. And
so before we answer who's favored, first we should talk about who's banning what.
Okay. Who is?
Do you think we're gonna see Jade Druid or Quest Rogue getting banned?
Quest Rogue has been the most common ban, and I would not be surprised if RDU decides to ban the Quest Rogue. It does pretty well against his Druid. It does pretty well against his Paladin. You have to imagine it does pretty well against the Shaman, because it doesn't seem like the Shaman has too much great finishing potential. So I would say RDU bans the Quest Rogue about 90% of the time.
Yeah, Jade Druid seems definitely more beatable than Quest Rogue, looking at things here.
And then for Dog's side of things, he may ban... The Rogue isn't actually that threatening. Like, Sai Gunther Mage is pretty good versus Rogue. I would say the Paladin is not that bad against Rogue, actually. Like, Miracle Rogue's finishing potential has gone down a lot. Like, Arcane Giants and Questing Adventures can get answered by Equality and Eldors. So you, like, have the tools to do it and the heal to sustain. So I don't think it's as bad of a matchup as it once was.
Okay.
That's
the Rogue's kind of not that threatening since it's not a Quest Rogue.
Yeah, it's not as threatening as I'd say a Quest Rogue would be. Jade Druid is not terrible versus Miracle Rogue. I think the power level of Miracle Rogue in general is a lot weaker than Quest Rogue. I just don't think it's as strong as a deck in a lot of cases. But I don't think I'd ban Druid. I would ban the Druid, yeah. I'd ban the Druid. It's already close between Druid and Quest Rogue in a lot of these control-oriented lineups. And I've been leaning...
When it's not Quest Rogue, it's pretty easy Druid.
Yeah, when it's not Quest Rogue, it's like it's got to be Druid, right?
Right, so the bans are pretty simple. RDU's Druid is getting banned.
Well, I still think he might just ban Rogue just because he probably built his lineup with banning Rogue in mind, expecting it to be Quest Rogue. So he may just like stay true to his guns there and be like, well, Miracle Rogue and Quest Rogue are kind of similar. Maybe I'll just keep...
You adapt for sure here.
I mean, I agree with you. I just think it's more like 60-40 he bans Jade Druid. I wouldn't be too surprised if he still bans Rogue.
So if we assume the Druid gets banned from RDU's lineup, RDU has Paladin, Shaman, and Miracle Rogue.
Yeah.
And Dog would then have Mage, Druid, and Paladin. So are there any kind of weaknesses standing out in your eyes? Maybe the N'Zoth Paladin could be a weakness?
The N'Zoth Paladin throughout the tournament is the lowest win rate deck, and it is very similar to the Chinese N'Zoth Paladin is the lowest win rate deck in the tournament thus far. I think it's going to struggle, yeah. The RDU is playing pretty standard stuff. So I think N'Zoth Paladin, this variation of the Chinese one, I have not been a fan of the entire tournament. Loses to Jade Druid, it's lost to the mid-range Paladin, and it loses to Rogue a lot of the time, or at least slightly unfavored. And I'm not sure how it does against the Jade Shaman, but I imagine the Jade Shaman just spams Jades enough and Spirit Echoes them and is fine against it. So, yeah, I fear for Dogs N'Zoth Paladin.
I think I don't really like RDU's Jade Shaman build. My issue with it is I think it's got too many of the anti-aggro tools. In particular, the Volcano can be such a dead card in any matchup where you're not just way behind on board.
But
and how are you way...
Check this out. So, the one Death Rattle, there's two Death Rattles in this deck for the Chinese N'Zoth Paladin. There's Tyrion and there's Infested Tauren. If you hex that Tyrion, N'Zoth doesn't do anything. If you evolve the Tyrion, like N'Zoth's just a dead card at that point. It's just, unless they Stonehill Defender into exactly Tyrion, the deck's win condition is then just, I don't know, like it just sits around and does nothing. So, that's my biggest problem with the deck is, that one hex lines up with Tyrion, you're just done. Devolve lines up with Tyrion, you're done.
I'm not going to say anything good about that Paladin deck. I'm just going to say some negative things about RDU's Shaman deck.
Okay, sure. Let's hear it.
It just has too many of these kind of AoE defensive tools. 2 Devolve, 2 Maelstrom Portal, 2 Lightning Storm, 2 Volcano is too much.
Okay.
The Volcano in particular, the difference is Lightning Storm, Maelstrom Portal, Devolve, that's all one-sided. You can have a board and use those cards effectively to affect your opponent's board. Well, Volcano is two-sided. It just doesn't work when you have any kind of board, which in a lot of matchups, your Shaman is just consistently going to have something on board, making your Volcano pretty bad. I think a deck list like this, the Volcano is really overkill. It's going to be rotting in his hand a lot of times, just dead. Now, of course, I may end up looking stupid because when Volcano works, it's absurdly good, right? But I feel like the Volcano's very much overkill with everything else. I might even cut both volcanoes for a hex and a something.
Well, yeah, I mean, if you're going up against this lineup, for sure, but yeah, the volcanoes are in there for the anti-aggro.
I think he's got the aggro covered with the rest of the deck list. Like,
okay.
The deck looks more than teched against aggro before volcanoes.
Double Maelstrom, double Storm, double Hot Spring Guardian, Hex, double Jade Claws, double Devolve.
Gluttonous Ooze, just like everything.
Yeah, you really can't add much more, but you squeeze in the volcano.
Yeah.
I mean, why win 90% of the time when you can win 95% of the time?
Sure. If that's how the math works out, I might agree with the volcano.
Yeah, you just lose a lot more against control.
Yeah, there's 2 dead cards in your deck. That's bad. That's really bad.
I still think
whereas Hex is useful against both aggro and control, right?
Sure.
Very versatile card.
Hex is
you could probably find some proactive. I don't know. How about a Harrison Jones instead of the second volcano?
Sure. Yeah. Not bad. Cut both volcanoes, put in a Hex, put in a Harrison Jones, round it out a little bit better.
You could Spirit Echo the Harrison Jones, get your HPG stat up.
Dude, Jason Zhao's HPG stats through the roof. He's undefeated in the tournament thus far, right? So
yeah, you need to catch up to him.
Yeah. But yeah, Shaman, this tournament, though, has been one of the standout decks for me. Super JJ's Shaman, 100% win rate. Jason Zhao's Shaman, I think that won its game that it played as well. So, Shaman's just been looking very dominant, looking very consistent. Spirit Echo 2 of in most of the Shaman builds, which is not something that I thought would happen when reviewing the cards for this set.
Yeah, I think when I was recently playing an Open Cup and I was building my anti-control lineup, I did include Jade Shaman in it.
Yeah, it's just so powerful.
Seems like a good choice.
Yeah, Jade Druid, Jade Shaman. Seems like a
Quest
good
Rogue and some Paladin.
Yeah, exactly. You just got 3 decks that just never lose versus control. Yeah, it's insane.
All right, so the bans happened, and Druid got banned over Rogue.
Dude, did we call it?
I don't know.
Yeah, we called it.
Yeah, we called it. Well, that was a pretty obvious Druid.
Dude, that's still impressive, man. Casters get something right. We called both bans. Look at that. It's like we've played the game before.
Yeah. Beautiful.
It's easier to predict the bans when you get to see the deck lists, and
that helps a lot.
They also get to see the deck lists, so there's no confusion with notes or whatever. But sometimes you go in there, you don't know the deck list, they don't know the deck list. It's like
everyone's guessing.
Yeah, it's like how you're trying to guess how they're guessing and how they're interpreting things. You don't know how their life experience rolls into that,
Right,
so,
you don't know what information they have, how much scouting they got done.
Yeah, exactly. And maybe the guy just really hates Rogue, that's... Some people do that.
Yeah.
So...
Gonna be getting into the game pretty shortly here. I'm excited for it.
N'Zoth Paladin.
Oof.
Hopefully...
Yeah, it's kind of struggled a bit. It's not the most proactive deck in the tournament.
No.
It struggles to find win conditions, right? If your Tyrion gets Hex, as you were saying.
Or you don't draw it. Like we saw...
Or you don't draw it,
yeah. We saw Jason Zhao had a game where Tyrion was his second to last card, and he sat there with N'Zoth in his hand for about 15 turns, and just tried to stay alive, and turned into a really long grind fest where he eventually died.
Yeah, RD with a much more proactive Paladin, and it actually manages fairly well in the longer value games because of the way that the threat of buffing its smaller Murlocs makes them important to clear, which kind of gets you value.
Yeah, exactly. If there's just 3 Vilefin Inquisitor hero powers out there, some little Silverhand Murlocs on the field, your opponent could potentially play double War Leader and then slam down, Gentle Megasaur, give him Wind Fury, and kill you. From 30.
DK.
Like, you could do that with 3 1/1s. So
I never thought about that. That's sick.
Yeah. So you can just kind of hero power pass.
Sometime.
I've done it before on ladder, yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah, in a control matchup, just constantly hero powering and waiting and just clearing their board, playing the control game, and then bam, 30. It's pretty cool.
That's beautiful. That's a nice line of play. I need to try and set that up sometime.
Yeah, it's good. It's gonna be a good YouTube video.
I might be a little upset about that portrait.
Why? He looks nice.
I think he looks nicer in person.
Okay. I mean, it's a portrait in his honor commemorating his 2015 victory here.
Yeah, great player. Good job. All right, into the mulligans.
Beautiful Murloc hand. The Vilephan Inquisitor is so huge for this deck just because the threat of Murlocs. And he turns all of your hero powers into Murlocs. And when all of your hero powers are threats, it's pretty good.
So RDU's got a hell of an opening curve, and AHQ cannot play anything until turn 4, so that's not going to work out super well for him. Probably lead with the Tidecaller here, just because it's getting buffed every time you play a Murloc after.
Yeah.
And you want to have the option to coin War Leader on turn 2, so you don't coin the Inquisitor on 1.
Look at the potential things for Dog to do into this. He could potentially play a Hydrologist. And then you coin the War Leader and you're fine. You could potentially play a Doomsayer, then you hero power pass and you're fine. Other than that, there's not much he can really do. One of the things, he could play a turn 2 Wild Pyromancer, which would trade into your Murloc even if you buff it with the War Leader. So that's kind of a bummer, but if your opponent's throwing out a Wild Pyromancer, I think you're happy.
Yeah.
But RDU disagrees. He's going to find it.
Well, this line's better against the Pyromancer. Now if there's a Pyromancer, you can coin War Leader and value trade.
That is true. It does beat Pyromancer slightly better, but it stunts the growth of your little Tidecaller.
Yeah, it does. Maybe he's trying to bait the Doomsayer with the lower value minion in his eyes.
Sure.
But there's an argument that it's the higher value minion because it survives a consecration down the road, whereas a Tidecaller does not.
Well, I like going Tidecaller, coin, hero power, take the trade, set up to just play War Leader and kill him next turn. He's on 3 mana.
Pretty good.
You beat Doomsayer this way. Acolyte of Pain does nothing. Aldor Peacekeeper does nothing. Stonehill Defender does nothing. I don't know what you do here as Dog.
Probably get murdered.
That's seems to be about the way this is going.
Yeah, the early game Murlocs just get you some free wins here and there.
Yeah.
They're not that bad later on. All right, so Dog's super happy with that draw. It's about as good as it gets, but it's also not good at all.
Yeah, that's a bummer. When the best top deck in your deck causes you to continue dying.
Yeah. It's basically just cycling, puts 1 irrelevant damage on the token, and there's going to be, what is that, 8 damage pushed this turn?
And you play the War Leader this turn to try and play around Consecrate, trade with the 3-2. You know, more of the same.
Yep. Just brutal. Fast Torn on 4, not nearly as good as the Hammer of Wrath. Hammer of Wrath, by the way, has been surprisingly useful.
Hasn't been awful, yeah.
Think of it as being a bad card, but it's been played and been worthwhile. It has caused some issues with fatigue games, though.
We had a surprising number of fatigue games day one. I think over half the games were fatigue games, which is not normal.
It fatigued us.
Yeah. It's not something you see every day, that's for sure.
All right,
Divine
Megasaur plus 3 attack.
Is that better than Divine Shield?
Well, there's Divine Shield, Wind Fury, and Poison. He's not taking Poison.
That's for sure, yeah. Wind Fury, it's a little bit extra damage, but I think the minion sticking around longer is going to cause more damage at the end of the day.
Okay. It's just, I could definitely see that. My argument against Divine Shield is mostly that, no, I definitely agree with Divine Shield. You're just scared of like some kind of top deck pyro quality clear. You're absolutely right. Harrison Jones, great tech card against Paladins. It's a shame you're so dead. It's going to be really tough to stick anything to the board for Spike Ridge Steed.
One of the best parts is RDU could get a Sunkeeper Tarim here off of the Stonehill Defender as well.
Ooh.
Just really start juicing it. Oh.
So
that seems...
Another Megasaur, huh? You'd probably play that. You're not sure? You're thinking Stonehill Hero Power? I like it. This is good. So there's Poison, Taunt, Death Rattle. Definitely taking Death Rattle. Oh, actually, is Poison...
Poison's pretty good.
I don't know. The Death Rattle just makes it impossible for him to deal with this stuff.
The Taunt's not bad either. You protect a 5/4.
I think you have enough damage. You don't really care that much about protecting it from his True Silver.
Yeah, I think you're right. Sure, just the immovable board.
Yeah, good luck dealing with this. He's gonna get a Tarim eventually off those Stone Hills, and the Death Rattle with Tarim is just so nice.
Mm-hmm. Double Taunt is available. How to slow things down for sure.
Okay. Yeah, double taunt, weapon down that Megasaur. Go to 6.
Uh-oh. A little bit of a sequencing error there.
Yeah, that didn't work out too well. I hate to see that.
Yeah. That is awkward.
Ooh. Consecration could be a pretty good pickup here. You trade the Tide Caller into the 2-3, your Megasaur into the 2-6, Consecration clears, you push 2 and you Hero Power. Is there a better way to do it?
If you Hero Power first, you can trade the 4-attack Murloc into the 2-6, and then Consecrate, trading the 1-1 into the 2-3, pushing the max possible damage of 8 this turn. And then
that's pretty good.
Silver your opponent in the face next turn to kill him.
I like that.
Yeah. It leaves a less resilient board, however, but maximizes damage.
Yeah, you try to kill him before he gets to his Tyrion turn, that sort of thing. Because you're not really that well set up to push through a Tyrion.
Yeah.
And it doesn't seem very realistic for him to clear on 7 mana against the board that resilient. Like, what is it? Pyromancer, cheap spell, equality or something? I just don't see it working.
Yeah, he's going to get the True Silver out, though. Protect the bubbles a little bit. This
Consecration. It felt like the Consecration turn, because it's just never going to be that good again. It was dealing 6 relevant damage.
Yeah, 6 is a lot. When you can turn Consecrate into dealing 6, usually you do it. And this is a little awkward.
Draw.
Yeah.
Can you do stuff here? Can you, like... There's no Pyromancer Forbidden Healing Consecration, because the Forbidden Healing prevents the Consecration. And if you Consecration first, maybe that works.
You can leave your opponent with a 1-2 in play, and that's it. Right?
You can actually deal with this? You can actually Pyromancer Consecration Forbidden Healing?
Yeah, you Pyromancer Consecration Forbidden Healing. It's...
Wow. That's insane if he wins this game.
Well, he's gonna die. His opponent's gonna have 7 damage, right?
True Silver plus Consecration, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
And he's at 7, he dies exactly.
Yeah. He almost made it, though.
That was closer than you would have liked. Do you think RDU ever had this line calculated and knew he had lethal through it? No way, right? You'd have to be such a sicko to have that foresight.
Most of the time,
RDU knows to sleep.
Not thinking around 3-turn combos like that on turn 7, but maybe.
So amazing.
That would be a really solid line of play if he played around that and knew, like, well, I can save the Consecrate and use the little amount of resources possible to set up exact lethal by utilizing True Silver here, and there's no way my opponent can stop it, because that was the maximum amount of defense Dog could possibly do with his deck on that turn, and it was enough for RDU to have exact lethal while using the minimum amount of potential offensive resources to set it up. So maybe he did. Maybe he just saw that from a mile away.
So I think that's, I think we've seen 2-0 for the kind of mid-range Paladins over N'Zoth Paladin.
Yeah, but what hasn't 2-0'd the N'Zoth Paladin yet?
Sure.
Like, I mean, it's just not been a positive experience for... And it's amazing to me that so many players have brought this N'Zoth Paladin.
It just gets butchered so consistently.
Like, almost
he did
all
low
of the
roll,
Chinese
right?
players.
He didn't have a good early curve. Like, there's no Doomsday or anything, and he was up against kind of a nut curve from RDU.
I guess.
So, that game wasn't very representative of how the matchup's always going to pan out. That was more of just one player high roll, the other player low rolled, and the high roll butchered the low roll.
We've seen that matchup pan out that way 5 or 6 times so far this tournament.
Sure. And it's worth mentioning, when the N'Zoth Paladin high rolls, they can still lose.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
They don't actually kill you. They just kind of
they
have
live.
good answers to things.
They have a chance to play the game. That's their,
Right.
their high roll. I don't know, man. I don't know. We did just see N'Zoth Paladin win DreamHack Austin. So there's something to it. It's just maybe not the best meta for it. People are expecting it.
Yeah, it's been really tough to find a win with that deck. So RDU will easily beat that with his Jade Druid. It's a question of will his Shaman find a win against it. Well, Shaman and a Mage,
Seems
I really like the Shaman's chances of just being able to run the Mage out of stuff and win in fatigue kind of thing.
Yeah.
Well, he'll win before fatigue, but...
Mage has a good start, though. These Volcanoes are going to come in handy to probably shut down this early game stuff. But
yeah, Mana Worm into Arcanologist and Arcanologist 6 start for sure. But it's looking at RDU's deck. For healing, he has 2 Jinyu Water Speakers. Oh, that's it, huh?
Well, he's got the Elemental guy as well, the Hot Spring Guardian, and he can Spirit Echo them.
Okay, so he's got 4 healing guys and potential Spirit Echo on them. So that should be enough to survive the burn most of the time. And obviously just has insane tools to deal with minions, so...
Yeah, and if you can remove all the mage's minions, then they'll resort to having to burn you out. And as far as like randomness goes in the mage, Dog's mage is like fairly limited. There's no Kabbalist Tome at the top end. There's no Elise to find, you know, what was it that Orange found to get the lethal off the Elise?
Vine Cleaver.
Yeah, there's no Vine Cleaver that's going to be found to get through that extra damage. So really, he's just got the damage in the deck, and he only has 1 Firelands portal too. As far as greed goes, this mage from Dog is not very greedy, and it's going to be hard-pressed to make its way through the amount of healing in the deck.
Yeah, maybe the Atiash from Medivh can do some work if it doesn't get destroyed by a Gluttonous Ooze.
Yeah. Which... it's got a pretty good chance of getting destroyed by Gluttonous Ooze because Medivh comes down on turn 8, and by that time your opponent's seen most of their deck. So RDU has the potential to have found it by then pretty strongly.
Yep. So looking at the standings, world champion Pavels 2-0. And the guy whose lineup we liked is 0-2.
Well, yeah, he went up against Taunt Warriors twice, though. So
that's unlucky.
That's pretty hilarious for him. He builds a lineup that's all aggro. Everybody in the tournament except 2 guys are playing Control to beat Control, and he hits the 2 guys that are just running the standard anti-aggro Control. So Hope
not
got,
how you win a tournament. You
Hope
gotta
got
get lucky.
screwed in the groups.
And Lightning Storm high rolls 1 and 4 for RDU. And Dog's looking at his hand. He's already thinking about the burn game plan. Just, turn 8 coin Alexstrasza, turn 9 start going face. It's probably, he has hand space for Arcane Intellect, so not too much to think about there.
He's already basically turned into Freeze Mage.
Yep.
And
he doesn't have hand size for Courier Ping next turn.
RDU's tempoing out the heal cards. That's going to be 3 less post Alexstrasza heal, but I guess he feels like he's just got to do something. But does he?
Kind of disagree with him, yeah. You can kind of just do nothing.
Yeah.
I like the do nothing game plan a lot. He's only developing 2 attack onto the board. It's not like it's crucial to have minion pressure, is it? Yeah.
You'd prefer to kill him eventually, I guess. Clock him a little bit, maybe, but...
That's what I is for.
Yeah, exactly. I think you could just wait till next... I mean, he wants to develop something so that his opponent can't just freely play, a 5 or a 6 drop here.
Sure.
I guess.
And part of it is that he does still have 2 heals in hand, so he's feeling pretty confident against Smorkline's play. It's like, do I really need to save the 3rd heal here instead of just developing? Yeah. It's reasonable. I can't really criticize him thinking about it that way. Plus, he's setting up for the Spirit Echo.
Yeah. The Spirit Echo. I mean, you need pressure to force your opponent to have to AoE so that your Spirit Echo actually goes off.
So 10 cards in hand, he's going to need to play some. He's going to coin Polymorph on that I suppose. Shadow Form gives a much more reach for the long-term burn plan.
Hunter Hero Power.
All 3 cards have some merit to them.
What is the merit for Mirror Entity?
There's no real merit. It's just like if you needed a defensive play, I kind of lied. Yeah.
I looked at the deck list. I was like, "Where's the Antonitis?" And it's just not there.
You ever think about how sick Mortal Coil would be in like any other class than Warlock?
Yeah, it's disgusting.
Like Mage, Rogue, Druid.
I mean, decks with ping classes.
Yeah, Paladin with the quality.
Ooh, yeah. It's a good card. Spirit Echoing the Sheep, not too appealing. Not a lot of ways for RDU to, keep the pressure up. These Volcanoes. You were mentioning that it might have been overkill to have double Volcano in this deck a little bit earlier, and
does seem to be the case here.
Yeah.
I don't think it's going to cost him. I think he'll be all right.
Yep.
Based on the matchup. But that's because HQ's Dog is not playing a deck that has that long-term inevitability. Something like a Quest Warrior, he would get much more punished for having those dead cards in hand. Self-Fierce would kill him.
Well, your hero power trades evenly.
Eventually. It's going to find the face sooner or later. Here's some interesting cards. Mana Bind, do you really want to pick up any of those Shaman spells? It'd be nice if you could snipe a Jade Lightning, but there's so many spells that are just not what you want. What's it going to do with the Spirit Echo?
You play Alexstrasza and then you Spirit Echo it.
Okay.
And then your opponent hexes it, and you're like, well, this plan was silly.
This was bad.
Yeah. But, there's a chance. Maybe you bait the hex on something else. They don't play around Alexstrasza Spirit Echo, and you just get there. And then they heal, and then you Alex them again.
Shadowform is actually so good in this kind of longer style of game, where it gets a lot of opportunities to hero power.
Oh, that's sick. Alright.
So Flame Strike sets up for Alexstrasza, I suppose. You could also Blizzard Ping. Same kind of thing. Would you rather have a Blizzard hand or a Flame Strike? Probably a Flame Strike, huh? So you Blizzard Ping instead.
I would rather have the Blizzard in hand because then you can freeze instead of kill minions to play around Spirit Echo in the later game.
Okay.
So I prefer the Flame Strike.
It's pretty good thinking there, Firebat. I like to see that.
That's what's going through Dog's mind right now. He's like,
yeah.
Blizzard or Flame Strike?
Definitely want to deal with the board and set up for that Alexstrasza turn next.
Yeah, that just has to be done. He's going to go with Blizzard. He thought about it. He wants to be able to kill his opponent's minions in the future instead of stall them. Which, I mean, I guess potentially you could just run your opponent completely out of stuff.
He's got a lot of clear potential here.
Yeah, that's for sure. And kill potential.
So if you are you're smelling that Alexstrasza a mile away, you want to put a lot of stuff in play to make it, to punish him for playing it. So Jade Spirit, Thing from Below, and I guess Hero Power with that. And then once he Alexstrasza, you play some heal cards and Spirit Echo.
Well, and Dog has 27 damage after the Alex. Like, not in one turn, but, over time. So, if RDU is unable to find additional healing or get a Spirit Echo to actually get the healing cards back to his hand, he's going to be in trouble.
Now, this is funny. RDU held the Thing from Below, thinking that he wanted to guarantee the Spirit Echo value on it.
Yeah.
And save it for that turn, but he actually kind of can't now, because he only has 10 mana, and he wants to go Jinyu, Hot Spring, Spirit Echo, and that's all 10, so now he loses the Spirit Echo value that he was trying so hard to protect.
That is a bummer. Wow.
I think if he had thought that through a little bit more, he might have seen this coming and played the Thing from Below last
He does
turn.
not have enough pressure on the board to kill Alexstrasza either with that play. So he can't even really Spirit Echo this. He's got a Hags.
Oh.
Like, that Thing from Below not coming down that cost him the game right there.
No, he's still winning, I think. I think he just doesn't Spirit Echo this turn.
Well, then your opponent Flame Strikes and kills everything.
Now the Jinyu, it still dies.
Yeah, you got the hero power now. So
you do have to heal, or else you could potentially die to 2 Fireballs and a Frostbolt. Plus there's some Glyph cards. It's like actually 18 burn potential this turn, if you want to play around everything. Well, he does have to heal.
You have to heal so you can set up the Spirit Echo to Volcano your own minions to heal them again, right? Like.
Oh no.
Yeah.
The Flame Strike's gonna be just a monster blowout here. It actually worked out much better than the Blizzard, right?
Oh, way better, yeah. This is what
Yeah.
Dog was thinking about during that Blizzard turn. And, yeah. This is huge. Just clear everything and you win.
He knows it's double Spirit Echo list. So this Flame Strike, like, you gotta go for it.
Yeah, this what a healing is left in already. He's got one more 2/4 left, and that's no, he's played both of those. He's got one more Jinyu left, right? And that's it.
Yeah.
So he has 30 life total, and Dog has 27 damage in hand, 10, 15, 21, 24, 27, and then the hero power that does 2. So he needs to do 2 hero powers and all the burn in his hand, and that's it. And then RDU is dead, even if he finds the healing.
Yeah, RDU is just gonna lose this game, and with 2 Volcanoes just rotting in hand the whole time.
And the Spirit Echo that he wasn't able to get off because held back the thing from below, couldn't answer Alex, had to Hex instead of Spirit Echo. But the Volcanoes would have been clutch in killing his own minions so he could heal again. I think that's funny.
He could actually... So there's an argument for Portal Ping here, which is you develop the minion. The argument against it is maybe one of the only ways you lose this game is Portal spawning Corrupted Healbot.
Yeah. I think Portal spawning Corrupted Healbot is a way to lose. I would like to see just Pyroblast that turn, just get out of the way.
That's what I was thinking.
But
if it's not Portal, then it's probably Pyroblast.
Yeah.
Alright, he gets the Ice Block up first. Sure. This'll work.
Yeah, I don't see him losing from this position almost ever.
So it kind of came down to RDU holding that thing from below. Had he played the thing from below, setting up for the Alexstrasza turn, he would have been able to Spirit Echo his healing minions. And he would have probably had enough heal to survive everything, but the way he played things, he just got completely blown out by the Flame Strike.
Honestly, I don't think he may not have had enough heal anyway. Like, even if you Spirit Echo those, you get another 9 healing. There's 12, 15, 20 damage in hand for Dog, so he still has enough damage through 9 healing. So you'd have to Spirit Echo them again to get another 9. And now you're at 27, and that's still just 3 hero powers away from... Oh, no, there's another Firelands portal. So that is 1 hero power in the second Firelands portal. So, like, even with that...
Dog could potentially run out of turns, though, right? Like, it takes time to play all these burn spells, and...
it would have been
RDU
tough.
having those extra heals, he might live long enough to apply pressure to Dog's life total.
The thing is, though, to get those extra heals, you got to kill your minions to have the Death Rattle fire off. So RDU would have been like volcanoing his own board to survive instead of pressuring Dog. So yeah, I think even if he had done it the correct way and played the thing from below after the Alex setup, I think he still would have been hard pressed to win that game.
Just too much burn with the Shadow Form, huh?
Yeah, it's just the Spirit Echo heal engine didn't seem to be as strong as the Stonehill Defender Kalamos heal engine that we saw from Super JJ's Shaman deck, because he just got like Hot Spring Guardians off of the Stonehill Defenders and just had the Kalamos for 12. As you know, they Alex you Kalamos for 12, you're fine. It's just a lot easier for him to access his own heal while pressuring.
Yeah. I really think the double Volcano in RDU's Shaman list's big weak point. There's dead cards rotting in his hand.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, we saw that happen right there. The first Shaman deck to be struggling. All the players' Shaman decks in the tournament are at least 10 cards different. So Shaman is a class that a lot of players believe is a top-tier class as they're bringing it to a tournament for Ferrari. And every player has been building it differently.
Yeah, there's a lot of room for refinement to be done.
Yeah.
Cut the Volcanoes.
I mean, not just the Volcanoes, though. It's just different archetypes, entire archetypes. Like, is it Elemental Shaman the best? Is it Spirit Echo Jade Shaman the best? Is it, what is the best variation of Shaman?
Yeah, it's a great question. My intuition is that I did like JJ's Kalamos.
Yeah, Kalamos is sweet, dude. That card, absolutely nuts.
And he was supporting with cards that are pretty good. Like, there's nothing wrong with playing some Fire Elementals in your deck. People used to say you played Shaman to play Fire Elemental.
Yeah.
My how times have changed.
Wow, yeah. Dr. Boom used to be a good card, too.
Well...
it's like a very mediocre wild card at this point.
Oh, well, in Wild, sure.
Yeah.
Wild's a pretty wild format, though. People die. Hard to get to 7.
Yeah, turn 7. Whew.
That's super late game.
Yeah. Miracle Rogue up against the N'Zoth Paladin.
Traditionally, Miracle Rogue favored. He does have the optimal turn 1 play, but he also has a lot of cards that are going to rot in his hand. Gadget, Coin, and Arcane Giant, those may not be useful for a long period of time. He could have some weak mid-game turns.
Yeah, the mid-game of Miracle Rogue in general is suffering a lot without Tomb Pillager. That is a card you miss.
Swashbuckler or Dagger here? Swashbuckler has upside if you like hit some kind of 3-mana card off of it.
Okay. I can see that.
Dagger. This line's better against the Doomsayer that Dog does in fact have to play this turn. He just doesn't lose the 1/1 body of the Swashbuckler to this Doomsayer.
Mm-hmm. And you get the mana efficiency, squeeze in the basically a Hunter hero power there. But
good thing to do.
Definitely Doomsayer from Dog does not want a questing coming out this turn. Has no real great way to answer it.
Yeah, and Doomsayer curves into Stonehill Defender, so it's quite logical. RDU picks up the prep, more of those strong late game cards. He could go off with Gadget on 5, Coin, Gadget, prep something. He's probably going to have to wait until 6 for it, though. So this turn, he just pushes 3 face damage, redaggers, and passes. And then turn 4, he Swashburglars and reevaluates. And Dog's just going to play this Stonehill Defender real quick.
Man, Patch's Swashbuckler interaction, so brutal. 7 damage, get a random card from your opponent's glass, thin your deck by 1. That just hurts. You go in, not with Stonehill Defenders, but wants to get this Repentance out, it looks like. Going into the turn 4, the only 4-drop in Miracle Rogue now, since Tomb Pillager is gone, is Sherazin. So,
not the greatest Repentance target.
Yeah, it's not a really good optimal Repentance turn in general.
More of an Aldor target.
Yeah.
You might want to curve Stonehill Defender into Aldor. Well, Repentance on Swashbuckler, you hate to see that. Could just have a Stonehill Defender at play right now. I don't know what to say.
Yeah,
that was weird.
Was not a fan of that play. It just doesn't line up.
He's probably thinking of something that I'm just not thinking of.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. Maybe there's got to read that there's
a Librarian. That's got Death Rattle draw card. That's a sick 2-drop to hit. That's a super high roll.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, hitting True Silver here is fantastic as well.
Yeah, speaking of high rolls, right?
So Dog, the Repentance means he has to be thinking about Edwin. That's the only card. I'm looking at the deck list now. That's the only card you'd want a Repentance on that turn. So Dog thinks there's an Edwin in RDU's hand for some reason or another.
Wait, RDU might think about playing around Harrison here. Because the only thing to do for the turn is dagger face for 1, redagger, right? But he could redagger first, hit face for 1 to only give 1 card off the Harrison. Or he could fully skip the dagger and say, I don't need a dagger, I'm just going to play around Harrison super hard. I've seen that be an effective line of play. He chooses to give maximum Harrison value, and he's going to take the maximum punishment here.
Yeah, that's going to hurt.
When you know your opponent's playing Harrison, I do believe it's often very viable to just hard play around it and refuse to dagger up at all.
I think so as well. I mean, what is the dagger accomplishing? Like, you get to maybe hit some 1/1s, but at this point, you're going to hit Fan pretty soon. You got the Gadget turn coming up. You got Backstab, you know?
Speaking of Gadget turns, this is a hell of a Gadget turn.
Yeah.
Stuff is getting played. Arcane Giants are getting cheap.
There you go.
Just 2 Backstabs, 2 preps, a coin. He probably regrets that hallucinate. He regrets the Blessing of Wisdom here, because he'd rather have coined out the hallucination and still have the Blessing of Wisdom in hand. That way, yeah, wow, Tyrion. That's not a bad card.
Yeah, one of the problems with Rogue in its current state is sometimes can you run out of threats because it doesn't have the greatest burst potential anymore, with Cold Blood Conceal kind of being out of the mix and having to rely on Arcane Giants, which can be removed by control decks. Well, Tyrion will fix that problem.
And also, we were kind of criticizing him for getting the Harrison out, for playing into Harrison. He was just baiting. He was setting up for the Tyrion.
Here you go.
Now his Ashbringer won't get Harrison. HQ Dog will not have high enough Harrison per game stats this game to deal with the Tyrion.
Not enough. You gotta mention he takes Consecrate. Currently no quality activator in hand. It's good to
I don't
have
know, the
one.
adapt card's kind of interesting. Consecration doesn't line up that well against rogue minions, generally speaking.
It lines up really well against an equality draw.
Yeah. You make a convincing argument.
And when your opponent's just done this ridiculous gadget turn, and their Arcane Giants cost 3 mana, you're really looking for an equality combo.
Well, he does have Sunkeeper Terram.
Okay, yeah, that's true.
So these Giants might need to come out one at a time. RDU's going to really need to think a lot about how to space out his threats to make it as awkward for Dog as possible. He wants to apply enough pressure that he's winning the game, but not overcommit and give Dog too much value off of AoE, like from Terram and Equality.
I would love to see just one of the Arcane Giants and Sherazin come out. I think the earlier you can get that Sherazin on the field, the better.
Absolutely. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, you really want the Sherazin immediately, and then one Arcane Giant just for the right amount of pressure for the turn. Yeah. Once you realize you want to play Sherazin this turn, it really simplifies the rest of the turn.
Okay.
Like, with Dog's hand being the size it is, okay, he's going for something else. Maybe an Edwin line of play.
Seems good. You want the double giant?
If you play one giant, Eldor's a pretty easy solution, but if you play two, Terram or Equality gets you pretty good. This seems just much worse than your line of play with Shares and Arcane Giant.
I tend to agree. I don't think the 4/4 is really doing anything. I think he's just chilling. Like, Sherazin contests it and then comes back to life, so it's like effectively killing it without killing it. And you don't really care if you take 4, because you're taking 4 with this line anyway. So
yeah, so he's just kind of like losing a lot of
free shares in value.
Yeah,
but he really wanted to kill it, play around. I guess really what the thought here is, from RDU's perspective, is that 6 mana card,
Spike-Ridge Steed.
Spike-Ridge Steed.
But he does have Vilespine Slayer in hand, so it's not like he can't do anything about it.
Yeah, it's not as good as Sap though, but yeah. I mean, Spike-Ridge Steed's eventually going to land on something, right?
Yeah, and then he Vilespine Slayer it. What do you think about Tyrion on 8?
I think it's very, very strong.
Yeah. Swing with the dagger in case he kills your Tyrion. Don't want to miss that one.
Seems fine.
Putting him to 20 instead of 21. Yeah, could definitely be relevant. You're rogue. Damage adds up. And there's a Pyromancer. Something like Pyromancer Coin Consecration is interesting.
Pyromancer Coin Sunkeeper Terram.
Okay.
Pyromancer Coin Spike-Ridge Steed. You expect it to get Vilespine Slayered so you can get some value out of it before that happens. The trade. But then the Pyromancer dies for nothing. I like the Terram this turn, I think.
Yeah, Pyromancer Coin's Terram's pretty sweet line.
Yeah, I think it's one of the effective uses that you kind of... Like a 1/8, I guess, is not the greatest Terram target, but it's like pretty good, and it's one of the best ways you can maintain pressure. And you still have a quality activator of Consecrate.
The problem with using the Terram is you don't actually have an equality. So if he just floods the board somehow, kind of
Okay, he's setting up for Wild Pyromancer Consecrate. Sure.
Edge, no attacks.
Really patient line here from Dog. That's cute. That denies Tyrion swings for a little while. That's always important.
So if you get baited into Vilespine on the Sunkeeper Terram, something like Ragnar's Lightlord can punish you. RDU finds time for the shares, and now better late than never. You don't want to say like, oh, I made a line of not playing shares and I'm going to commit to it. You want to play the shares. It's good. It's kind of like, this is what it's here for. So that when you're playing a slow matchup and you need enough threats to make something stick, start with that guy. Play him over and over and over again. Alright, so Pyromancer coin gets you through the Divine Shield.
Yeah, well. And then what are you gonna do? Consecrate and set your entire board to 1 health?
Yes.
This seems better.
That kills 2 guys and weakens the other 2.
And he's just gonna let it ride again. Oh no, he's not. He's gonna trade.
Yeah, it's time to start getting to work here. Trades the Vile Spine.
1 Eviscerate remaining for burn for RDU. Other than that, the deck does not really consist of a lot of burn damage. There's no Leroy Jenkins. There's no Cold Bloods. It's just that Eviscerate at the top end. And this Ashbringer.
So Fan, Razor Petal, Ping clears the board and you develop an Arcane Giant behind it, also respawning your shares in.
And smacking him in the face for 5. I like that line a lot.
It's a good turn.
Very passionate.
The issue is it leaves your Questing and Edwin a little bit stranded in hand without too much support. Yeah, there'll be enough.
You got
drawing off the fans. Yeah, it's just such a strong play this turn. Like, what does Paladin do? He's got to have an equality for this. And then it's not like you're gassed. You can reload after the equality clear. Yeah. Do the things. That's a hell of a turn.
Ugh.
Ragnar's Lightlord is just not nearly good enough. Oh, okay. Lightlord coin Aldor is pretty good.
Do like that play a lot.
You're taking 12. You're at 16. So you die to Eviscerate. You would die to the 1 Eviscerate in RDU's deck, right?
13 plus 4. It's only 17.
Five, 10, 13, 17. And he only needs 16. So it's lethal.
Yeah. What else is there?
Well, something with Spike Ridge Steed, yeah. Aldor Spike Ridge Steed.
There's a second Vile Spine Slayer, but...
Is there a sap?
There is no sap in the deck, so...
Just the Vile Spine. So you pick between losing to Vile Spine or Eviscerate.
Mm-hmm.
You choose to lose the Vile Spine. I think that's pretty reasonable.
Well, it works out for me.
All right. Good choice, dog. Nailed it. No, it makes sense because you get value out of the Spike Ridge Steed this way. If you choose to play around Vile Spine Slayer, then you never get to use the Spike Ridge Steed.
Well, and like the Lightlord, don't you pretty much lose to Vile Spine Slayer or Eviscerate.
Oh yeah, the Lightlord's pretty bad against Vile Spine either way.
Yeah, so like
if you're bad to Vile Spine either way, this way you can actually beat Eviscerate your hands.
Yeah, so I like Dog's play a lot. If your opponent happens to have Vile Spine Slayer and they Vile Spine Slayer your Lightlord, you're just dead. So, like, technically you're not dead. You live to fight another day, but you might as well play around cards that you can actually develop a board and beat, you know?
Questing Mimic Pod Eviscerate. You just can't play a 4th minion for the turn to revive Sharazin. Or a 4th card for the turn to revive Sharazin.
There are just no equality combos this match. You really needed one of those.
You play a lot of taunts here.
Both Aldors have been used. But yeah, I guess it's like a play a bunch of taunts and play redemption sort of turn, right?
Well, you're trying to triple taunt with Stonehill Defender first. You can coin the Tarim.
Well, isn't it better
that's
just
a
to
helpful
get,
thing? Yeah, the Wicker. Seems
yeah,
pretty good.
Wicker Flame's gonna give you some healing. It's got a Divine Shield. It's a pain in the ass to remove. Oh my. He's going for that equality combo. He's not looking to just live. He's looking to win.
To win the game, yeah. Alright.
And he's gonna have a hard time.
It's a struggle.
Mimic Pod. Got some outs for lethal. And he's got lethal on board, doesn't he? he doesn't. One off. So I mean, he's got to play
Yeah,
two
if he just
cards.
plays 2 cards, yeah,
I
you
don't.
can always play 2 cards.
Really not a fan of Dog's line last turn.
No, it
The
seemed like a
turn
lose every
before
time play.
was beautiful, but this turn it's like I really hope
Like
Rogue
sketch.
can't play 2 cards in their 4-card hand. One of which
Seems like he didn't do the math.
Yeah, I know. What?
You know?
He could have. There's no over-the-top damage. He didn't have Vile Spine Slayer. He could have just flooded taunts and he could have lived. And then he has a chance to do something.
Yeah, it's kind of, it can be difficult to figure all that out, but it does seem like he just messed up there. There's not much to say about it. Taking a line of play where you die to Rogue playing 2 cards when they have 4 cards in hand, obviously not optimal.
What 2 cards would, or what 4 cards? There's no possible combination of 4 cards that RDU could have that made it so Dog lived that turn.
We don't need to solve the mystery. We can just say it's a mistake and move on.
Okay.
Yeah.
So RDU is now up 2-1. Just has to get a win with his Shaman, right?
Yeah. Which, I think his Shaman and the opponent's Paladin kind of stood out as the weak decks.
The 2 weakest decks are the decks remaining. Dog still has to get a win with the Druid as well, right?
Okay, that shouldn't be too hard.
Yeah, that should probably just happen. So
Yeah,
should...
we can figure that one out.
Yeah. It has more Jade cards than the Shaman, and they're both trying to ramp Jades. I wonder who will ramp Jades faster.
I have actually won that matchup with Shaman. Like, it's a thing that can happen. If you get ahead on board, sometimes you can value trade and use your heal for board presence, and that can be good enough, but obviously just quite Druid favored.
It's a lot harder without Flame Tongue, too.
Yeah, that does not help.
It's one of the better
Spirit
cards.
Echo is not how you beat Jade Druid.
No.
Neither is Volcano.
No.
Just none of that stuff's good against Jade Druid. Yeah. Okay, so we're going to see the interesting game first.
The Paladin coming up against the Shaman, which seems to be... I think it's going to be a deck that can really shut down this Paladin's ability to do anything. You devolve the Tyrion, N'Zoth no longer does anything, and the Paladin runs out of stuff and dies.
I still like mulliganing it.
Mulliganing.
Just because you got 3 outs to hit. Mulliganing the devolve, because you have 3 outs to hit an answer before the Tyrion.
Sure.
And early game kind of matters. Like, he's trying to set up the snowball with Mana Tide, and that seems really strong.
Yeah, 100%. I think it's correct. Yeah. Mana Tide's so sick against Paladin.
Yeah.
Coin Mana Tide, they can't do anything about it. It's guaranteed to draw 2 cards.
Well, specifically, it's sick against N'Zoth Paladin. It is not good against Murloc Paladin. It's Tide is good when the opponent can't attack your 0/3 with their board.
Yeah, when their developmental plays are Doomsayer or Hero Power, it's pretty strong. Doomsayer, pretty slow to react to the Mana Tide totem.
Yeah, you can coin Tide into Hot Spring Guardian to protect it. Tough to argue with that.
And he's just going to be having just a field day of extra cards.
And this is sort of the game 5 of the matchup, because if Dog wins this, he wins with his Druid after, right? Oh, yeah.
I'm snap equalitying this right now, if I'm Dog.
Yeah, because, well, the thing is, yeah, he's tempted, he got baited, right? He's thinking, I'll just True Silver it next turn.
You're not going to be able to True Silver it, man.
Yeah, because the taunt's going to pop up. Brutal. He does discover Tyrion, which really ups the N'Zoth value.
Yeah, that's important with his deck. The N'Zoth in this deck only brings back in 1 infested Tauren and Tyrion, unless you discover additional Tyrions. Hammer of Wrath is huge!
Whoa.
Get rid of the Mana Tide. Make it stop.
Dude, he had a feeling. He knew.
But the True Silver is the higher tempo play.
No.
I want to get rid of this Mana Tide. I personally think the game's going to go really long. You're a control deck. It's super grindy. Stop card draw at all costs.
Yeah, the True Silver is tempting. I'm getting baited in my own mind here. Just looking at that True Silver like, ooh. Get 2 free damage on the Mana Tide.
Ends up taking it out. I like taking it out. I think you got to get rid of it as soon as possible. When Jade decks draw cards, it's a problem.
Yeah, bad things happen.
Yeah. Turns out the more Jade cards they draw, the bigger
more
the
they
Jades
win.
get. Yeah. It's a snowball effect.
Okay, I could see it.
How do we set up to land a Spike Ridge Steed next turn? There's no real good way. Yeah.
Just give up on it.
Yeah, it's just ugly, but I guess.
You can set up for the turn 7. You might Dirty Rat infest the Tauren next turn.
You want to try and get a Spike Ridge Steed on something before Tyrion, so you get a Hex out of the way or an Evolve out of the way, and then you have a higher chance of Tyrion dying. You gotta get Tyrion to die. That's a big objective point. No, for real.
No, absolutely. I was laughing because it was funny, but true.
Yeah.
So I was just thinking, is there any punish for just YOLO dirty ratting? Does RDU have any like big minions in his deck that he doesn't want?
The biggest minion in the entire deck is Jade Chieftain and I guess Aya. So
yeah, you're pretty happy to dirty rat those. You kill the battle cry of a Jade card.
And Thing from Below costs 0 mana anyway, so might as well dirty rat it, you know. So
I was tempted to go for Kings. He chooses Adapt instead. I don't really have the experience to say whether that's better or worse.
What Adapt are you looking for? Cannot be targeted? That's a pretty good one on Tyrion.
I think you're just looking for flexibility. It's going to depend on, it's, only costs 1 mana, and what Adapt you want depends on the game state. You might take Poison on a 1/1 at some point in the late game to kill a big Jade. You might use it to proc a Pyromancer.
Redemption's not too bad. You could play the Infested Tauren alongside the Redemption. It'll die, come back to life, die again, allowing you to bring 2 Infested Taurens back with N'Zoth.
You do a similar but slower thing with Getaway Kodo. Higher value, lower tempo.
Yeah, you get 2 more health on your minion, but it costs 4 mana.
That doesn't seem very worthwhile.
Well, yeah, but this way, I guess if the 2/2 dies first, it's better.
Right, like if there's a Maelstrom Portal this turn.
Yeah, exactly. So it's less risk.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I guess the game's going on forever, so you got 4 mana to spare. The awkward thing, the giant hand-sized Spirit Echo, where you start, like, running into situations where your opponent can mill you by giving you totems first. That's going to be a thing this match.
Yeah, tracking the order in which cards were played.
It's super important.
To know what gets Spirit Echoed first.
Well, no, your opponent controls the Spirit Echo order. Because it adds a death rattle to the minion. Oh, you're talking about for AoE clears.
Yeah.
Yeah, for AoE clears, that's important. Which, by the way, do you know the sequence?
No.
Oh, another thing with the Adapt, Wild Pyromancer Poison. Remember that combo?
Yeah. That's a sick one.
That's another equality sometimes.
Saw that Disguised Toast video.
Mm-hmm.
Just in case the first 2 equalities aren't enough. Honestly, the third equality is the best one. They never play around it.
Alright, I like Dirty Rat Spike Ridge Steed. Let's get that Hex out of the way.
Yeah.
He's thinking about baiting it with Light Lord?
Nah. You'd rather Light Lord when it's healing a minion if at all possible. Like, the Dirty Rat Spike Ridge Steed, if it doesn't get hexed, it gets value traded and then you get some more Light Lord value.
Mm-hmm.
Also, like, this only has 8 health. You might just kill it without using a hex.
With Jade
You
Lightning?
would definitely kill it without using. There's no way you would hex this. You'd be
Yeah.
nuts.
With this board for RDU, it would be very hard pressed to see him ever hex this.
Because you know hexing Tyrion is so key to you winning this matchup. You'd have to be 0% chance already to do that.
This
Way too
trade
early.
is because he wants to get the Spirit Echo on the Gluttonous Ooze. He realizes it's 3/2. He also has Healing Totem.
Oh. Yeah. I was actually puzzling over that for a second. Thanks for explaining it.
No worries, man. I got you.
Good stuff. Good stuff.
All right. Well, I guess we tested for Hex, kind of.
No, we did not. Not at all.
Well, in his mind, maybe.
Nope, don't lie to yourself. That was not
He
a test
tested for Hex. He's picking up the Tyrion right now.
He did not test for Hex. You got a Spike Ridge Steed to test for Hex.
I realize he did not test for Hex, but I think that the reason why he plays Light Lord is to test for Hex there. He's going for the cannot be targeted. It's a healthy Tyrion. 69 memes. Double spirit. He has double 1 hex and then double devolve in the deck. None of them for this Tyrion. If you're an RDU fan, you hate to see that. He had devolve in the mulligan. He threw it back. We said
I supported that decision. Yeah.
Yeah, we said he'd probably get it back in time.
Drew a bunch of cards.
He's gonna get this gluttonous ooze back in his hand. He's ready to answer that Tyrion weapon.
I don't know. You could just leave the Tyrion alive.
Yeah, I think I would have preferred him leaving it alive here.
But I mean, I guess you can devolve in his off turn. It's not that much
at that
worse.
point, the damage has already been done. You know?
It's an interesting way to trade.
Because the idea is to stop the N'Zoth turn from happening. If you devolve 3 Tyrions, you know, there's still 3 7-drops.
This Spirit Echo got him a lot of cards.
Yeah. Yeah, it did.
That's pretty powerful.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure what that 14 and 16 on the right are.
Right, I think it's safe to say there's no hex. I would love to see
now
the
we've
Dirty
tested
Rat.
hex.
Yeah, we've tested it thoroughly. I would love to see Dirty Rat Spike Ridge Steed.
This is usually where RDU top decks the hex.
Oh yeah, every time. Without fail. What are the other lines of play that here for Dog? He could heal this turn. Just kind of do a nothing turn and heal. Try and set up for an equality a little bit later. He could do some sort of cute Doomsayer play.
Dirty Rat Spike Ridge Steed, let's go.
Go with Infested Torn Spike Ridge Steed. A little bit less health, but you know, similar effect. What do you think he's saving this Dirty Rat for? He seems to be very inclined on holding on to it.
It may not have occurred to him that he can just YOLO it out there and there's just like no downside.
Yeah, I guess he's
It's
just
kind of a weird thing that you can play Dirty Rat in this matchup. You just, whatever you pull, it's fine.
Mm-hmm. He's just waiting, I guess, to try and Dirty Rat plus clear in the same turn. Something like that.
Apparently that graphic that just popped up a moment ago with 14 and 16 are the number of cards remaining in each deck.
I don't think it's going to go to Fatigue. But yeah, useful information for sure. About halfway through the deck for both players. But I think either the Jade's going to overwhelm him, or he's going to find enough Tyrions in time. And the Jades are starting to ramp up there and get pretty big.
It looks like the Jades are going to overwhelm him.
Yeah.
HQ Dog's hand does approximately nothing, and RDU has a lot of cards that say Jade.
Yeah, and the ability to generate additional ones.
He doesn't have hand space for the number of Jade cards you can make. Like, not even close.
Yeah. He doesn't have board space either.
Yeah, there's just not enough space anywhere.
Yeah.
These totems are a disaster. In wishes he could just exile them.
Okay. Dirty Rat now has even less downside.
It pulls 0 minions from hand. That's actually a bad time to Dirty Rat. You want to pull a Jade out for this matchup.
Yeah. So it has so little downside, it has no upside.
So, if I'm HQ Dog, I'm looking to maximize value here.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to think about how do I burn RDU's cards.
Yes, that would be a good plan. So far, there are 3 things that can come back to his hand, and he has 7 cards in hand, so you could burn 1 card if you could kill all 3 things, but you can't.
Okay. So you're just kind of looking for a stall turn then?
He gets a minion out with the Dirty Rat. And it looks like he's trying to set up this Doomsayer, maybe. Gosh, the Harrison Jones. Doomsayer would die on board, maybe.
He's expecting the opponent to have Maelstrom Portal, Lightning Storm type cards in hand.
True. True that.
And he'd be right.
Well, if he's hand tracking, a lot of the cards right of that second Spirit Echo are there because of Spirit Echo.
Yeah, but those cards on the left have been there for a while. The Volcano, the Spirit Echo.
Mm-hmm. That's true.
And there's literally 2 portals, 2 storms. You got to expect that to be in his hand.
Yeah. Well, I think this is the second portal.
Okay.
But yeah, the storms we've yet to see.
Complicated turn. A lot of cards in hand. A lot of stuff on board.
Mega Zero, 2-0. Orange vs. Zixo happening on the off-stream stages.
It's a pretty sweet match.
Looks like they're engaged in a Druid Mirror at the moment.
Always a bad time. You hate to see that.
Yeah, you hate to watch a Druid Mirror.
I got nothing against mirrors, but Druid mirrors are not the best.
No, just awful.
No Rogue mirror, you know.
Rogue Mirrors are fun.
Yeah, exactly.
Quest Rogue Mirror, less
Well,
fun. Yeah.
It actually can be interesting. I've won some games in Quest Rogue Mirrors where they get the quest first, but I managed to do things with Vanish.
Okay.
But I think it's relatively simple. It's not that complicated to pilot. It's kind of like my opponents were pretty bad. Well, Acolyte Forbidden Healing, just kind of trying to buy time to draw into equality activators here.
Yeah, Dog has been buying actually a ridiculous amount of time. By not actually having the clear and just eating this damage, it's really been working out well for him because Ardiu's stuck with so many Jades in his hand that he can't develop. Like, he'd really like to get that Eye out there and get some big Jades actually on the field that can reasonably pressure Dog.
Yeah, he's not in a huge rush. He's still got Spirit Echo, so he's not running out of dudes anytime soon. Now there's a good pickup for Dog. Draw 3, heal 8. That's exactly what he wants to be doing.
There's the second Tyrion.
And no equality activators.
He doesn't need it yet. He's going to redeem this Tyrion.
Yeah.
Ardiu still hasn't found the Hex of the Devolve.
Yeah. Let's get the N'Zoth on 3 Tyrions.
That's how he wins. Yeah, that's the game plan from the get-go. The design of the deck, and
Ardiu's sitting on 2 volcanoes he can never use.
But now he can actually free up some board space. He can play big minions now and really start to turn up the heat. He's gonna play a 2-4.
Not that hot.
I would have really liked to see Aya come down with Spirit Echo. You have a Chieftain out there, you have an Aya out there. I think that's just enough Jade value to kill him.
I think he has too many cards to want to play Spirit Echo, and I think that's why he went to line he did.
Okay, yeah, that's true, because your opponent could, yeah, your opponent would
burn stuff.
Burn the cards. Yeah, you're right, My bad, I doubted RDU.
Well, this Tyrion Redemption is shockingly effective. RDU just cursing his luck that he can't find that Devolve he mulliganed away.
He's got like 10 cards left, right? So he's got like
30% to hit a Devolver Hex.
Yeah. And Dog's so afraid of the Devolver Hex, he's just playing the N'Zoth instead.
No. You got... Wow, really?
Well, he's afraid of dying. Because Hex plus Jade Lightning kills him. Or Devolve plus Jade Lightning.
But the Devolve still kind of kills him.
Devolve plus Jade Lightning can kill him most of the time. Not when there's a Tar Lurker.
Oof.
That's insanely good on this board.
Yeah, maybe he needs a Volcano to deal with this.
This endgame is getting weird.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on.
Like, the weirdness of the Spirit Echo hand size is really just a conundrum that's happening here. It looks great on paper, the Jade deck against Control, but when Control can control how your Spirit Echo draws you cards and mill you, it gets more complicated.
Yeah, it's quite awkward. One of the most awkward things this game is just those totems on RQ's side of the board, taking up space and potentially taking up hand size as well.
He's finally going to be able to get rid of the totems, yeah. That's going to be huge. Now he can start trying to get the Spirit Echo on something that matters.
Alright, Twitch chat, here's your chance. Explain how great Volcano is and how wrong I am about everything.
It's a little confusing that he immediately replays the totems.
Yes.
I see.
Maybe he's thinking about killing them with the second Volcano.
Yeah, he's killing him again. He's just setting him up to knock him down. But
he's
honestly,
like, I need to get these out of here.
Yeah, so he's fixing hand size a little better.
He hero powered, right?
He did hero powered. He's adding additional totems. I really feel like Ardiu's love of totems could be consequential here. A Dog's thinking about just playing the Doomsayer.
Wow.
Yeah.
They're both fighting the same team. Like,
He's so afraid of this Hex that's just not there. Like, statistically speaking, RDU should have a Hex or a Devolve right now.
But practically speaking, he does not.
Mm-hmm.
Getting this volcano going? No.
Adding additional totems still. I guess,
Yeah,
is RDU winning in fatigue currently? Maybe that's just the game plan at this point. Maybe it's, I don't even need to kill him. I'm just going to slowly make totems and win in fatigue.
Okay. Because the lay on hands.
Yeah, the lay on hands drew 3 cards.
So Consecration True Silver seems pretty good.
Mm-hmm. .5% chance for Hex, and then, you know, he's got 2 devolves in there as well, so...
Well, 1. He played 1.
Oh, he did play 1.
So it's 25% chance to find an answer to this Tyrion. Fail. Alright, is his hand size finally small enough that he can do this Spirit Echo turn with the thing from below?
Yeah, thing from below Spirit Echo seems to be the play.
Yeah, more Aya, more thing from below. That's pretty strong.
Yeah, the Aya especially is just particularly nuts.
Yeah.
It's gonna make an 8-8 and a 9-9.
You know what else is nuts? It's this Tyrion. Just trading Divine Shield for a 5/5.
The fact that it's that both Tyrions stuck against Shaman.
It's just absurd.
Yeah. If he had been more risky and just jammed the Tyrion earlier, he could have had even more Tyrions.
This is such a weird game.
Yeah. Not your typical pan out.
And this really is the deciding game of the match. If AHQ Dog can find somehow, some way to win this game, he probably wins the match.
Yes.
He is behind in fatigue though, 7-5. 7 cards in RDU's deck, 5 in AHQ Dog's. He's touching his cards. Kind of tough to get a read on the stuff based on that though, so not too costly.
Not a big fan of this play. I mean, if you get another Tarim, I guess this works out. This is setting up perfectly to Stonehill Defender into Tarim number 2.
It was kind of a weird Tarim. There's the Devolve.
The weirdest part... Yeah, I don't know. Well, Devolve goes off, for sure.
So we can see the standings. Omega 0 is 2-0. The winner of Orange and Zixo will also be 2-0.
Like this play from RDU. Good use of Volcano offensively.
Yeah, well.
The Death Rattle from Aya. 1 damage off lethal. Dog fearing Jade Lightning at this point. God bless you, RDU. A little bit of a sneeze.
So Stonehill Defender looking to stall to get a bigger Pyro quality next turn. Nope, just going for the Pyro quality. And do you follow up with a Doomsayer for tempo, or can you not win with any kind of tempo lines? You have to win with fatigue somehow.
Well, you can't win in fatigue. You've drawn more cards.
So he has to find some tempo line, which is just no way.
Yeah, good luck.
RDU's got this completely locked up.
Mm-hmm. There's a lot of Jades left.
Stonehill Defender into Tarim is probably the best pressure.
Yeah.
I guess, well, it's Tarim Tyrion. He gets the options.
Well, there's still the Hex left. RDU's at 4 cards now, isn't he? So, yeah, the Hex is coming.
Sooner or later. And Tarim kind of deals with the big Jades that RDU is about to drop, so.
RDU still has the Lightning Storms, too. To clean up the Tarim board.
Jade Spirit's pretty strong.
Yeah. I mean, you could just play 1. You don't even need to commit both. It's strong enough. Like, look at that pressure. He could even just juice out a totem. Take a value line.
Ooh. You can do whatever you want, RDU. Just don't play the Mana Tide, alright?
Yeah, as long as he doesn't do that, he should be fine.
Dirty Rat Manatee, that's the winning line for AHQ Dog.
Mm-hmm. That's not a bad one. I mean, if he has second Dirty Rat right now and he hit the Jade Spirit, I mean, not the Jade Spirit, the Jade Chieftain, and then just cleared, that could also be a winning line. But for now...
Well, this is tough. The Death Rattle and Aya making this equality clear just way more awkward.
So the remaining cards for RDU are Hex, Lightning Storm, and Jade Lightning. So he has 2 Jade cards remaining, right?
Yeah, good luck, AHQ Dog.
So that's going to be on a 10-10 or an 11-11 and a 12-12. So he needs to somehow figure out enough resources to get through that. He doesn't have any Aldors or any equalities left. And
there's no Tarim, there's no Tyrion, there's no N'Zoth, there's no Stonehill for those things.
He's got like... There's no Ivory Knight left to try and find something. He's just gonna hope that RDU's remaining Jade cards are all in the bottom 2.
There's just not much to say. Good game, guys.
And this should seal the game.
It's a formality. This game's been sealed.
He's got Doomsayer and Dirty Rat and Consecrate left. He's gonna see if RDU might miss lethal.
Just checking. Oh, he spotted it.
That was a wild game.
Yeah, that was just bizarre. Things really did not go RDU's way. I mean, I guess he had the early game, right? You got the tide to stick for a bit.
Yeah, the tide.
But regarding the key thing is Tyrion in that matchup, and RDU just could not find his many answers for it multiple times over the game. And despite that, then his off Paladin was unable to find a win. Seems like one of those borderline 0% matchups.
Yeah, that seemed really tough.
If you don't win that one, how do you win?
Yeah, you had Tyrion actually stuck, which is never supposed to happen. So, that's brutal.
Yeah.
So, I guess we figured out what RDU's kind of targeting with his lineup.
I think everyone's just accidentally targeting that N'Zoth Paladin.
Yeah, it's really bad. That N'Zoth Paladin's got like 8% win rate in the tournament or something. I think it's sub 10% win rate in the tournament.
Oh man, maybe it's sick variants. We don't understand the genius of the deck.
It's so bad. And almost all of the Chinese players are bringing, 1 or 2 card different, but the exact style of N'Zoth Paladin, and it is not performed for anybody very well, like at all.
Yeah, what I'm learning here is I'm just not a smart enough player to bring N'Zoth Paladin and have good success. I'm just going to try any other Paladin.
Like, they're making better N'Zoth Paladin lines than we can see, and it's still just not working. Like, it seems like... my philosophy in Hearthstone, or one of the many philosophies that I say, if the deck is really complicated and hard to play, it's probably bad. Like, that's just... If you have to fight with your cards to get them to work, you're playing the wrong damn cards. That's what's happening. So,
you want some free wins.
You want to be... Your deck wants to just automatically win sometimes. That's a good thing to have included in your deck. That means the power level is strong. And then if you're making really smart plays and your deck automatically wins sometimes, you're just winning on winning, and you're stacking winning with winning. And that's a lot of victory points. Whereas if your deck has to work really, really hard and barely win sometimes, then it's just not a good deck.
Yeah. That sounds pretty reasonable, Firebat. I like what you're saying there.
I mean, that's not about just face decks. A lot of people say, easy to play decks are face decks, but a lot of control decks, like, man, I was a big fan of Reno Mage. I think that was a very powerful deck for a long time. You auto won a lot. Like, you didn't have to be good to play Reno on 6.
You play your card.
When your deck is so good that when you play the card, you win, that's a good deck.
So the next match is Stan Sifka versus Jason Zhao. Two really solid players. Stan Sifka is a really innovative deck builder, I'd say. He's the guy he does stuff like the Blood Boiled Doom Warlock. He brought that to some tournament and was reasonably successful, I believe.
Oh, yeah. He loves doing wacky stuff.
But Yeah, he just thinks for himself, you know?
Hmm. I've played against Stan Cifka in a lot of tournaments. Back in 2015 in Romania, DreamHack Bucharest, I played against Stan Cifka. In this tournament, the format was every round you could play any decks you wanted. You just switched every single round. You didn't submit deck lists. You just, you queued up the deck lists. And it was a best of 5 conquest with a ban, I think. So every round you brought 4 different deck lists if you wanted, or the same deck list if you wanted. And I scouted Stan Cifka throughout the tournament. He never played the same deck list twice throughout the entire tournament. It was like 9 or 10 rounds too. Like, it's just completely different archetypes every round. Like, that's a pretty big range because I played him in the finals, and he also brought completely different decks to the finals as well. Like, the guy never played a single deck archetype twice.
Then he's kind of giving away information. He's not going to play what he's already played. But I want to talk about Cifka for a second outside of Hearthstone. He's actually just kind of like a scary, impressive competitor. Most related would be Magic. He won a Pro Tour playing a deck called Eggs. It's just extremely complicated and technical, and you have to work for your wins. And he won a Pro Tour that's like Magic at the highest level kind of thing. It's like $40,000 or something. In chess, I think he is or is close to a Grandmaster, so like 2,400 rating. That's like, he beat the heck out of me, and I beat the heck out of basically everybody at chess. And then even at ping pong, he crushed me there too. And I beat most people at ping pong. Like, he's just really good at competing at anything he touches, as far as I can tell. Stan Cifka, you don't want to bet against him.
Well, I love betting against him, actually. He's a very bad gambler. I beat him at gambling all the time. He's very cocky. He's very good at stuff, so it makes him very cocky. And I love gambling against him. Not against him per se and his abilities, but his estimations of others' abilities.
Okay, he makes some mistakes and he overestimates himself at times.
Yeah, he usually estimates himself fine. He just expects a lot out of everybody.
Okay.
So, like at EU vs. CN number 2, which was the last one, or the one before the last one, he said that no Chinese player would make it out of groups, and I took that bet.
Yeah.
I snap called that bet. I don't know if you've played Hearthstone before, but
sometimes things happen.
Yeah, it turned out half the Chinese players made it out, half the European players made it out. So.
All right, good bet.
Yeah.
All right, should we take a short break and come back in a minute? Or I guess
we just talked through the break.
Stuff.
That was the break. But I mean, we'll take a break while these guys are, digesting the game and reading stories from the book. So we'll be right back. Alright, hey guys, welcome back to EU versus CN, day number 2. I am Firebat, joining me with the cast is Zalay, and our friendly story reader, and the guys at the bar there, a wine bar, in a tavern.
So we got Stan Skifta versus Jason Zhu coming up, and I'm looking at Sifka's list here. He's got a Paladin, Priest, Rogue, and Shaman. The Rogue is not Quest Rogue, but a Miracle Rogue, and it has Earthen Ring Farseer, Blast from the Past.
Blast from Earthen Ring Farseer.
Yeah, it's really an interesting rogue. Like I said, he's kind of he thinks for himself. He's got his own deck list. So he's got a South Sea deckhand to complement the 2 Swashbucklers, so one more pirate than a lot of lists run.
And the Cold Bloods, that's not something you see. A lot of players are going with the Arcane Giants as a finisher. Stan Sifka favors the more traditional Miracle Rogue approach with the Cold Bloods for burst, which you have to imagine is going to do a lot better against the Paladins.
Yeah. Interestingly, no Leroy to go with those Cold Bloods.
Just the deckhand. He thinks it's a very finesse list, right? It's got about 30 damage in it, so you know you got to make all of it count. Like, it's not what you can't really make too many errors with that.
It's gonna need to squeeze the value out of shares in a lot of times.
I am afraid for this rogue. I'm gonna be honest with you. There's not a lot of damage in it. Not a lot of threats. Not a lot of damage. It seems like it could really just not end up being able to go the distance a lot of the time.
And he's got Purify Priest with only 1 Purify, 1 Potion of Madness, 1 Wild Pyromancer in there for some AoE tech.
Okay. Yeah, I think Purify Priest is a very solid Priest deck list. We've seen it have a lot of success in Ladder quite recently. Raynad was piloting it to great success at, like, pretty the top end of Legend there.
Whoa, for Raynad. Okay, and Volcanic Shaman. He's got, what is this? There's a Calamos in there. He doesn't have any of the Servant of Calamos, so it's kind of like what JJ was running in that regard.
Yeah, it's
got a Hammer Twilight Jade package though, just a small Jade package. Yeah, Hammer of Twilight's an interesting card. We haven't seen that in a lot of decks in this tournament, but I guess one of the biggest downsides to Hammer of Twilight is the popularity of Harrison Jones. Playing a 5-mana weapon into a 5-mana weapon removal card kind of sucks, but because Hammer of Twilight has that Death Rattle, the Death Rattle pops out a 4/2 that can contest the Harrison right off the bat. It's not that weak to Harrison as a weapon.
Yeah, you kill something, they Harrison it, you kill the Harrison. Ends up fine, they just get a card draw out of the deal.
Or you bait the Harrison with a Jade Claws and get him with a Hammer.
Sure.
Although it's kind of hard to bait people in this format, they know your deck list. So let's see what else is going on. For AoE, he has 2 Devolve, 2 Maelstrom Portal, 0 Lightning Storm, and 1 Volcano. Much lighter package than RDU in that regard.
Yeah, it's like 1 or 2 card different from Super JJ's Shaman list, which dominated in its games. And you have to imagine Super JJ and Stan Sifka practiced together. They were practice partners, you know, in years prior, so it's probably something that remains true today.
Okay. And finally, the Paladin. It's got the Murloc early game. You like to see that. It's got 2 Pyromancers and 2 Equality, complementing the Murloc early game. So either you high roll with the Murloc early game, or maybe you Pyro Equality to catch up.
Yeah, that's it. JJ's Paladin list is actually card for card the exact same as Stan Sifka's as well. So they have the same exact Paladin, the same exact Shaman, totally different priests, like 30 cards different, well, 28 cards different, and completely different rogues as well. So they share a lot of similarities with their lineups. They probably practice together, but
disagreed about some stuff.
And you know, if we look at JJ's lineup, the Paladin was fine, the Shaman was fine. He really struggled with the Priest, and that's what was holding JJ back. So Stan Sifka bringing the same lineup with a different Priest, you got to imagine that bodes well for him.
Yeah, it's the rogue that's kind of the question mark. Will it actually connect?
Yeah, that's questionable for sure.
And let's look at Jason's decks and then think about bans. So Jason has a N'Zoth Paladin. He has a Jade Shaman. He has a Quest Rogue. And a Jade Druid.
And all of those decks have healing in them. And the Rogue's max damage is 18. So, you can't even get 30 from hand. You're going to need to connect minimum 12 from board. And then you got your Druid opponent, which has got double Feral Rage for heal. You're going to need to really snowball the board against every single one of the decks. Otherwise, the Rogue deck's just never going to go the distance.
And is it going to be able to do that? Like, Sherazin gives it a chance.
Sure, Sherazin's going to be crucial. That coming down at 4 really will help out the Rogue. But it's going to be tough to really stick a board to get. The Shaman's got Volcano, it's got Storm, and Healing. So it's got AoE heal, or AoE clear and healing. Those are the two things that's going to beat it. Paladin's got AoE clear and healing. So that's going to stop it from tempoing out and then be able to recover. Against the Druid, they don't really have the AoE clear, so you can kind of tempo out against them. But even then, he's got the Naturalize, which is pretty good when you know you can out-heal your opponent's deck. You just have to remove their, very limited amount of threats and then heal. And then you beat every card in their deck. So, and it's got Yogg for that big, sweeper. If you get a Yogg, then you can just heal, stabilize out. It's pretty sketchy.
So if the Rogue's the weak deck, maybe can find a win against Paladin.
Mm-hmm. I could for sure find
traditionally it's traditionally where you're looking for that. I'm just trying to figure out what are the bans going to be.
The bans, I believe. Let's see here. Jason Zhao has typically been banning Rogue. That has been his ban strategy, but that was against the Quest Rogue, not this stranger variant of Miracle Rogue. I would not hate to see him actually ban. Let's see.
There's 2 Jade decks.
Mid-range
Quest
Paladin?
Rogue. Yeah, I mean, it's just kind of a scary deck, right?
Yeah, it's a deck that can curve out and beat the Druid. It's a deck that can curve out and beat the Jade Shaman because the Jade Shaman is just slow. And it's a deck that so far in the tournament has been destroying N'Zoth Paladin consistently. So I would say it does not bode well for your decks to leave that up. Whereas I think the Rogue could be Stan Cifka's weakest deck. So even though you didn't really build your lineup to beat Rogue in general, just because of how different and unique this Rogue is, I'd say you take the risk on it and just ban the Paladin.
Mm-hmm. And where does the N'Zoth Paladin find a win?
Against, one of the things N'Zoth Paladin can do...
Might beat the Rogue.
It could beat the Silence Priest. Silence Priest,
yeah.
It has one big push, Silence Priest. Like, there's no card draw in this deck that much. Like, there's Acolytes and, like, a 1 wild Pyromancer, and sometimes you make some wacky combos happen there and draw a lot of cards. But other than that, there's, like, a Purify and some Power Word Shields. So most of the time, Silence Priest does not draw a lot of cards. They go all in on a board, you clear it, and then they're just stuck there with garbage in their hand. And Equality does a really good job at making that happen. So if a Silence Priest doesn't get, like, an Acolyte cycle hand, then it has to go all in. And if it goes all in and gets met with Equality, it's going to find defeat. So I actually think the N'Zoth Paladin has 2 fairly decent chances to get out here. Again, one against the Rogue, one against the Silence Priest. I think it's going to really struggle against the Shaman. Bloodlust is going to kill it, and Hex is going to stop it from having any way of killing the opponent. Because the big problem with only Tyrion as your death rattle, they Hex it or devolve it, and you're just done.
And we do see a Rogue banned. Looks like Cifka's Rogue is banned.
Really?
Priest, Paladin, and Shaman stay up.
I find that extremely interesting. Yeah.
Both Rogues got banned.
Oh yeah, Cifka's of course always banning the Quest Rogue.
Being banned, yeah, it makes a lot of sense.
You gotta do that, but I am not a fan of banning the Rogue by Jason Zhao here.
Okay, so Jason's gonna have Jade Druid, Jade Shaman, and N'Zoth Paladin.
Mm-hmm.
And Cifka on the flip side, he's going to have Purify Priest, Jade Shaman, and Murloc Paladin.
Leading
I like
off,
Cifka's chances.
Yeah, leading
That's
off
what I'm thinking here.
with the Shaman here for Stan Cifka. It's got Devolve in there. It's a Jade Elemental Shaman. It does not run any Jade Spirits, so a little light on the Jade threats. Just the basic Jade plan, if you will. And then Bloodlust and Hammer of Twilight kind of in the spot where you'd put a Jade Spirit.
And Jade Druid for Jason. Burgly Bully enabling a Gadgetzan Auctioneer. I wonder how they pick these kind of key cards to talk about the 6 that they put up on screen. It looks like a fairly random distribution.
Well, you need a card to identify it's Jade. I don't think you need to show Fandral. That's in every Druid deck. Gadgets, you talk about how greedy it is. Burgly Bully, because that's the tech card. And then I guess, I don't know why there's Wrath up there. Earthen Scales is a 1-of. I wish they would have showcased the Naturalize. That's the other key card. Like, the key cards they should have shown were Yogg, Harrison Jones, Naturalize, Burgly Bully, Blood Mage Thalnos.
When I look at Sivka's lineup, I'm thinking he was much more scared of aggressive lineups than most of the other people in this tournament.
Oh, yeah.
That's right. That's why he brought the Miracle Rogue instead of the Quest Rogue. That's why he didn't bring the Jade Druid that's been so dominant. That's why he did bring the Shaman that's so good against aggro. He's trying to find a lineup of decks that can perform against aggro and control. He's looking to have a chance against anyone. Which is tough to do, but very effective if you can manage it.
Sure. Doesn't look like it's been working out for him so far. He's at an 0-1 currently. Jason's out on the other hand of things at 1-0 currently.
Jason keeping the Jade Blossom. Hard to argue with that. Bait Jade Blossom doesn't curve into much. I guess you could cycle Thalnos on turn 2.
Yeah, you just get a 1-1 out there. It's not bad.
Probably hit something.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, having random minions in play against Shaman's pretty nice to contest the totems.
No Firefly for Stan Cifka here. That's his 1-drop he's looking to try and hit.
So Cifka might be thinking less about his curve and more about why the opponent evaded Jade Blossom and what that says about his hand. And he's not going to get a very good read.
No.
Because Jason's hand is one of the hands you would not expect to be evading out Jade Blossom as often.
Yeah, I could have very easily seen him just hold the Vade. Just wait, play Jade Blossom on 3. But cycle Thalnos. That's his game plan with this.
Yeah, cycle Thalnos into some kind of Jade or Fandral on 4.
Maybe hit a second Jade Blossom like a god 4% of the time.
That'd be nice. That'd be nice.
Yeah, that is weird. The more I think about it, the less I like innervating that Jade Blossom. Like, if Stan Cifka has his 1-drop of Firefly, you just effectively discard it innervate. And you could play this on 2 anyway. The thing that it beats, though, is Stan Cifka pass into Totem. Plays into Maelstrom Portal, though. But if he passes in Totems, you beat every Totem except Searing Totem more.
So double Firefly contests reasonably. Coin Stonehill is an option that curves into something like Firefly Flame Tongue or Firefly Hero Power. And Coin Stonehill just contests so effectively here. And you curve out reasonably well with it. It's not like an issue.
Anything you would want to save the coin for?
Let's see. Sifka's Shaman does have good coin combo-y potential. I don't really see anything.
Coin of Fire Elemental or something, I guess. Yeah, this
Sure.
trade's a little bit worse for Stan Cifka, but he gets to save the coin and he values that.
Okay. I mean, it's reasonable. And Jason just hero powering on 4. The Innervate Jade Blossom did not pay off at all. Just kind of down and Innervate.
Yeah.
Which might have been a nice card with Yogg in his hand. With gadgets in his deck.
Yeah, he would have just went turn 2, Thalnos, turn 3, Jade Blossom, and then this would be the state pretty much. There'd be the 1-1 Jade right now on the field against a 1-2. But other than that, the board would look exactly the same and Jason would have an Innervate in hand. So he effectively discarded Innervate to put 1 damage on a Flame Elemental.
But he did give himself chances to just have a much better curve.
Yeah, he gave himself chances to high roll with it, but...
And he low rolled.
Not that good of chances to high roll, though.
It's reasonable. Yeah, I didn't like the bait Jade Blossom on 1. So Stonehill Defender into Stonehill Defender. The poisonous guy is like kind of interesting against Jade Druid. They don't have great removal for it. It's not terrible either. Like swipe hero power can clean it up a lot of times. And this nourish for Jason's just key. Draw 3. You really needed that. He had some bad cards there. Naturalize is something Sifka might need to think about playing around regarding hand size and overdrawing.
That's funny.
Yeah, Flame Tongue for some pressure. Let's go.
Yeah, hitting that healing totem's nice too. Gets to help you play around swipe a little bit.
Yeah, beautiful. Ooh. Ion 6 very appealing, but leaving Flame Tongue up is a disaster.
And you want to be able to try and, I think Wild Growth to maybe set up for some sort of double swipe so you can kill all the totems and whatnot.
Oh, you don't want to swipe the Flame Tongue this turn?
No, I don't think so. I think we can take 6. Our deck has a lot of healing in it with double Feral Rage and the Earthen Scales. So I think trying to set up 2 swipes in the same turn is important. So I think you're either playing Aya or you're playing Wild Growth. You can't do much with the Wild Growth. So I favor the Aya.
I agree with Aya over Wild Growth.
Yeah, it's super important that you can clear all of the totems and beat Thing from below. So like the double swipe is good to have connected together. Just use your life total as a resource to try and set that up, I think, is a good long-term plan.
So hexing Aya is quite optimal.
Oh yeah, you're going to want to do that.
Not have to deal with that death rattle. And he's carefully avoiding putting 3 damage into a taunt totem, which you can try and put 1 damage into next turn, or potentially AoE with like a Maelstrom Portal. Jason doesn't know.
There goes the swipes this turn. So the swipes are not going to be connected, and that healing totem is going to make a lot of work happen.
Yep.
I don't know. I think if we were going to swipe anyway, we should have just swiped last turn then. If we weren't connecting the 2 swipes together. Because we just took a bunch of extra damage.
Yeah, makes some sense. So Jason's 2 turns away from Yogg. Sifka is looking to pressure before Jadrid gets to that sick end game and wins. Find ways to set up this Bloodlust.
Yeah, you should hero power, maybe Stonehill Defender, and then he can eventually play the double Thing from below. Or you can play 1 Thing from below this turn and then hero power Thing from below Stonehill. Does this set up lethal?
I'm going to say yes. Everything sets up lethal when you have Bloodlust in hand.
Well, you gotta expect one of the minions at minimum is gonna die. So,
right, I mean,
12, 17, 18, 19, 20 with 1 minion dying.
Probably not going to actually be lethal, but it threatens it if Jason doesn't make some defensive play. A spot like this, you really want to have the Primordial Drake.
Yeah, that's why I was going with like Stonehill Defender, because the 3/3 sticking means Primordial Drake's gonna clear everything.
And Jason actually plays 0 Primordial Drakes in his Druid.
Oh, does he really?
Yep.
Okay, then,
Seems quite wrong.
That makes a lot of sense for Stan Sifka to just completely disrespect it then.
No, it's just not there.
Yeah, wow. I just assumed it was there.
I know, you would, right? It's such a good card.
Yeah, everyone
It covers the weakness of the deck.
Yeah. Everyone except Jason Zhao is running the Primordial Drake. He has cut Primordial Drake to squeeze in the Yogg. That's how he's fitting in Burgly Bully, Blood Mage Thalnos, Harrison Jones, Naturalize. He's got a lot of tech in there. Okay. Well, he has Yogg. It's like Primordial Drake, except less consistent and doesn't have taunt.
Yeah, it is.
And sometimes it's better, though.
We have seen a much better Yogg than any Primordial Drake was in this tournament, right?
That was from Jason Zhao as well, yeah.
Yeah, that was a sick one.
That was against Kalento earlier on in the tournament, where he was able to play a Light in the Darkness with the 5 Silverhand recruits. He was able to play Call of the Wild, and then he...
For 0 minions. His board was full.
Yeah, his board was too full for the Call of the Wild. But he got double Soul of the Forest on all of that, I think, and cleared his opponent's board.
And crucially, like, these minions were protecting him from the opponent's rag shots.
Oh, yeah, yeah. And he spawned a taunt. He got a 4/8 taunt out there as well.
It was nice.
Yeah, that was good.
You gonna juice the Yogg? Heck yeah, you are.
Yeah, this...
Always juice it.
He thinks he's safe. Yeah, he's relatively safe, yeah. 31 life.
Why not make it 32? It's a nice even number. Maybe save the Jade card for after Yogg.
You don't want to allow your opponent to trade in their board, I guess, and develop death rattles or something. There's not really any death rattles there, but...
He deliberately avoids killing the Taunt Totem because...
Flame Tongue could come down alongside Bloodlust to allow additional
He just doesn't want to
damage.
let his opponent play stuff, right?
Yeah.
And Sifka figures Bloodlust for 21 is probably the best it can do, since, you know, it's not going to get win for your minions anytime soon.
Yeah, it's not bad. It's a good way to try and kill your opponent when they try and Yogg this. Because Yogg can now just kill Jason Zhao before it board clears or whatnot, or heals.
Yeah. No, it's literally maximum value off the Bloodlust. You'll take the 21, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
No, the button's green. You can click it. Or shock itself. GG.
Yeah, I thought that was going to happen.
A living mana is not what you want. Oh, got a new mana crystal. Oh, it's gonna burn some cards there.
Oh, he's in fatigue. He's dead into fatigue.
Yeah, yeah.
Wow.
He just doomed himself.
That is brutal. You hate to see that.
I love to see that. That's hilarious. That could have been a Primordial Drake.
Max Draw Doom.
Oh, hilarious.
So, what matchups are... Primordial Drake, clearly a good card against Bloodlust Shaman. But some of the other matchups that are floating around the current metagame, let's talk about it. Let's see, is Primordial Drake a good card in this tournament?
It's not good against Jade Druid.
That's true. It's bad in the mirror, so cutting it significantly improves his win rate in the mirror. Is it good against Gunther Mage? That's been a popular deck.
Yeah, I think it's pretty fine there. You do need to stop some little minions from hitting you. You need the taunt, you need the AoE.
What about N'Zoth
It's not
Paladin?
great, it's fine. Against N'Zoth Paladin,
It's like totally dead.
I don't think
right?
you could lose, doesn't matter.
Okay, yeah, that's true. You know, you don't lose that anyway. You already beat Control just hard enough. I think same
The thing
goes
is-
pretty much against Gunther Mage, right?
Yeah, it's just such a key card for beating all of the decks that Jade doesn't automatically beat.
Yeah.
Like
yeah.
the aggressive stuff.
I'm with you. I mean, I played 2 of them. I think a lot of the players... There's a lot of players in the tournament only playing 1 Primordial Drake. You know, they play 1 Primordial Drake, 1 Yogg. You know, try and hedge for the mirror a little bit. But, yeah, I think you gotta play it.
Reasonable for this state, but yeah, it's the cards. It's like a big part of why Jade Druid's good when people weren't really expecting it to be, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I love this. Yeah, Replay Guy's back. Good job, Replay Guy. You nailed it. This is what everyone wants to see.
Oh my god. That's
beautiful.
It's a lot of draw.
So doomed.
Oh man.
Beautiful. Dude, there's Max Bloodlust and then Max Doom. That was a crazy game.
Max Bloody Doom.
Oof.
Silence Priest from Stan Sifka.
We haven't seen Jade Druid lose a lot of games this tournament. That was one of the first.
Mm-hmm. Is that the first time Jade Druid's ever lost against not Jade Druid, I think, this tournament?
Yeah, I was going to say, it did lose a mirror.
Yeah, it lost a mirror, and it's lost that game. Other than that, Jade Druid undefeated in the tournament. Highest win rate deck thus far.
Oof. Yeah, it turns out Jade Druid good against control decks. Imagine that.
Oh, Jason Zhao likes to see this, I'd say. If there's one deck he'd prefer to have his N'Zoth Paladin go up against, lowest win rate deck in the entire tournament, by the way, it would be against this Silence Priest from Stan Sifka. Because the Silence Priest is really all in, and if he can find
an answer,
then he'll probably be in a good state. But
the equality of the Aldor.
Stan Cifka actually drew a hand that can kind of reload. The double Acolyte of Pain means he can kind of go the distance.
Elder's a pretty fishy answer, because they can just kind of sit on the big health minion until Interfire kills you.
Yeah, you need the equality. If you get both equalities, you probably win.
Thing is, Cifka, if you can just kind of keep something on board and accumulate the buff cards in hand, you can just build up larger and larger burst potential from hand, and eventually just OTK Jason. That's what Cifka's maybe going to think about trying to set up.
Valento 3-0 versus Stan Udachi. That happened earlier on today.
Brutal.
Yeah.
A lot of rogue bans in this tournament. It's consistent with everyone playing control and just banning Quest Rogue, because that's control killer.
Omega 0-3-2 versus Super JJ. Super JJ going 0-2 in groups. Sent packing, right? 0-2 means you're out.
And here we are with the whole, does Paladin hero power on turn 2 against the potential Coin Acolyte? Jason says yes, and it does not work out well for him in this scenario.
Yeah, we've seen this 3 times in the tournament where Paladin has turn 2 hero powered against a deck running double Acolyte of Pain, and 100% of the time has been met by Coin Acolyte and suffered the consequences.
Yep.
Paladin has...
Starting to look like maybe, if you trust this tournament sample any, maybe you don't hero power on 2 in those scenarios.
Yeah, back in the day, there was a time period where Paladin was like actually meta for like a solid month and a half, and by the end of those, like the last few weeks of that meta, everyone stopped hero powering on 2 against Control Warrior. But currently, the meta call seems to be to hero power on 2. You get a 1-1.
He's doubling down on it. He can True Silver the 1-2 Acolyte next turn, so it's not like it's getting 3 draws, just 2.
Yeah.
Still, very good for Cifka. Draws are exactly what he needs. Find that big burst damage from hand.
Yeah, maybe he's playing a combo deck. Giving a combo deck draw is brutal.
You can actually just Talon Priest the Acolyte here, protect it from True Silver.
Yeah, he gets even more draws.
You can't really equality this, can you? You Doomsayer, right?
Doomsayer, yeah. You trade into the 3-3 or the 3-4 with the guy in Doomsayer is what I would think, but he's just gonna strand the Acolyte on the field.
Okay. He's thinking he can Doomsayer next turn. Riskier. He's going for a high risk, high reward line of play with that.
Yeah.
And Cifka now has Divine Spirit plus Inner Fire, so he's getting there with the combo. He could get in for 12 this turn if he wanted. He would lose in spectacular fashion.
Spectacular fashion. What if you just play another Acolyte of Pain? Or a 4-8. Those are pretty good.
I was more on the 4-8 line. I feel a bit icky playing double Acolyte. Overdraw starts to become a thing.
Okay, sure.
I've had bad experiences. You never go full Acolyte.
Never full Acolyte, huh?
Except for when you do. Alright, and here's the Doomsayer, which Cifka can deal with. That's a better way to deal with it, probably. He does want the silence for his own minions. Now he has Purify, right? He's fine. Purify the Razor Leaf, silence the Doomsayer, push some damage.
Seems good to me.
Heal your Acolyte. Cifka seems to be in extremely good position to win this game and take a 2-0 lead.
Yeah, it seems to be going that way for him.
I mean, sure, Jason has tools in hand, but it's like Cifka's applying pressure in a manner that Jason doesn't seem to have efficient answers to.
And drawing cards. And he can just hold on to this burst until it kills him.
Yep.
So, Cleric gets to come down here, heal the Acolyte, draw a card, silence the Doomsayer, push for 4, and
push 5.
Yeah, push 5, yeah. You're going to want to attack with both minions. Good call.
That's good, yeah.
18 damage represented for Stan Cifka with the combo.
Burst damage from hand in this position. Well, Taunt Divine Shield really stops the combo, but I don't know. Like, how do you win in the long run? You have to the problem is Sifka's just drawing these cards. So
Oh yeah, he's
how
drawing
do you
his
stop
full
that?
deck.
It's not okay.
Yeah.
And like a 1-8, you know, it slows the damage down, but eventually it's just going to be a 32-32 and dome you.
Yeah.
So Shambler is not that good against Jason's deck because it just runs into equality clears.
True.
Like against some decks here, you'd go just Inner Fire up to an 8-8, Shambler to have 2 of them and be winning, but not against the double equality deck.
Mm-hmm.
Take a way more patient line.
He's going to utilize the Inner Fire here. He gives up all of his damage potential. He needs to find the second Inner Fire now to even be able to kill Jason's out. So I think the game plan here from Sifka is sort of shifting with that Shambler draw, and instead of trying to burst him, he's trying to like bait out an equality clear and then go Razor Leaf Shambler or something like this.
Interesting. Bait out an equality, and then he can start getting some big Shamblers.
Mm-hmm.
And then he'd be in trouble against the second equality. Well, if you're Jason, you want to try to hang on to the equality as long as reasonably possible. Like, what if he just Ivory Knights his turn? He's only taking 8 on the attack back.
Yeah, you don't have an equality combo yet, so I don't think you want to like do a desperation equality trade thing. So I like Ivory Knight, try and find Consecrate, Venging Wrath, you know, something that can clean everything up here. I don't think there's...
And the Inner Fire on the Acolyte's kind of awkward because now that it has 6 attack, it sort of wants to be going face, but because it's an Acolyte and Sifka wants to be drawing, it sort of wants to be trading and getting healed all the time.
Mm-hmm. Like, in Jason Zhao's position, you shouldn't be afraid of death. You saw the Inner Fire get utilized. Adapt, I guess?
Penance can often get silenced off.
Yeah, that's the issue with it. Your opponent's playing high health minions for the that can't attack for the purpose of silencing them.
If he takes Adapt, he could draw Pyromancer and, you know, Pyromancer, Poison, Adapt for a kind of an extra equality, which could be really game-winning.
Yeah, and you get a free roll at it because you do the Pyromancer Adapt first, then play equality if it doesn't work.
Yeah.
But, depends. 10% for Pyromancer, which means 10% for Consecrate, because he hasn't used either of those yet. So he's got 20% to be able to clear the board next turn.
If he wants to. A lot of times he wants to just kind of play stuff and stall on the clear as long as possible. Right, Lightlord might be coming out.
Pence hits a good target.
Okay.
So he has the option to clear. But not going to go with it. The Inner Fire's already been used, so Stan Sifka's burst potential or just general damage potential is extremely low. Jason Zhao feels no reason to be afraid. Going to hold on to the clear.
Yeah, makes sense. If you use the clear, you're vulnerable. If you hang on to it, you gain the potential to win the game if Sifka decides to stop playing around it.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of like a big thing in these kind of games is learning to be patient with your one last board clear. Really make them force you to use it. Get the maximum value out of it. You use it early, then your opponent sees that you use it and they choose to overcommit into it. It's a real disaster to use your one AoE clear prematurely. And Sifka just drawing cards that draw cards. It's very good for his chances of winning this game.
He's got to start getting some... Maybe get a Shambler out of his hand just to get it out of his hand so he can Lyra more freely in the future.
Okay. Yeah, it's not like a super high value card.
Yeah, he's got the Lyra Radiant Elemental combo coming up on 10 mana pretty soon. He's able to generate a lot of stuff. This can draw out the Inner Fire.
So card count is 12 in Sifka's deck, 19 in Jason's.
Mm-hmm. Another Acolyte coming out. That is a lot of card draw.
Yeah, there's some overdraw potential here.
Yeah,
especially with a Pyromancer from Jason.
Quality Consecrate, for that matter, overdraws him.
Wow. Yeah, playing that Acolyte seemed like a mistake.
Yeah. He values having the Razor Leaf in hand, but if you Equality Consecrate, overdraw the Inner Fire, that's it. Stan Cifka's deck, he needs to then generate another Inner Fire off of Lyra, because that's the second Inner Fire.
The deck technically can win games without an Inner Fire, but it's just way more likely with. Yeah, you're right.
You're gonna want that card in your Inner Fire Priest. Is this board worth killing?
Yes. You deal with a lot of card draw. You get a little bit of burned out. You still have some resources.
Yeah, I'm a fan.
I don't know. Maybe you just want to hang on to it, like I was saying. Just be super patient with the Stonehill and Wicker Flame. But
I mean, Stan Cifka's getting to the point where most of his deck is in his hand. So if they get the Divine Spirit Inner Fire down on an 8 health minion, it starts being a lot of burst damage. Divine Shield Taunt, pretty good pickup for him here.
Yeah, putting Divine Shield on an A1 seems like pretty good value.
Only one Divine Spirit is going to be available for Stan Cifka unless he generates more off Lyra now.
Alright, he's going for it. This turn's going to be crazy. He's got to play fast.
Yeah.
He's thinking already that's costly. You need those seconds.
Second Radiant Elemental picked up. That's pretty big. A lot of crazy shenanigans are about to happen.
There could be lethal with a Potion of Madness this turn. It's technically possible.
Yeah. There's a Potion of Madness. It doesn't take it. And Inner Fire is pretty good.
Well, it's an Inner Fire. Yeah, now he can have 3 Inner Fires this game. That's important.
Clock is ticking.
Purify not so good here.
2 Mind Controls. A little clunky.
A little. Well, I mean, they're only 8 mana. It's like pre-nerf. So he's going to be burning a card from his deck with his next draw. If he burns the Inner Fire, then it's pretty rough.
Well, 14/14 needs to get answered still.
Okay. Well, Hammer of Wrath to the rescue.
Yeah, sometimes it just gets... I mean, you could face tank it too. That's not that bad.
I think you do both, right?
I mean, you Hammer Wrath.
You Hammer Wrath first, the see if you get there.
Yeah.
Oh, I was going to Hammer Wrath the 14.
So
and then True Silver plus Light Lord.
Okay. Oh, yeah. For some reason, I thought 4 plus 8 was 14. Sorry. I apologize for that.
Not quite.
Not quite, yeah. Numbers are appearing out of nowhere.
Numbers are tricky at 8 in the morning when you've been up for 7 hours or whatever.
7 cards remaining in Stan Cifka's deck, so 1 in 7 he mills the Inner Fire.
That's very risky. It seems like this is kind of a sloppy game. Can't be too critical of it because it's very difficult, but I don't know.
Yeah.
It's sort of the thing you expect more from Cifka out of this kind of game. Maybe I'm misunderstanding things somehow, but no, it's been sloppy.
Yeah. Seems like he's overdrawing more than he should be. But if he doesn't overdraw it, he probably wins right now. Well, I would... Actually, not probably, because he's out of the Divine Spirit. His burst potential is very limited. He can Inner Fire for 5.
Well, he's got Mind Control for Tyrion, so he's not going to have to worry too much about N'Zoth.
Yeah.
You can just kind of go for some beatdown.
He's at a point in the game where he's just winning the value game, actually.
Yeah. So he's thinking about how best to set up lethal through whatever Jason might be doing. It's the Shadowed Horde to get through a Wicker Flame.
Additional draw.
He's not going to use that lay on hands this game.
No. Not ideal.
Best Torn protects its Radiant Elementals a bit, but maybe he'd rather Shambler here.
I kind of like holding on to the Shambler, because if Quality Clear comes out, what you can do is go Ancient Watcher, Shambler, Shambler.
Okay.
It's not too bad.
Yeah, I mean, Tyrion's like a dead card at this point, so he doesn't need to get through too much of Jason's stuff to win. This is really tough for Jason.
Yeah, he doesn't have either side of the equality combo yet. So in his shoes, he's thinking, if I take the most defensive line to survive for one turn, like healing for 20, for example, there's no possible way I can top deck the equality combo to clear my opponent's board. So he has to set up something else that sets up with one draw for him to be able to win the game or turn the tides of the game on the next turn.
That's tough to do.
Yeah, borderline impossible. But
game plan involves Sifka thought steals a weapon and plays it, and Jason Harrisons it into Pyro equality.
Yeah. So there should be... Alright, let's see. There's no Divine Spirits, so the max damage 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18-ish damage. So there's no lethal here.
Yeah. 10, 13. Yeah, you can just use a mind control. You got two of them. I guess Jason can read that as meaning there's a second mind control out there.
Yep.
And Cisco having two inner fires in hand, he's perfectly fine with wasting one. He's thinking about whether he should trade to play around equality or something here. Try to protect his wicker.
Hey, he kind of played around equality by taking the wicker already.
Well, he can protect the Divine Shield on the wicker so that it survives an equality clear. And he heals the Radiant Elemental player on Consecration.
Wild Pyromancer, Repentance, 6/6 taunt. Dynamite.
Yeah. That sounds like how this game's gonna end.
Yeah.
So, no, he's not even gonna try.
Silence Priest seemed pretty good there. That was a lot more value than I thought the Priest would be able to generate. The Acolyte of Pain early game is really...
crucial.
Yeah, that was big. You know, like...
It goes back to the turn 2 play of just hero powering.
Oh yeah, that started
It's
everything.
funny how, like, plays on turn 1, 2, and 3 that seem very obvious and normal and natural can be game-losing mistakes. We've seen it multiple times this tournament.
Mm-hmm. Turn 2 hero power. Giving your
It's been just throwing games for Paladin left and right.
Yeah. Everybody at home, if you're playing some N'Zoth control Paladin...
First of all, stop.
Stop, yeah, that's bad. Don't do that. But... Second of all, play more Death Rattles than just Tyrion. Come on, what are you doing? And third of all, turn 2. Think about that hero power. That could be...
Maybe don't if they can acolyte you.
Yeah, maybe just don't hero power.
Wow. So 2-0 lead for Sifka here. Just got to get one more win.
Mid-range, Murloc Paladin, Harrison Jones in there for the tech card. Get some weapons.
Yeah, that sounds like a pretty easy way to get a win.
Yeah, it's a pretty good deck. He's got double Wild Pyromancer, double Equality, though, which is not standard. A little wacky.
Okay. And that's a liability against the N'Zoth Paladin.
Yeah, it's just not great to pressure with. You'd prefer the additional Murlocs. He's cut out the Murloc Tidecaller and replaced them with Wild Pyromancers. So it helps out against, I guess, aggressive decks and hurts you a little bit against the control decks. But
indeed, Paladin Mirror.
Well, thus far, if we go, based on trends and based on what's happened thus far in the tournament, the mid-range Murloc Paladin has won this matchup 100% of the time. So I heavily favor Sans Sifka in this position to take a 3-0.
So Jason pitched his Tyrion and picked up a N'Zoth. I might have kept Tyrion, honestly.
With his deck, yeah, it might actually be good enough.
Sifka has Harrison, so it feels horrible to keep it. But, I mean, you really need Tyrion to win.
Mm-hmm.
For setting up for the N'Zoth, you know?
Hey, found it.
Okay. All according to plan.
I like this Doomsayer. You gotta stop the Murlocs from snowballing immediately.
Yeah, if you don't Doomsayer now, the turn... If you delay it a turn, the turn 4 True Silver is probably going to pick it off. So you play it now so that it actually goes off.
Yeah, and when it goes off, Stan Cifka can pick up this Hydrologist if he wants, utilizing the Getaway Kodo this turn. And then when it becomes Jason Joe's turn, Doomsayer is going to go off, activating the secret. Hydrologist returns to Stan Cifka's hand.
And then he probably just develops a True Silver. Does Jason have... Yeah, never mind. Developing a True Silver into that Harrison's actually pretty risky. Maybe you don't.
Hey, he's probably just going to double Murloc. Get that rock pool out there.
Yeah. Consecration doesn't deal with it. It's just good. So, Stonehill Defender on 3. We saw somebody play Hydrologist on 3 in this spot instead of Stonehill Defender, and it ended up being a bit of a disaster.
Yeah, in the previous game. Previous series, I mean. And that was Dog chose that line, and yeah, that little discrepancy between the two, the Hydrologist ended up being just like really awkward.
Well, drawing the second True Silver makes playing the first True Silver much better, because now when it gets Harrison Jones, you have the second True Silver to answer the Jones. That said, double Murloc threatens value trades, and True Silvering a 1/4 is not the highest value attack.
Yeah.
You'd rather True Silver the the Ivory Knight, for instance.
Exactly.
Sifka agrees. So Noble Sack versus Redemption is definitely not Eye for an Eye. This is not a Smorky matchup or anything. Eye for an Eye is mostly just good against Ice Block decks and race situations, which is not this. But Noble Sack versus Redemption. Probably Redemption. No. I would think Redemption's better because it works more against like an AoE clear.
That's true. That is pretty helpful, and you probably think you're going to be ahead on board as time goes. He does have Spike Ridge Steed, which already works well against an AoE clear, though.
Okay. What does Noble Sack accomplish that Redemption doesn't?
Kills things sometimes. I mean, I guess he's planning on hero powering maybe in the future.
Yeah, and then it's dealing 2, whereas Redemption gives you a 1/1. And Jason does not want Eye for an Eye. Repentance is pretty sketchy, so I guess Repentance and Noble Sacrifice, neither of them is particularly great. You can kind of go either way on that one. So you can True Silver the 1/4, put up a Noble Sacrifice, value trade your rock pool into the 2/2.
Well, you try and trade.
He's kind of thinking about Getaway Kodo and Noble Sacrifice, though. So what to attack with first? Like, attacking with the weapon first sucks against this, right?
Yeah, but it's better against Redemption. So it's kind of a 50-50, right?
Okay. Yep.
Because otherwise you take the 2 trades and then you smack, then it redeems and then you have to smack it, and it's left out with this result.
That's actually something that comes up a lot with Hydrologist, is just kind of a 50-50 whether you gamble, play around Noble Sacrifice or Redemption. And Jason's very happy to Harrison that True Silver. He doesn't need to think about it too much. He's going to get True Silver again, though. Unless Spike Ridge Steed is better.
Spike Ridge Steed seems fairly solid.
Well, so does True Silver. They're both very solid.
Generally speaking, if you can ever Spike Ridge Steed, you just kind of do it.
Okay.
Just because it's more awkward to be able to develop the Spike Ridge Steed than it is the True Silver.
Right.
And you're getting value out of it. Like, you're not playing into equality clears or anything. You're actually helping yourself play around equality clears. Playing around Aldor a little bit because you're able to get the trade immediately. It's like getting max value with your max value card. It's pretty nuts. On curve. Ouch.
So, Hand of Protection Blessing of Might. Goes with the Hand of Protection. It can sometimes do something kind of cute with Wild Pyromancer where you can get more triggers off it in one turn.
He's got Wild Pyromancer, Blessing of Kings, Coin, Hand of Protection. Like, there's a there's a priest-style Wild Pyromancer build-up happening in Jason Joe's hand.
Needs like a Forbidden Healing to complete the ritual. Just really AoE everything.
Yeah.
Well, Coin Tyrion's an option.
Yeah, usually when that's an option, it's the one you take.
He didn't think about that very much.
No,
he's like, yep, we're doing this.
Yeah.
The coin is an important resource here, considering he has Pyromancer in hand.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, Tyrion. So, you could trade the 1/1 into the bubble, Aldor, trade your minions into the rest of the Tyrion.
Seems to be the best play. You don't have any other like real developmental plays behind this. Your hand is super awkward. He's got the double equality, double Wild Pyromancer. Not what you want when you're trying to pressure down your opponent.
Yeah. If Jason had a Consecration here, he would leave the Aldor alive, and this 2/6 Death Rattle would survive the Ashbringer attack as well, so Consecration's quite awkward. Alright, so he's looking to Dirty Rat to set up a big Pyro equality. And he hits a Pyromancer. Not very exciting. Turns out there wasn't really much of anything that was going to be exciting in this case. Sifka's hand is all equality combos.
Hey,
so he doesn't mind that Tempo Doomsayer at all. I guess he does with Tyrion in hand. He could True Silverface and equip Ashbringer, essentially. It seems kind of silly to go all in like that. You can just Hero Power Pass or just pass. You just put literally nothing, right?
You could.
You have the tools to clear whatever comes after this.
Yeah, I think passing is better. I think you just want to pass into, if your opponent does something nasty, you can Equality Primordial Drake. That's a great way to swing back the tempo and develop something.
Absolutely. Yeah, Sifka not about to run out of AoE clear here. Tyrion was such a great draw for him because what he needed was proactive threats, and what better proactive threat than Tyrion? I wonder if he's roping for bluff value here.
I think he's definitely thinking
considering
about
playing
it.
stuff.
Harrison Jones has been used, so it's reasonable. It's like it's not crazy to swing face and jam the Tyrion.
Well, Jason has some healing available to him, right?
Correct.
So it seems crazy.
Yeah, seems so optimal. It's a nice hand of protection value.
Yeah. It was a good pick from him. So these equality clears, not that fantastic.
No.
You ever just Stonehill Defender, see if you can get more next turn? I kind of like it. Tyrion's a little iffy because you have to use the weapon and it doesn't accomplish that much. I guess he's weaponing the bubble anyways, which means Tyrion's coming out. So you could trade the 1/1 into the bubble and put Kings on your Fen Creeper and value trade the Tyrion.
I like that play. I like that.
There's also options involving Sunkeeper Tarim. Doesn't seem that great.
Sunkeeper Tarim, then Kings sort of stuff. Yeah.
I think the Tarim can get better.
Yeah. Tarim can most likely get better.
So 1/1 into the bubble, the king's on the Fen Creeper, you take the value trade, Ashbringer face. Develop a True Silver. And Hero Power. You push 5, is it 15? You have 7/4 Fen Creeper against his Ashbringer.
It's going with the Terran. Okay, Terran pass. This is about to get completely destroyed. What are we doing here? Our opponent has had 1, 2, 3, 4 dead cards for 6+ turns. And we're not putting him on a quality Consecrate? Or a quality something?
It's interesting, isn't it?
It does seem like a very misread of the situation. Those qualities are not a surprise. Like, those have been there for a long time. That's huge.
Well, he can lay on hands, set it up.
Yeah, I mean that's where we're at. I think it's desperation time. You gotta lay on hands and hope you find your equality combo now. It's gonna just slam down this.
Feed us off the Tyrion.
Off the Tyrion. Okay.
Double Megasaur, 0 Murlocs.
Maybe it was calculated, man. Maybe the last turn, all of the holding was to bait the equality from Stan Cifka so that he could then play N'Zoth more effectively.
Sure. So you could trade the Drake, Pyro Quality, Hero Power Megasaur. It's not great. Maybe that's right. I mean, you are setting up lethal with the Ashbringer connecting to his face. Ooh.
Terram's pretty good.
Terram is a good card.
10 out of 10 would recommend.
I actually kind of like the 6/6 taunt that gives Divine Shield to things there.
Well, then you can't kill the Tyrion. I mean, you could tear him this turn if you wanted. It looks like he's just going to develop, be a little bit more patient. Very similar play to what Jason Zhao did.
So if he kings the Tyrion, the bubble trades with the Primordial Drake.
I like that a lot.
Yeah.
I like also keeping the bubble. That seems fine.
Okay.
You kill the 5/4
the bubble's
now.
just trading with a 1/1 ultimately.
Let's trade with the 5/4. You're getting more value. You're getting 5 points of heal out of the bubble instead of 4.
Okay.
Maximum bubble value. But
Right.
you have a lot less tauntage going on.
So this Pyro quality is pretty appealing.
Sets up lethal.
Yeah, see Pyro quality, Vilephin Megasaur. And then the weapon alone is threatening lethal. One more True Silver here gets overridden by Ashbringer. Oh, okay. He's playing it a little bit slower. Yeah, he doesn't need to play it super fast. He's already threatening lethal. You can kind of take a greedier line. Both the Megasaur and the Terram kind of benefit from him squeezing in the hero powers.
For sure. Like squeezing in the hero power better.
And Jason picks up a Pyro quality clear of his own. But he's so low on life, it might be difficult to get value out of it.
Yeah, because the 1/1s are just almost always threatening. Especially now that they're Murlocs. Neither War Leader has been used by Stan Cifka, so...
This is usually lethal. If you adapt into 1 damage, right? Because you just tear him and then adapt.
Okay.
You only need to hit +1/+1 or Wind Fury or +3 attack. So that's 70% lethal.
Only one of those is a Murloc.
Yeah. You only need 1 damage, right? You have...
Oh, yeah,
you tear him,
3, 6,
that's 11.
Yep, you're right. Yep. It's like...
So it's 70% lethal right here.
70% lethal. And he got there. 3-0 victory for Stancifka. He's happy about that one.
Yeah, big smiles. And
Holding on to his tournament life. He is now 1-1 in the tournament.
Both players are, so they're both gonna still be in it. This is the group stage. You need to advance out of group, so a 2-0 or 2-1 score will usually do that, right?
Yep.
You pick up 2 losses, you're probably knocked out.
Yeah, it's a 7-round group stage. I'm not sure exactly how that works, but it means there's a lot of...
Not at all what I said then.
Yeah, I don't know if there's like another group stage after the groups, or if it's just one long round robin and you play against everyone and then the best scores advance. So O2 might still have a chance to get out after 7 days.
Okay.
Or there's another group. I don't know if it like they condensed the mystery to me, but there's 7 rounds of this. Yeah. I mean, if you stay tuned and come back every day, by the end of it, we'll know how it works. So, I mean, just more incentive to show up and watch the tournament, right?
Exactly.
I mean, and you can't beat that. More Hearthstone action. Jason Zhao, one of the favorites of China. He's one of their definite top-tier players. A lot of people respect him a lot. So going 0-3 there, got to be disappointing for him.
Yeah, you know, at least it was short, you know, save your effort for the later rounds.
It's that N'Zoth Paladin, man. That has been the lowest win rate deck. I think now it's like around 5%-ish win rate on stream.
There's no way it's 5% win rate on
It's
stream.
when 0-3 multiple times on... It's won 1 game on stream and 0-3 3 times, at least. And then 0-2'd in a few series as well. Like, it's really... I think it's like 1 win, 11 losses.
Yeah. I think when it won a game, it's because there was Karen, so it actually had, you know, threats.
Well, I don't really count those ones. I'm not counting the...
you're talking about... Okay.
I'm talking about the Chinese N'Zoth Paladin, which runs only Tyrion, N'Zoth, and 1 Infested Tauren as the Death Rattle package.
Just believes.
It just hopes it gets it. It runs the Hydrologist to get cute little secrets to enhance the Death Rattle package. But it's just not enough late game. The deck just fizzles out really hard every time. It just can't establish tempo enough against things. It has to react too much. And all of the decks with any sort of buffs, things with Bloodlust, things with Gentle Megasaur, things with Murlocs and Murloc Warleader, things with Jades, all just hard counter that strategy, because if you don't try and kill them, they can set up lethal by playing tokens. Just worthless cards, and you have to expend your cards to answer them. So by the end of the day, they actually outvalue you because of how aggressively you have to use their removal to not die to things like Bloodlust or Gentle Megasaur or just double Murloc Warleader buffing the hell out of Murlocs.
Right. Well said. I mean, just to put it simply, the deck doesn't win. It just waits to lose. It either loses short in a quick game or it loses in a long game, but it's like almost impossible for it to put together an offense to win the game, and eventually the opponent finds some way to put together an offense and win.
Yeah, exactly. And here's the score breakdown. Pavel, the current world champion, leading Group B, 2-0. Look at him go.
And Hope and Hamster down 0-2.
Yeah.
At the bottom there.
0-2.
A lot of really strong players at 1-1. Sifka, Jason, Kaleno, and Standardachi.
Okay. I've got a little bit of update about how the rounds work here. It's a 7-round round robin. 8 players in each group, every player versus everyone. So on average, 4 wins will make it in some situations. Maybe even 3 and 5 wins will make it. And then it's a single elim best of 7 after the 7-round group stages. So all of the players are still in the tournament. All of the players still have a chance to make it out of groups. Some more likely than others. And that's pretty cool. I like to see that.
Yeah, I think round robin, 7 matches, that's a really good way to see who truly deserves to advance. You get a lot of chances. You can lose a bunch of matches and still be one of the better players and make it out.
And so Hope has some hope. I was really hoping that Hope would do well because he's got that aggressive lineup that I like so much, and I think it does. It's so well positioned in the metagame compared to the other decks that people are playing, And I'm glad to see that he didn't just 0-2, because he versed both of the players with Taunt Warrior and Anti-Aggro in the entire tournament. The only 2 Anti-Aggro players in the entire tournament played against Hope, and he lost to both of them. So now he's going to get a chance to farm some of the greedy control players.
Nice. It's good to see that. And you know who else has hope is everyone playing that, I'm going to call it the Chinese N'Zoth Paladin. Maybe they just turn the corner and start finding wins left and right and show us what the deck is capable of.
I guarantee you, or I can't say guarantee, but I strongly think most of the players that don't make it out of groups will have the Chinese N'Zoth Paladin in their lineup.
Okay, you're very confident that that's a huge liability.
I think.
And
well, I mean,
dropping people out of the tournament left and right.
The data has supported that. It has struggled against the control versus control lineups. It's struggled against the mid-range lineups, and it's struggled against the aggro lineups. There has been limited lineups where it's done well. It like really only has won the mirror, and that's not against the European N'Zoth Paladin either. Only the mirror against the Chinese N'Zoth Paladin is really where that deck shines with its 1W.
Well.
So, I mean, good luck, man. Good luck.
Maybe it's just getting really unlucky, Maybe they're going to start curving out like gods and show us what's up.
I hope so.
Tune in tomorrow and find out.
Yeah, tune in tomorrow and find out. That was the last game for the day, guys. The matches are kind of being shown there. Tomorrow's match is on the screen. You got, Stan Udachi versus Pavel. You're going to want to tune in to check that out. We'll be here bright and early, 4:30 a.m. Eastern Time. And what is that in Central European Time?
No idea. Let's say noon.
Yeah, something like that. But bright and early. Make sure you guys tune in. Feel free to check it out. Anyway, that's all for us, guys. Take care. Have a good rest of your day. See you tomorrow.